Good morning. Good morning. Can you hear me at the back? No. Microphone is not on. Good morning. Can you hear me at the back? Okay, fantastic. So I know that, that's technical. Usually how we say it earlier was there to wake us up. So I hope you're awake now. And for those of us who had overnight long flights, I hope that you actually had a safe and sound flight on the way here. And so I'm going to start with making sure I observe all the protocol that's in the room. So if you're here representing a head of state, if you're here as a minister and energy decision maker, multilateral organizations, global stakeholders, private sector legislators, youth, private actors in all capacities, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. A very good morning to us all. Good morning? Good morning. I can't hear it. Good morning. Good morning. All right, now I can hear it a little bit. It's so good to have you join us for the 13th Assembly of the International Renewable Energy Agency. My name is Joy Doreen Bira. I am a journalist, a business journalist to be precise. And I've been doing this for over 14 years. And so safe to say one of my passions is the energy sector, particularly renewable energy solutions. And it's such an honor for me to be moderating this particular session that is focused basically on decentralized renewable energy solutions for remote and isolated communities. Let me start by giving an example. I was born in a mountainous area, but a mountainous area that was rich in copper. Copper is one of the most popular minerals in our part of the world, and I think one of the most mined minerals in our part of the world. And before it was discovered, copper was never anything that the local communities knew about. But when it started to get mined, then we started to see electricity as well come to the community. And it was from this electricity that the entire community started to develop, and many other people within the community started to access services that without electricity they wouldn't be able to access. Things like infrastructure that were powered by electricity, healthcare that was powered by electricity, of course, to power up the healthcare infrastructure in the hospitals, and many other services that they were able to access. And so by the time I was born, somewhere in the 80s, I had now come into a community, or I was born into a community that had now accessed electricity for quite some time. And so the reason why we're having a conversation about decentralizing renewable energy solutions for remote and isolated communities is that I am a product of coming from a remote community and growing into a developed community with proper access to education enabled by electricity, to healthcare enabled by electricity. And the reason why I'm speaking to you today is probably because I went to a school whose infrastructure was... Sorry about that. Okay. Can I try again? Great. Whose facilities were powered by infrastructure? Are we still together? Are we still following my story? And so I would like for us to have that in mind, that the mountainous areas around the world, the small islands around the world, need renewable energy solutions to power up their communities so they can grow into developed countries. Some of them have different levels of access to renewable energy solutions. And I know that there are people here from Nepal, there are people here from Fiji and all the other countries as well in the global south. And we also do have a permanent secretary here from Zimbabwe, which is also a developing nation. And so we're going to have great conversations about how best we can decentralize renewable energy solutions for everybody to be able to have equal access as well, to plug into Sustainable Development Goal number 7, which I'm sure we're all aware about. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to invite our very first speaker, who is Ms. Gauri Singh, the Deputy Director at the International Renewable Energy Agency, to come give us her opening remarks. A round of applause for her.
Thanks. Thank you, Joy, and good morning, everyone, and welcome to our very first session for this 13th IRENA Assembly, and it's great to see all of you here because, we've really been missing all of you for the last 3 years, and virtual meetings really don't give you the kind of energy that you feel in this room here early in this morning. So, Excellencies, distinguished participants, welcome to this very important session, which as Joy has very aptly described, is something that impacts lives, it impacts livelihoods, and it impacts the whole trajectories of communities moving forward. And I am speaking to an audience which pretty much understands the importance of decentralized solutions, the importance of reaching those solutions for energy access, clean energy access to remote communities and isolated communities. When we think remote communities, often a lot of us think that they might be mountainous regions, as Joy just said, but maybe not. They could be on the outskirts of urban communities. They could be as close as maybe 40, 50 kilometers away from the capital, but it's clearly something that we need to get our mind around because as per the latest numbers, we still have over 700 million people living without energy access. And even if we continue to move at the pace that which built up, then because of COVID, it came down again. So we estimate that even by 2030, we will not have reached 670 million, which is a staggering number. It's a staggering figure, and I think all of us understand how the impact of conflicts and impact of other such exigencies has a very major influence on the way we are able to get to these communities and get them to access energy. So for IRENA, this is a very, very special and a very important mandate because a lot of our member states have been very, very vocal and articulate about the need for IRENA to be able to move in this direction and build a partnership, build a collaboration of actors who can actually influence, who can bring funding to, and to be able to bring technology and solutions to these communities. So it is in this context, I would also like to say that we are very happy that we are partnering with the natural resources Ministry of Canada, and we had, I mean, some of you might have also attended this, but we had also done a very, very important event at the COP in Sharm el-Sheikh, where again we found a lot of traction around this. This is clearly something that brings all the partners of IOREC. It brings all the partnerships that we've built over many years together, and we need to really leverage on these partnerships to be able to take and accelerate action forward. So, the global initiative for transitioning remote communities to renewable energy, which was launched in the COP26 at Glasgow, is a very important initiative, and we all feel that this is probably an initiative that will grow to be able to reach the communities that we want to reach, to bring access to energy, to empower communities to build their livelihoods. And in this effort, IRENA is very proud to create a collaborative framework to foster dialogue, exchange knowledge, consolidate and disseminate best practices. And we also have, we have been developing a guidebook to support the transition of remote and isolated communities, and which will be presented very shortly by my colleague Gurbuz Gunal, who's the Director of Country Engagement and Partnerships. So with this, I would again like to warmly welcome you to this session, and to say how pleased we are at IRENA to be able to meet with all of you physically after this gap of 3 years, and hope that at this assembly there is all the initiatives that IRENA is working with, we are able to accelerate and to move forward with much swifter pace and reach the mandate that IRENA has been provided by the membership. Thank you so much.
Ms. Singh, I'm just going to request that you please take a seat right here, if you don't mind, right at the middle. And I'm also going to invite our next speakers as well to please take your seats right at the front, so we try to observe some protocol here, so we're not able to share the microphones. So if you would allow me to, I would like to invite His Excellency Mr. Radha Krishna Pandey, who is the Ambassador of Canada to the United Arab Emirates, to please take your seat right here at the front. And I'd also like to invite Mr. Gurbuz Gunal, who is the Director, Country Engagement and Partnerships at the International Renewable Energy Agency, to please take your seat. I'd also like to invite Mr. Harish Hande, who is the Chief Executive Officer at Selco Foundation, to please take your seat right here. And so our next speaker, ladies and gentlemen, is the Ambassador of Canada to the United Arab Emirates. And like you did hear from Ms. Singh, in 2021, I think, at COP26 in Glasgow, Canada did come up with the initiative to fund renewable energy in remote communities to help them scale up their renewable energy and also to foster increased access in those isolated communities. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. Radha Krishna Pandey.
Well, thank you very much, Joy, for getting the event moving. I'd like to express my goodwill to the technical team. Hopefully they will not barrage me with static during my presentation. I'd also like to, of course, thank Ms. Singh for her comments. It's a pleasure to be here. Good morning, everyone. This is a very strong crowd for the first event, so very happy to be here at the General Assembly and to have the opportunity to talk at this event about the work being done to help remote communities transition to renewable energy. I'd like to start by expressing my thanks to IRENA for its continued collaboration and commitment on facilitating the transition of remote and isolated communities to renewable energy. As colleagues have mentioned, 3 months ago at COP27 in Egypt, Canada and IRENA co-organized an event to bring to the spotlight to efforts made to facilitate that transition of remote communities to clean and renewable energy. And today we want to keep that momentum going and further advance these efforts. As the world works to reduce emissions in line with the Paris goals and the latest science, it is very, very important to remember that providing clean and affordable and consistent, dependable energy to all is a global challenge. I'd also like to thank Joy for sharing her personal story, one which I think is shared by many people in the room, of the experience of how important access to consistent power is for all areas of social development. In Canada, we have over 200 remote communities that depend on diesel, consuming 680 million liters annually that has to be hauled in either by truck or by airplane in order to fuel these communities. And the vast majority of this is devoted to heating, given the harsh climate in which many of these communities reside. The Government of Canada has committed to support the transition of remote and Indigenous communities in Canada from a reliance on diesel-powered fuel to renewable energy by 2030. In addition to deploying renewable energy systems, this support includes building skills and capacity, and I think of particular importance, ensuring some form of local ownership of projects. Globally, there are still over 730 million people without access to electricity, many of whom reside in remote or rural regions that lack access to modern power systems and are outside the existing grid. Now, people, as I've indicated, people in these communities often depend on fossil fuels for heat and power, which of course can be unreliable, expensive, and certainly environmentally undesirable. Canada is well aware of the challenges that these communities within our own country face as we work to accelerate the adoption of clean and renewable energy. And the inclusion of these communities in ongoing global decarbonization efforts and meeting their energy needs is essential in the achieving of goals set out in SDG 7. Canada wants to share its experiences and knowledge of transitioning remote and Indigenous communities to renewable energy. And we also want to learn from the challenges and successes that other communities have experienced around the world. While we acknowledge, and I think we must acknowledge, that there is no one-size-fits-all solution, we believe that there are common factors and best practices that contribute to the successful deployment of renewable energy systems to remote communities. And that's why Canada co-launched with IRENA the global platform for transitioning remote communities to renewable energy in 2021. The aim of the initiative is to create, as the title indicates, a global platform to support the deployment of decentralized renewable energy technologies for remote and isolated communities through knowledge sharing of best practices and the replication of successful examples in a culturally sensitive manner. The first deliverable, as my colleague has mentioned, a guidebook of successful approaches to transitioning isolated remote communities to renewable energy, which is the subject of a presentation later in this session, is currently under development and will seek to highlight successful and replicable examples from around the world, including from Canada. We are simultaneously coordinating efforts between the Commission for Environmental Cooperation and IRENA to develop a North American case study that highlights best practices from across North America. As the urgency mounts to decarbonize our energy systems and provide clean and renewable energy access for those in need, cooperation and knowledge sharing are crucial to our collective success. I very much look forward to this session and hearing from presenters and panelists about their experiences and the challenges that we face as we continue our collaboration and contribution to this great transition effort. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'm looking forward to this session. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that speech, and of course great opening remarks as well, that you have highlighted, that this transition needs to happen, and if we are going to achieve sustainable development goals by the year 2030, I think we can all agree that the isolated and remote communities should be the people we should be reaching out to. And also it's important to note that during the COP27, I think this was one of the issues that did come up during the different sessions and discussions that were held. And so having renewable energy take up its place as well is going to be what we need to be thinking about when we talk about stock taking. Our next speaker, ladies and gentlemen, is a gentleman that needs no introduction, but I guess there's some of us in the room who are going to need to know who he is. And he is the technical and is going to give us the technical and financial perspective. Mr. Harish Hande is the Chief Executive Officer at Selco Foundation, and he's going to be sharing his perspective on decentralizing renewable energy solutions for remote communities as well as isolated communities. A round of applause for him, please.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. First of all, let me thank Gauriji, Gurbus and Kamran for inviting me here. So I would like to start off a little differently while we understand the importance of renewable energy that's required for remote, I think we should no longer talk about it. It's absolutely viable from a social perspective, from a financial perspective, from a technical perspective. The only difference I would say is let's keep the renewable energy side. What do people need at these communities is health, education, livelihoods. These are the basic needs. Now, if we start looking at saying that all the interventions that we do are valid in 2040. See, today we focus on solar panels and batteries. Let's focus on the end user needs. Like, for example, health facilities that we do in the remote communities, are they going to be valid in 2040? The education facilities that we do in these remote, are they valid in 2040? Same thing, the livelihood opportunities. Suddenly the game trend changes in terms of you bring in innovation, you bring in, Gurbus, yesterday we were meeting with the health, some of these health innovators in India. These guys had developed a mat, a simple mat that you keep under the pillow without touch. All the vitals were being measured, all the vitals, right? Now, if I go to a remote school, I should not be just looking at lighting. What in 2040, the kids who are going to graduate in 13 years from this school, are they at par to a school in New York or London? Can we use the power of 5G technology? Okay, let's power high-tech television sets with high-speed internet, with remote education, so that you get high-quality teaching across the world into these remote communities. Same thing, if I go to remote Somalia, the first thing I would like to power is not only the basics of a maternal labor child room, but high-quality TV with 5G that leads to the best of the doctors in the world are able to give their opinion right in the remote part of Somalia. Let's use the power of technology of the other parts of the ecosystem, the technologies that are acquired in the health. What we need in the room is health experts, education experts, livelihood experts, and we in the arena are the enabler for other guys to come and innovate. So what happens then is the innovations that will happen in remote and isolated communities are the ones that will be then replicated in Delhi, New York and Washington. Reverse. Let's look at a high efficient dental chair that is required for remote island nations that then can be used for anywhere. It's Harlem or rural London, or sorry, poorer parts of London or in Delhi. The opportunities that lie is not just looked at from powering these isolated communities, but how do you bring innovations in services that are actually needed? Look at livelihoods, for example. Let us look at livelihoods. Can we make in rural Fiji or in the Majoli Islands of India or rural Somalia the barber shop aspirational, that is 2040, where the barber shop looks like a very futuristic 20 by 20 with the trimmers, with everything under that powered by solar. The beauty of decentralized solar power today is it's highly economically viable in any parts of the world, and especially in these parts it's a no-brainer. But what it pushes is innovations in trimmers, innovations in X-ray machines, innovation in education tools, innovations in rice hulling, innovation in silk reeling products. That's what we should focus on. And then what happens is we are not doing a band-aid solution, but we are making these remote communities ready for 2040, 2050, that the kids who graduate need not say that now I have to relearn somewhere if I'm going to migrate, but I'm already in par with a kid of New York or Delhi. That is what we should look at. The health services that I get in remote Nepal should be at par that I'm getting in Denmark. Technology exists. Why can't we use the power of 5Gs and the 6Gs that are going to come to make that happen? Rather than just focusing on solar panels and batteries. It's transformational, and so let's not lose this opportunity. Is not only that we meet the 2030 goals, but we meet the futuristic goals that can actually can we be the equivalent of ChatGPT or the AI? Let us use those power for the remote communities while they become the centers of innovation for us to follow, not them to follow. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for highlighting that. And when you think about it, really, that's what the Sustainable Development Goals are all about. Making sure that we are all at the same pace, or at least at the same pace of development, no matter where we're at right now. During COP27, I think when the question was posed about, do you think your country can be able to achieve Sustainable Development Goals, or all the Sustainable Development Goals? I think many of the participants there said no, but if we're given an extra 10 years, we'll probably get there. And that's why we're here to stocktake, and also to make sure that we clearly understand what renewable energy solutions are all about. And because many of us in this room are decision makers in the countries we come from, now is that opportunity for you to go ahead and say, look, I think we can change something. We can make a difference. And so thank you so much to all our speakers who have given us their opening remarks. And I'm now going to ask, Ms. Singh and also Mr. Pandey, as well as Mr. Hande, to please take your seats, and we will stay on the stage with Mr. Gurbuz Gonul, who is the Director for Country Engagement and Partnerships at IRENA, because he's going to be giving us some insights into renewable energies, and also a study that has looked into the successful approaches to transitioning isolated remote communities to renewable energy. Some of the booklets that we have right outside this room are going to be able to give you some insights into what that renewable energy for remote communities should look like. But let's get the insights here from Mr. Gonul. A round of applause for him as he makes that presentation. I don't know if you would like to stand, or would you prefer to sit? You can sit. Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joy. Good morning, everyone. It's really a great pleasure to reconnect with all of you. And And I would like to also once again welcome you to the first session of the assembly, which starts as early as 9 a.m. and it's really great to see so many of you in the room. Such a great interest on the topic that gives us a lot of encouragement to take this work forward more intensively and within the shortest period of time. As Joy mentioned, I will try to give you some preliminary findings of this guidebook, which looks into those successful approaches for electrifying through renewable energy solutions of remote and isolated communities. And we have been collaborating with Natural Resources Canada in this project for some time. And thank you very much for their great support, not only supporting us, but also enabling us to access to information that we would have normally not able to access to, because this project is not a simple energy access project. We don't only look into those areas which are remote areas and difficult to provide grid electricity and offer off-grid solutions, but we look into those areas which are removed from the grid in developed countries, where energy supply is very much relying on unsustainable solutions, usually diesel gensets, and how to transform the electricity supply also in those countries. I think looking into those examples also, which would give also some inspiration to so many other countries, developed countries, that how to transform those systems into more sustainable, clean energy supply systems. We looked into 9 different cases with different approaches, especially 2 main drivers. One is some of the cases are very much community-driven, community-run projects, and the other group is largely on privately driven. I'm not saying privately owned, but sometimes privately managed, sometimes operation maintenance provided by private sector, so different levels of involvement of private sector, and we want to share some of these early observations from those cases. As was already mentioned, that the report is still under finalization, so these are not just the preliminary outcomes and that I'm going to share, which we may further elaborate on some of the aspects which are relatively slim at the moment. Here I would like to just define what we mean by remoteness for the purpose of this study, because remoteness, obviously, those consumers which are far from the grid, and it is very unfeasible to extend the grid because of the huge cost. This is the first group. The second group is that those consumers in native and indigenous settlements whose power needs are minimal, and it is the likelihood is that the power needs will not grow much in the coming period, and again the grid extension is not an option. So this is the second category, and the third category is those consumers in the refugee setting in other countries, or ones internally displaced for whatever the reasons are. Some of them are natural disasters or war or whatever the conflict, and those displacements took place. So this is the second group that we have looked into. And populations of indigenous people, mountainous settlements, and refugees are indicative of the potential to improve and innovate models and approaches to extend electricity access to such communities. It's really a huge number of people living in those areas. As the first step, we studied such models across the regions that already have sustained operations for some time. Also looked into different categories of settlements that use varying renewable energy solutions to meet communities' electricity needs, sometimes with only simple household electrification purposes, but it goes beyond that for livelihoods, for productive use of electricity and provision of essential social services as highlighted like education and health services. Next slide, please. And here we highlighted a few examples of decentralized renewable energy projects which have unique features. For just give you some examples, in Liberia, the users formed an electric cooperative to supply power 24/7 for households and the health clinic in that particular region. In Mexico, the women played a very key role in as PV electrification agents of microfinance franchises retailing DC appliances, resulting in the enhancement of local skills and jobs. And all these key takeaways from all these examples is the strong community engagement needed to sustain operations in that particular cases. Next slide, please. And we look at the examples, as I mentioned at the very beginning, two different cases. One is the community-run systems versus privately driven projects. When we look at the community-run projects, first and the key factor is to follow the traditional management structures for operations. Revenue collection. So there are different management structures which are already proven to be successful. So don't go with something extremely innovative and offers a very different effort against some of the traditional approaches, because you have to respect some of the cultural values, some of the local values, and this makes your project in the long term remain strong. So it's extremely important to work with the local communities and follow their lead on some of the aspects, especially in putting together management structures. We should be aware of the socioeconomic development aspirations of the communities, such as for schools, health clinics, because sometimes you offer electricity, but this is not the area or kind of the target consumer they wish to receive electricity. So you have to really pay attention what community wants exactly and act accordingly. Powering livelihoods, productive use are important to take communities out of the poverty cycle, and that's also the way to stimulate demand for the use of the systems, because you don't want the system underutilized, and if you really stimulate economic activity in the region and provide electricity, that will give you a big push to be able to provide more electricity in the area. When I turn to private providers, they must engage with respective communities early on. I mean, this is always highly recommended, even at the design stage of the systems, that will give them a good feedback, good understanding of what the wishes of the community are, and how this design can be made accordingly. And trust and inclusion is our keywords, our buzzwords, and this can be only done through kind of a deeper engagement with the communities, sometimes identifying those local champions and engaging with them, which are more influential in the community, and that may make things easier for you. Providers are increasingly beginning to see, private providers I'm talking about, the role that needs to go beyond only electricity provision and to add more value-added service. And it has the best impact when given in the form of services such as supporting agricultural settings, processing, tourism, or providing electricity for running schools. So that's why kind of value addition into the to the community is extremely important. And in turn, the outcomes of improved local skills, it will create jobs, and it will also increase the revenues of the provider. So it will be at the end of the day a win-win solution for everyone. And private providers who design systems with productive users as prime nodes must also consider those poorer households. I think there should be some sort of a scheme, some sort of a structure which will allow them at a minimal cost and sometimes for free, and providing electricity, and this will enable also longevity of the project. I mean, it will be a much more sustainable project than otherwise. Next slide, please. And I would like to talk to you about a little bit about also the operational and financial features of these two approaches. And starting with the systems managed by communities, a strong working setup for the operation of maintenance should be put together early on at the design stage. So whatever associated cost related to it, that has to be taken into consideration at the design phase. So those capital requirements, it should not be only done for the putting together the investment, but also taking into account the operational and maintenance phase for a certain period. And in most projects that are in disuse or underutilized, not enough funds has been allocated to meet those long-term costs for extensive repairs, spare replacements, and some of the related civil works they associated with that. Key role of grants. In many instances, we see that grants are provided. In fact, it's quite a huge amount, as much as 98% of the capital, it comes as grants in those instances. And usually the small equity from the community is often either on land contribution or labor, or sometimes a little bit of down payment. And private sector often come in as contracted to deploy and operate systems under a government scheme. Need to build local skills, strong on all fronts, technical, administrative issues, revenue collection, financial management. So you need to really, at the local level, develop those competencies, those skills to be able to operate properly. Increasingly, value-added services such as building local ecosystems and including market linkages have proven to sustain, also be profitable, and make the right impact for the commercial enterprises. We have also seen the examples of essential public services such as schools, health clinics are operated by private providers in few instances under government contracts with fees paid for units generated or for O&M services. These are that's all for today that I would like to share with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gunul, for that presentation. And also, I think, don't you get the picture that there's so much that needs to be done in remote communities as well? The advantage is that you in this room have the decision to make, and to make those decisions for the good of the people living in isolated and remote communities. Another round of applause for Mr. Gunul as he takes his seat. And now it's time for us to ask the questions. What technologies are currently in use when it comes to renewable energy? What are the strategic partnerships, and also delivery mechanisms? What have been deployed in these communities so far, and what more needs to be done in making sure that we decentralize renewable energy solutions in these communities? Allow me to invite my panelists. For the next 30 minutes, we are going to talk about the technologies, the delivery mechanisms, and also what more needs to be done in terms of partnerships. So allow me invite my panelists. We are all going to sit right here so we can respond to a few questions that I have for you. Let me start with Dr. Madhusudan Adhikari, who is the Executive Director, Alternative Energy Promotion Center in Nepal. Please take your seat right here at the front. A round of applause. We have Dr. Nawal Al-Hosani, the permanent representative of the United Arab Emirates to the International Renewable Energy Agency. A round of applause for her. Ms. Gloria Sibu Sisiwe Magombo, the permanent secretary at the Ministry of Energy and Power Development, Zimbabwe. A round of applause. We also have Mr. Ronald Meketa, Managing Director, National Energy Authority, Papua New Guinea. A round of applause for him. Ms. Babel Horn, the Special Representative for Energy in Africa, and also a former State Minister for Environment and Member of Parliament in Germany. A round of applause for her, please. And last but not least, Ms. Diep Nguyen Van Hout, who is the Senior Manager, Climate Innovation and Business Development at IFC. So we have all the experts right here at the front. In a few moments, we're going to have an opportunity for you to also ask a few questions. But for the next 20 to 25 minutes, allow me to do the asking for now. And I'm going to start with Dr. Adhikari. You know, in just a few words, maybe 2 minutes or 3 minutes, kindly explain to us how the AEPC promotes decentralized renewable energy solutions to enhance livelihoods, because coming from Nepal, it's one of the countries that are described as mountain countries. How are you going about this, if you may?
Thank you very much. First of all, I'd like to thank IRENA for inviting us, and I wish for the successful completion of 13th Assembly, which is we are waiting for last 3 years to be here. Our secretary from ministry is also here, Mr. Dinesh Kumar Gemere. So with his permission, I just want to explain what it looks like in the case of Nepal. As many of you know, this Alternative Energy Promotion Center is very active for the last 26 years in the off-grid areas. And as the country situation, we are a mountainous country. More than 80% of our geography is very difficult to have accessibility, and we have plenty of resources in energy, especially hydropower. We have more than 6,000 rivers across the country, and also a country with a lot of sunshine. When we recall back to 25 years before, we were mainly focusing on from water wheel to the very small hydro schemes. We call it the micro hydro program. Altogether, with the support of APC, we have promoted around 2,500 such schemes across the country. They provided electricity to more than 400,000 people. Then from 2000 onwards, we started to complement with the solar photovoltaic technology, which is much easier to deploy, but was a bit expensive then. Now it has come down to the competitive prices. So altogether, we have also supported through the center around 1 million such small schemes. And now we are upscaling both the technology to the bigger community level. In hydro, we're going up to 1 megawatt, and in the solar also we are going to mini grid. Doing all this, we got this technology from the beginning. We are pioneering developing some of the hydro technologies. The main challenge is of course the contribution of the capex. The government policy on partnership, we call it renewable energy subsidy policy. We used to give around 50% support in upfront capex, and the rest has to be managed by private sector or the communities. But now we have graduated it to 90-10. So the remaining 6% of the population, the country is almost 95% electrified. So we have around 5% to reach, and then this off-grid support is also increased from 50 to 90%. The main challenges we see is, I think, is to make this technology work in remote areas. It's not simple. Being a small procurement, we have challenges to get the right quality product. We have plenty of, especially it goes to the solar product, we have a lot of manufacturers in a smaller scale, really difficult to control the quality. And then the model we have adopted is in the partnership with the local government and the private sector and the communities, the regular maintenance of the technologies and replacement in the disaster in micro-hydro cases. When there is a landslide, you have to replace all the waterways or the powerhouse. Then it's a big expenditure again. So these things are important. But now recently, these trends of reaching to most of the populations, then people are talking about a kind of state equality in the access. They do not want to spend more money in the investment and also pay tariffs. So the question is, who will provide them electricity in the competitive basis? The private sector needs profit, so they are not very much interested if the tariffs are subsidized. So we have the issue on tariff. And the last issue is, as I said, we had these 2,500 schemes running already, have some economic value. Now it's been encroached, so we successfully expanded the national grid. How to integrate them into national grid is a new challenge. So altogether, I think the technology was very appropriate in the beginning, but now with advancing in the grid and other things, the challenges are coming up. I'll stop here for now. Thank you.
Great. And it's interesting to see that, there's the issue of capital expenditure and also prioritizing which technologies work best for the different parts of the country. Dr. Nawal, I'd like to come to you now. Gender plays an exceptional role in energy access. How best do we go about these roles, mainstreaming access to renewable energy in these communities?
Thank you, Joy, and I would like also to reiterate that it is so amazingly nice to be back to meeting and convening in person, and thank you, Irina, for hosting all of us, and it is great to be with all of you guys. To your point, gender does play a very critical role when it comes to not only energy access, but addressing every challenge that we face today. So I'm not going to take so long. I'm just going to speak because I'm literally preaching to a choir. So I'm not going to speak about the importance of gender integration into addressing those challenges. But I'm going to refer to some of the statistics that Irina has basically shared with us through the work on the surveys that they've done. Basically, there is currently, or in the latest report that we've seen on the gender and employment and renewables, more than 70% of women responded rated skills development and training as high priority. So half of those same respondents wanted to improve access to financing as enablers for women to strengthen their knowledge base in the sector. So basically, as we know that women in these areas are providing energy for their communities, and it's basically that in itself shows how we simply have to discard the cultural and gender biases that have acted as barriers to access in this sector. So to mainstream their roles in energy access, I believe we must address this in 4 levels. So first, women have to be involved and must be involved as equally as men in the decision, implementation, and monitoring of energy policies and programs. Second, electricity access for household users should be equally shared between men and women. And in the same way that the women's decision-making role in the House should be supported and enabled at the organizational and policy making level. Third, women should have equal opportunities for technical and managerial training to be suitable for clean energy job roles. And fourth, and I believe it's very important, we need to improve women's ability to afford energy service with innovative finance models, including their inclusion in the digital finance. Many of those components of the answer that I presented are currently addressed in a program which we called Beyond Food that in 2022 the UAE and IRENA launched with the aim to provide people in low-resource communities around the world with crucial access to sustainable energy for cooking. And as we all know, the numbers and the horrifying statistics about people who still don't have access to clean cooking, and this is still 2.4 billion people, and 733 million people still don't have access to electricity. So Beyond Food operates on 4 pillars, again another 4-tier approach: promoting twinning support for renewable energy enterprise development in the clean cooking sector, integrating electric cooking in national indices and long-term scenario planning. That includes the measurement, reporting and verification framework, develop the entrepreneurship support facility for women renewable energy entrepreneurs, and then, which is very, very important, outreach and advocacy. So with that, we believe that women are perhaps the most placed demographic to deliver real, meaningful impact on the ground, especially in off-grid locations. Another very interesting program that we are currently working to launch with IRENA as well is, and you will hear a lot of talk about it in the next couple of days, empowering lives and livelihoods renewables for adoption. And it has going to have a very, very strong focus on gender. So I'm going to stop there, and I look forward to sharing more information about this as we launch the program. Thank you.
Great, and thanks for highlighting that women do play a key role in ensuring energy access, especially at the grassroots, where most of them live in off-grid areas. To Ms. Magombo, I'm now coming to you as the accounting officer in the Republic of Zimbabwe. You do play a key role in making decisions, what technologies need to be made in these off-grid areas. What are some of the technologies so far that have been deployed in the off-grid areas in Zimbabwe that are helping people living in remote communities and isolated areas as well?
Good morning, and thank you to IRENA for inviting us here to share our experience, especially with regards to the off-grid systems in terms of what is happening in Zimbabwe. Maybe before I answer the issues of the actual technologies, I just want to give a bit of context from a Zimbabwean point of view. We are still a developing country with access levels in the latest statistics we have sitting at about 62%, which is about over 35% coming from grid-connected systems, from off-grid systems. So we are already in a space where off-grid is playing a critical role. And I think I would also want to go back to one of your comments you made earlier on in terms of managing to reach the SDG 7 by 2030 to ensure universal access to modern energy. And as a country, we have done a study through our Rural Electrification Fund program where we do the expansion and grid access program. And we realized that if we are to do grid extensions, it will take us another 20 to 30 years for us to reach all the remote communities. So we have come up with an accelerated program which is going to look at about 30% of the remote communities are far off the grid, over 100 kilometers for some of the grid systems. So we are going to put the different renewable energy technologies. And for that, we are using various technologies. I think solar warm systems as one of the technologies has been there for a while. Whilst we talk about solar home systems, because of the intermittency, the batteries have remained the challenge in terms of storage for most of our rural communities. And if you look at the older systems we're having to go back to replace the battery systems because they were not lasting long enough. And there was also apathy towards the technology, because once the batteries failed, people felt the technology did not work. So we are looking at how do we capacitate the communities to make sure that they are able to do the basic minimum maintenance of solar home systems. In the case where there is a fault, they can be able to do that. And most of the private sector, which is playing a critical role in this space, is actually also helping to capacitate the rural people to do basic maintenance of the systems, and also do a bit of troubleshooting in picking up what could be wrong with the technologies. And we then have a number of macrogrids which our rural electrification agency has put in place, where we are looking at small service centers, schools, clinics, plus accommodation for the health workers and teachers, where they have put small mini grids and microgrids really to supply the school, mainly the administrative block and the lab, and then a few homes mainly for lighting. And these systems have been working for a while, but the typical good thing is that they've actually come down in price, and they are bringing in storage batteries which have a longer life but might still not be affordable for most of the rural communities. We are also looking at mini grids. From a mini grid point of view, apart from solar plus battery, we have a number of mini grids which have been developed using small mini hydro systems. And most of them, I think, based on what my predecessors have said, the funding for the equipment and the capex was always the major challenge for rural communities because of the capacity to pay. So you find that most of those mini grids, especially those with mini hydros or solar systems plus battery, have been funded through NGOs and cooperating partners. We have given the almost 100% grant for the communities to build the necessary infrastructure. But what we have also done is to link it to some form of productive load, so that there is also capacity to consume and ability to afford the tariffs for these people. Over and above, we have also seen in most farming communities, we have been pushing for use of biogas. And biogas digesters have been built, and as a country, we have taken a strategy where the ministry and the Rural Electrification Fund are training masons to build biodigesters within the community. So what we have done is to make sure that we capacitate the people within those communities so that they're able to build the biodigesters. But you find that from biogas, we are able now to supply for lighting. We have a lot of gadgets for lighting using biogas. We are also using biogas for generators, especially in farming communities. They've done a lot of innovations to then use the generators, which might have actually been adapted from diesel generators to use biogas as a fuel. And then we also have the small wind turbines, which we are using for mainly water pumping. There's a lot of that which is happening in our communities, and also solar pumping, where we are using pumps which are directly connected to our solar systems. And I think the other technology which we continue to use, we know that our renewables are intermittent, so we are coming up with hybrid systems, where if possible we then have a hybrid of both hydro plus solar, or hybrid of solar storage plus a bit of diesel or biogas generator, which then helps to charge the battery in the cases where there is serious challenges with solar. So these are the sort of the key technologies which are in place at the moment, and we feel that they have managed to stand the test of time. But there are challenges, scalability. The cost of technologies for some of our communities still remain a bit expensive, so there's a lot of grants. And we are working with the UNDP to come up with what we call the viability gap funding for such technologies to be able to deploy it. And we are also looking at some form of incentives as a government to make sure that the technologies are also affordable in terms of importation of these renewable energy technologies. I would like to stop here, then we can discuss further.
Great. I'm going to come to you about the energy benefit, but I would like to come to Mr. Maketa. Papua New Guinea has got a regulation on the small power systems, and it's meant to also provide for public and private investments in small size power systems of up to about 1 megawatt. And it's community centric, but I want to hear from you, how is it being implemented in Papua New Guinea?
Thank you, Papua New Guinea for us is our first meeting at Arena as a first member. We just subscribed, so thank you. Good to be here and to participate in person as well. Papua New Guinea is one of the largest countries in the Pacific, I should say, but a developing nation as well. We got more than 600 islands, and we share landmass with Indonesia, Western hand. Now we have a new government that's really focused on renewable energy and most of the sustainable approach in that. They created a new authority called National Energy Authority. Previously it was packed under different agencies to coordinate the development of energy and electricity as well. So we have one of the lowest connectivity by household. We only have connectivity up to 30%. So the most of the rural areas need to be connected. It's a big challenge for us. So to start with, the government will have a program called Connect, PNG Connect Papua New Guinea concept. And the main area of focus now is connecting all rural areas with roads, and then we follow through with communications and power. So as part of the legislative changes we have the principal legislation called the National Energy Act, and that act pretty much governs all the business to be done in the energy space. With the help of UNDP, we developed a small-scale power systems regulations that's to cover the off-grid systems, what are developing the solar or micro hydros, and then expansion of the wind grid itself, and then the integration of both the off-grid and the wind grid in the space. So we yet to roll out the regulations. We have to make sure it's compatible or integrated into the principal legislations, so we don't have any issues or hard with companies who want to come with a private or investors. So that's a challenge we have, having the right practical legislative framework and sort of regulations where companies or professionals can operate in. So that should open up the market as well as connectivity. So those are the challenges we have, getting the right legislative framework to open up the market.
And so at 10%, I should say that there's a lot of room for investment in Papua New Guinea. But yes or no?
Yes, we have some of the best renewable sources. We have hydro. You can go up to 20 gigawatt in hydro. We have the best geothermal sources. From one single source, you can go up to 400 megawatt compared to other countries. Indonesia, they have like 2,000 in cell capacity. We have Fortescue Future Industries looking at huge geothermal projects. They're looking at up to 4,000 gigawatts. So we've got huge potential for private investors who are interested in.
Okay, great. Ms. Diep, if you allow me, the question on climate finance is either a little understood or needs more awareness to be created. And so how can climate finance be leveraged upon to support access to energy, renewable energy in remote communities?
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here today. You're right to raise the question of climate finance. As we all know, the world in lower and middle income countries will need between 1.7 and 3.4 trillion dollars per year in climate finance. And if we are to reach our 2030 goals, we need to quadruple that amount of financing. What are the challenges to overcome to finance more distributed renewable energy systems? Some of the challenges include the very small size of projects, the fragmented industry, the weakness of off-takers and utilities, inconsistent legal and regulatory frameworks, and then insufficient documentation that are not accepted by the industry. How does the IFC, part of the World Bank Group, address these challenges? Well, today I'd like to talk to you about just two of the several programs that we have that have been very successful. One we call Scaling Mini-Grids, which is part of our wider distributed renewable energy program. And what Scaling Mini-Grids does is we follow a 2-year multi-step process to basically enhance the capacity of the government's program and bring in renowned private sector developers. First, what we do is we work with the government to plan nationally the potential DRE and mini-grid program. We do site identification. We then plan at a national level the complete potential for mini-grids and DRE systems in the country. And then we work to package these in sizes that are acceptable by private sector developers. We then deal with the any gaps in the legal and regulatory frameworks, and then we adapt standard documentation that's accepted by private developers. We adapt them to local conditions. And then we package tenders that are tendered out to the industry, and then we facilitate road shows internationally to private developers and attract a private interest. And with all of this, then we do the road shows, but then we need to enhance with financial instruments to enhance bankability. We use blended finance, including some of the sources that we've leveraged include the World Bank's financing, as well as the JAP, the Global Alliance for People and Planet. Among the donors are Bezos, IKEA Foundation, and Rockefeller Foundation. So we use these blended finance facilities to provide viability gap financing, as well as minimum revenue guarantees. The World Bank and IFC also offer payment guarantees. We leverage mega political risk guarantees. All of these guarantees are needed to assure the private developer that they will receive the payments. And these guarantees and de-risking instruments are very necessary in risky environments. So some of them, some of the countries where we've implemented these programs include the DRC. We're looking at Nigeria, and many other countries, especially in Africa. The second program I'd like to talk to you about is the containerized solar program. And basically that's putting solar PV plus battery storage in a container. It's modular, it's flexible. and you can bring it to almost any isolated community you can think of. We've launched this initial phase with Scatec, whom many of you know as a very well-known developer, and we use short-term leasing of 12 months lease, renewable. And so because it is modular and flexible, we can pretty much add capacity as needed, and you can put together a package within 3 months. So this program, where we have a lot of confidence in, it also leverages donor financing for payment guarantees and political risk guarantees, and it leverages the International Development Association's private sector window, which also has a local currency financing window, which is, as many of you know, local currency and foreign exchange risk are major risks in these types of environments. So we've started launching the program in Cameroon. Other countries that are in the pipeline include Chad, Liberia, Guinea-Bissau, Central African Republic, Sao Tome and Principe. So many countries. We also have a program in the PNG. So this is just some of the programs that the IFC and World Bank Group are launching to facilitate mini-grids. The good news is that really renowned international developers of DRE systems are in the scene now, including Engie, Shell, Meridian, EDF, Mitsui, to name a few. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ms. Hong, there are business models and delivery mechanisms for decentralized renewable energy systems and their deployment. And I want to know what some of these business models are that maybe people in the room here can also pick on from and transfer to their respective countries.
Yes, first I would say thank you very much to stay here again. That's a long time ago when we stayed here personally, and I see a lot of friends with. I'm working more than 10 years to scale up renewables, and that's great to see the studies of IRENA that we are really in a good way, in a good direction, but we have to scale up. And that's what we are doing from Germany. So I'm special representative of energy in Africa from the ministry, but nobody knows the ministry from Germany, but I think a lot of people know the GIZ. And we are working with the GIZ in a lot of different countries, so we have an experience of more than 15 years, for example, with NBES. So we reached about 25 million people with a cooking situation, with access to electricity in this 15 years. 25 million people is a lot, I would say. But it's not only Germany, a lot of other countries too. And the last 5 years, we started a program that has a funny name, Green People's Energy, green energy for the people. And we would like to think about how can we scale up. You know, because we have to scale up. For example, in Africa, half of the population have no access to electricity. So I will mention 4 points to be successful. The first one is the political will of the governments, because we see a lot of blockades, a lot of obstacles. For example, the tariff system. We have heard that in most times we have to replace diesel. But not only diesel, we have to replace wax and kerosene. And if you put all the cost of all the things together, solar systems are really cheaper. But you need a good tariff system to have the allowance to do it. You know, so and sometimes the governments don't understand that we need other circumstances for isolated solutions than for national solutions, for big power plants. So we are talking of local solutions. That means we need the political will. The second very important point is training. And that's not only the universities, I would say that's a bit more practical. So craftsman abilities, you know. So what we are doing is to support the local market, the local entrepreneurs. And that's not only the technical knowledge, but also the business knowledge, because we wouldn't like to go with our European investors, for example, to Africa or Asia. We would like to strengthen the local markets. And it's very important, because when we are talking about decentralized systems, we talk about the maintenance. And that is very important, because if you are looking for good maintenance, for sustainability, you must work together with the people on the local level. So, for example, community energy, for example, local entrepreneurs who have the responsibility for the systems. Otherwise, there's a small component, we're broke, and the whole system is broken. So it's very, very important to look for a good maintenance. And the last one, very important, is a financing system. So, and I think when we are talking about these other points, we must think about mixed systems. There's on the one side there's a donation, on the other side there is private capital, and for example that means that the government make security system for the invested capital. Otherwise, there will not come any private investors, you know. And the third one is the local market or the community. So, because they have the income of the good time, because the people have to pay for the electricity, but on the otherwise they have a good maintenance for that. So I think that are the main points we have to look at, and then we can be successful and scale up.
Great. I like that. And now I'm going to come back to Nepal for the sake of the next 6 minutes, and I would like to request that our panelists keep this as brief as can be. In about a minute, you know, having talked about what you're doing to enhance the livelihoods of the people in Nepal, what models of electricity access are you now using in terms of services like health and education in just about a minute?
Thank you very much. Yeah, I think the question is now discussed before also by Harish and others, like it's getting technology to the livelihood of the living conditions of the people is important. So I think the focus basically now, basic lighting and the telephone has become more costlier than the basic lighting, because the lighting load is inelastic. Rather, the telephone is elastic load. You can have more telephones which are not very productive but still can communicate. But I think the best option is to integrate that into the global society through internet, so that people get the benefit of the latest happening, the opportunities and all. But we are also focusing on, because of the very remote locations in the villages, we are focusing on powering the health posts so that the basic health facilities could be increased, or some emergency can be addressed locally. And then of course last year only, with the support from KFW GIZ, we installed 1,400 schools with a solar lighting system. So the focus is to increase the impact rather than delivering the hardware for lighting, which could be managed by individual as well, because it's so custom designed that you can have a 5-watt system to light your basic needs. But telephone, that's information access, computer, education plus internet, and health is the most important thing, because it is creating a bigger impact to the people's life. People from the mountain can easily jump to the developed nations like the land to New World with some good opportunity on their hand. So the emphasis is on the impact now, yes.
Impact, that's where the focus is. Dr. Nawal, partnerships are important. Public, private, and development agencies. Talk to us about that in a minute or so.
So it's not only important, I believe partnerships actually enable the transformation of system through innovative solution. So when we work together, we connect and collaborate, we are able to see challenges more holistically. We can see new solutions. So we have, as everybody now has been talking and seeing, we have reached a very critical inflection point in the energy transition systems, and
especially when it comes to the role that decentralized renewable energy solutions must play. But I believe to continue this development and implementation of new projects, new initiatives, and new technologies, we need to find the right partners, and they need to come together. We need to make finance more available clearly, but we need to identify the win-win partnership, and we combine all those crucial elements together so we can develop a holistic solution. But it's also extremely important that we work to ensure what we call everybody having skin in the game. So we need to make sure that the public-private partnership and investment are beneficial for everybody, and that we need to observe, as mentioned by Your Excellency, we need to ensure that business models call for public-private partnership with upfront financing and for government and development agencies. And then basically we need to ensure that the private sector also provides training for the local community people. The local community participation, I believe, is also extremely important, and they need to be considered to be part of those partners. So I guess just to be very quick, in order for us to reach remote communities, there is a fair share of grant funding that's going to be necessary, that can be used to develop pilot projects and showcase new methods. So partnership is very important, but it's not only public-private and agencies, it's also local communities need to be part of that solution, and we need to make sure that we provide different finance models, and grants are still part of that equation.
All right, Ms. Magombo, if I come to you next. Scaling up, we need to do that. How exactly do we move this forward in terms of scaling? In a minute.
Thank you. I think scaling up really for our rural communities is to link our renewable energy technologies to productive use, because that way you are then capacitating them for affordability. It's one of the areas where, as a country, as an agro-based economy, we have worked on significantly providing for end-use infrastructure in terms of pumps for the irrigation schemes, which can be community-based or at individual farmer level, on a rolling financing, which can be paid back as the farmer gets capacitated. We are also looking at harvest preservation through using solar dryers to make sure that in the case where the produce is not sold at the time, because there's a lot of post-harvest losses, farmers can also dry up their fruits, vegetables for sale later. We are also looking at use of organic fertilizers in the case where we are using biodigesters, and increasing the capacity of the farmers to get certified as organic suppliers for export, and also being able to do much more productivity and increasing their level of productivity. So the real issue about scaling up for our systems is based on the capacitation of the communities to consume more through the ability to develop those communities. That's briefly maybe what I can say.
All right, if I might come to Mr. Miketa. In terms of community actualization, do you want to just highlight for us how that is happening in your country at the moment?
To actively get the communities involved, we develop a policy called local content policy. So in any projects, big or small, whatever the size is, whichever resources, we got a policy called local content policy where it's built into that. And as part of its obligation to the community whether in business, that's how we get through the legal framework.
Okay. All right, and I'm going to come to you now, Ms. Holt. In terms of consumer financing, you did talk about the challenges as well in the different countries. Risk mitigation is one of the issues that really needs to be talked about. How do you advise we go about it?
Well,
there are several ways to go about it. First, I think one of the panelists had already mentioned, we really need, the government really need to show national government commitment to distributed renewable energy and mini grids. And to show that, the government needs to show a credible plan and the ability to provide guarantees as necessary and to leverage donor financing for risk mitigation instruments. There are plenty of donors and partners who are willing to provide governments with the support and capacity that they need. But the reality is, for many of the riskier environments, donors and multilateral development agencies are necessary to develop, to bring in the instruments, risk mitigation instruments that can build the confidence of the private sector to bid for these projects.
Great. Ms. Holland, policy and regulatory frameworks do play a huge role in ensuring the success of such projects, renewable energy and access and implementation as well. What do you think about the frameworks that we currently have? What needs to be adjusted, especially in these remote and isolated communities?
I think most important is that when we are talking about sustainable development goals, the Sustainable Development Goal 7, energy, is a special one because it's not really a goal, it's an instrument to achieve 2/3 of the other Sustainable Development Goals better. And that means, for example, because I was minister not only of environment but also agriculture, and so you must combine energy, water, agriculture, the harvest, and that means, for example, you must look for cooling systems, drying systems. If you have when I'm in Africa and you see all these mangoes, you have the harvest with all the mangoes, and you see all the mangoes on the ground. But if you can dry the mangoes, you have a benefit. And that's what we are talking about. We are talking about drying vegetable and fruits. We are talking about cooling system, for example, fish. We are talking about cooling systems of methane. That's very important for the health. And even a special advantage for the women. And we are talking about mills for the corn. We are talking about more income, more jobs, more perspective in rural areas for the young population. And that is what we are doing. Not only access to energy, that's not the point, but more income, more jobs, better life.
More income, more jobs, better life. And the water, energy, food nexus cannot be emphasized enough. It is the key to a wholesome, satisfactory, sustainable life for all, but all of this cannot happen if we do not have renewable, sustainable energy solutions. And so with that, I would like to take one question from the audience. If no questions, then we can move on to the next session. But I'll take one question from the audience, if any. I'm thinking in the interest of time, I'm not going to let that happen. And so I'd like to thank all our panelists for a great conversation, a wholesome, elaborate conversation about what's happening in remote and isolated communities. And a big thank you also to the organizers, the International Renewable Energy Agency, for making this conversation happen. There are many other conversations happening from, I think, 11 a.m. onwards to the afternoon, and I'm looking forward to seeing you all in those particular sessions. A round of applause for our panelists this morning. Thank you all so much for making these conversations much needed, and hopefully we can transfer some of these solutions into the next sessions. Thank you all so much. My name is Joy Doreen. Have a good day.
Good morning, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. My name is Ahmed Badr, and I'm going to deliver the speech on behalf of our Director General. The schedule of the General Assembly is really very busy, so I'm honored to delegate this kind of speech on behalf of our Director General. So good morning to everyone, and would like to follow on the live stream also with the people who are joining us online by saying good morning. And we are very happy to meet today, finally, in the physical circumstances after actually 2 years of COVID online meetings because of COVID-19 pandemic that slowly now subsidizes. And we enforce our efforts towards a sustainable recovery in line with Paris Agreement and the Net Zero agenda. Also, I would like to express my sincere thanks and warm welcome to all our distinguished panelists, representatives of IRENA member states, and observers that have managed to join us today and participate in this panel discussion. Last year, IRENA has released the World Energy Transition Outlook, talking about 1.5 degrees Celsius pathway and how the globe will basically work on it to reach Paris Accord targets. And the report outlined that by 2030, we will require investment of more than $5.5 trillion annually. Most of the additional capital needed for this pathway will largely be covered by the private sector, while public resources would continue to double in order to catalyze private finance and create an enabling environment for a speedy transition with optimal socioeconomic outcomes. This is, however, we understand that the resources may be available. Channeling this self-investment to renewable energy sector, especially in developing countries, requires a steady pipeline of investor-ready and scalable projects. But since the creation of a new division in IRENA to support project facilitation and creating this pipeline of projects in 2020, as one of the key vision of our Director General, IRENA has undertaken significant work to operationalize climate investment platform together with UNDP and Sustainable Energy for All initiative and in close cooperation with Green Climate Fund. The CIB aims instead to mobilize capital to scale up renewable energy deployment in developing countries. This is complemented by the efforts to be undertaken by the Energy Transition Financing Platform, which is a financing platform to support the global uptake of renewable energy by addressing the financing gap of the sector, established in cooperation with Abu Dhabi Fund for Development, Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, Masdar, and Inter-American Development Bank, and Swiss Re as one of the large corporate de-risking institution globally. And there are more partners are coming. On the other side, project developers often lack access to finance, thereby requiring international funding for their projects in order to attract and leverage local capital and foster meaningful investment environment to address climate change as well as socioeconomic issues. Under the context of IRENA's role in partnering with various financial institutions, including local ones, this meeting is expected to focus on key stakeholders and facilitate and incentivize local finance for developing countries proposed for the deployment of renewable energy projects. However, before we start today's session, I would like to present an example of a success of the climate investment platform. In more specific words, in 2020, the CIB facilitated the financial closure of 6.6 megawatt off-grid solar hybrid project in Nigeria, And I invite you to watch a record message from the developer, which is called What Renewables of Nigeria, and the financier, which is Trine, who's based in Sweden, and who are together partnering together to involve in this deal, and we have it already. Finally, I would like to thank you all, and I wish you productive session. And now I invite our great moderator, Dr. Melinda Green, to begin the session after the video. Thank you.
Hello, everyone.
Hi, my name is Sharice Alexander, and I'm the Chief Business Officer with Watt Renewable Corporation. Allow me to begin by thanking Irina for the opportunity to come and share our experience with the Climate Investment Platform and subsequently our success with finding some funding with Trine. Watt Renewable Corporation is a sustainable development company that was incorporated in Canada in 2017. Our area of focus in the energy space is transitioning businesses from diesel-generated power to a more sustainable solar hybrid solution. Since 2017, our area of focus geographically has been in the West African market, specifically in a B2B fashion in the financial services, telecommunications, and C&I industries. As previously mentioned, our core business is essentially transitioning businesses from a less sustainable energy platform to a more renewable and sustainable fashion. And again, we have found a large degree of success in the West African market. Before we started to focus on the B2B sector, we were initially working on a project for a grid-tied energy solution for a small community in Nigeria. It's through that project that we came into contact with Irina and ultimately were introduced to the Climate Investment Platform. Then and now, we see this platform as being critical to our current success in rolling out our projects and continuing to grow and build and expand our platform of clients. In mid to late 2021 is when we actually were introduced to Trine, our current funder. Through our work and our due diligence, Trine and Watt Renewable Corporation were able to successfully put together a €7 million framework agreement. At this point in time, we are currently working on loan number 10 with Trine, and we are over the moon excited with this partnership as, again, it has been so critical and pivotal in the work that we do in West Africa and continue to look to do throughout the African continent. Trine is a crowdfunding platform for investors located in the EU. And while not necessarily a traditional type of funding, for us it was actually perfect. Some of the challenges that we had run into prior to the introduction to Trine is that the project size might have been too big. In some cases, it was too small. But for Trine, it really boils down to whatever it is that you need that you can qualify for. And so again, with that, the relationship has been more than rewarding for what we're able to do within the marketplace. Thanks to Trine and the framework agreement that they have agreed to with us, we have been able to roll out more sites than we anticipated, thereby allowing us to help contribute to reducing carbon dioxide emissions into the environment. The other factors that really support this project is the socioeconomic impact that we're having in these communities, in addition to the capacity that we're building. It's our corporate mandate that we hire in the communities that we operate in and that we help these folks have a sense of ownership for the sites that we operate and for the power that we're generating in these communities. So in close, Thank you, Irina, for the introduction to Climate Investment Platform and ultimately the relationship with Trine. We are so grateful for the opportunity to currently work with Trine and any future opportunities that come via the platform. Thank you.
We are very grateful for that video illustrating the importance of local financial actors. Thank you very much, Ahmed, for your words of introduction, and good morning, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great pleasure to moderate this panel organized by Irina's Project Facilitation and Support Division. I'm Melinda Crane. I'm Senior Political Analyst at Deutsche Welle Television, and I am very pleased to accompany you today. And before I continue, let me say that it is just wonderful that we're standing room only here. That illustrates also the importance of our topic. I do see 3 seats up here that are empty, so 3 lucky people from the back could happily come and take these seats that are here in the front. And to the others, thank you for your patience and endurance to be with us, even standing up. We're going to make it so lively that you enjoy every minute. So as we just heard, we do meet today to further an absolutely crucial goal, catalyzing a significant expansion of local finance for renewable energy. Irina's most recent World Energy Transition Outlook, WETO for short, estimates that it is still possible to bring CO2 emissions to net zero by 2050, but only if we scale up investment by at least 30% more than what is currently on track. And to that end, and we heard that from Ahmed a moment ago, Irina and its partners have introduced and developed key initiatives, including both the Climate Investment Platform that we just heard about and the newly launched Energy Transition Accelerator financing platform that we will hear more about on Sunday at our session on ETAF. But persistent barriers remain, especially in connection with smaller projects, and they account for nearly half of all renewable energy undertakings. So how do we address these barriers? How do we achieve a major realignment of capital flows? That is our central question today, and local financial institutions are very much part of the answer. This roundtable will explore their comparative advantages in leveraging additional funds, as well as some of the challenges that they face. And it will also spotlight strategic and policy solutions to enable more active participation by local banks and investors. Joining us to foster the broadest possible exchange are key public and private stakeholders from the financial and energy sectors. It is a great honor to welcome our speakers. Beginning here, we're going in alphabetical order, so beginning directly next to me with Sujata Gupta. She is Director of the Sustainable Infrastructure Division in the East Asia Department of the Asian Development Bank. In her 20-year career at ADB, she has worked with development partners on resource mobilization and engaged with both public and private sector clients. And she previously served as Director of Policy Analysis at the Tata Energy Research Institute. Great to have you with us, Madam Gupta. Seated next to Madame Gupta is Stephanie Held. She is Director of the Sustainable Energy Hub of the United Nations Development Program. The Sustainable Energy Hub was established last year to fast-track access to clean and affordable energy for 500 million more people and to support a just, clean, and affordable energy transition. And Stephanie Held also has served as Chief of Sustainable Energy for the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe, and she worked earlier in her career with both IRENA and IEA. Great to have you with us, Stephanie Held. I'm very pleased to greet Taylor Ray. He's an investment principal at the Three Cans Group, an investment and philanthropic group dedicated to accelerating the transition to low-carbon energy. Taylor Ray's and economies. Taylor Ray's work includes building Allied Climate Partners, which is a blended financing platform focused on increasing the number of bankable projects in emerging economies and developing markets. Taylor, thank you so much for being here. Next up is Dr. Alexander Ritschel. He's the head of technology and green hydrogen for the Clean Energy Division at Masdar, which is the Abu Dhabi Future Energy Company. He's a physicist specialized in solar and hydrogen technologies, has been with Masdar for 11 years, and previous to that, worked for California's Energy Commission. Alexander, great to have you on the panel. And finally, I'm very pleased to welcome Ailun Yang. She is the Environmental Program Manager at Bloomberg Philanthropies, managing its international initiatives with a focus on energy transition, air pollution, and sustainable finance. She's been with Bloomberg for 7 years, and she previously worked with the Climate Works Foundation, the World Resources Institute, and Greenpeace. Ailun Yang, thank you so much for joining us. Dear speakers, as you know, we want to be very interactive, particularly to keep our standing audience with us here. So we will proceed in dialogue format, focusing the exchange by means of guiding questions. And I'll just remind all of us that we do have a compact window of time, so very, very grateful if you can keep your answers concise. And I urge you, please, to share concrete examples and perspectives based on your own experience. So let us begin by exploring, and by the way, dear audience, we will be opening the floor later on to your comments and questions. Very much looking forward to those as well. I'd like to begin by exploring some of the comparative advantages of local financial institutions, as well as looking at some of the barriers they face. And if I may, I'll start with ADB Director Madam Gupta on the importance of collaboration. What, in your view, are top priorities for improving collaborative efforts to increase access to local funds for renewable energy project development, and how are you working with local financial institutions?
Thank you, Melanie. I'd like to start by firstly congratulating Irina for organizing this. I understand there are 1,900 plus participants, and thank you for inviting the Asian Development Bank to be part of this meeting. As has been mentioned, that the demand for renewable energy investments is very large, and we at ADB estimated that the Asia-Pacific region would require at least 1 trillion, which is a fraction of what you had mentioned, just to transfer from dirty to clean energy sources. And clearly government budgets and the multilateral development banks cannot meet this requirement. And to our mind, we need private sector investment, and local FIs or financial institutions are very critical in challenging this private sector investment, both from national sources as well from international sources. So ADB supports local financial intermediaries with capacity building to be able to properly assess the risk and to develop renewable energy projects, looking at supporting them with risk sharing facilities, partial guarantees through local financial intermediaries. So, and another thing that ADB brings to the table is long tenor local currency financing. However, this is very limited, and this is some area that we need governments to further collaborate with us and expand the possibility of local currency financing. However, working through local financial intermediaries, we firmly believe that we are able to achieve a multiplier effect in terms of resource mobilization for renewable energy projects. Now, I could give you a few examples. So one was looking at mobilizing co-financing for local financial institutions. This was in the People's Republic of China, where ADB supported a provincial government, the government of Shandong province, to develop a 1.5 billion Shandong Green Fund. And the facility has already mobilized 300 million US dollars from the French Development Agency, AFD, the German agency, bank, KfW, and the Green Climate Fund. So again, what I mentioned earlier, it's with a little investment in technical capacity in the business model and some of ADB's own resources, we hope to leverage much larger amounts. Another example on the other extreme, we may say it's easier done in China than in other developing countries. I'd go to the other extreme. We've been looking at the strength of local financial institutions to target pro-poor clean energy access. So this is in Palau, where we are working with the National Development Bank of Palau to set up a clean energy financing facility. And initially, this facility is focusing on residential solar and energy efficiency for poor and women-headed households. Gender is an important issue for ADB, and we tend to focus on that. And this facility is likely to expand into other support areas like energy storage and supporting electric ferries. We de-risk by partial credit guarantee products, and here I'll give you an example of a public-private partnership where we were able to enable the investment of the private sector in at least 1 gigawatt of solar photovoltaic capacity on very competitive tariffs in Uzbekistan. So I have one more example, but
super short, if you don't mind.
No, I think I'll keep it for round two.
Really? Okay.
I understand the pressure and time.
Thank you very, very much for those very concrete and very, very interesting examples. Much appreciated there. And indeed, we will come back, hopefully, to hear a few more. Let me jump over now to Taylor Ray, if I may, as a globally oriented social impact investor. And as has been mentioned, of course, Taylor, the pace of renewable energy deployment is absolutely not sufficient to meet decarbonization goals in emerging and developing economies, in large part because for many financial institutions, the perceived risk associated with these projects is simply too high. So tell us a little bit. I mentioned that you are working on the initiative Allied Climate Partners. Tell us a little bit about how you are working with them and with local investment managers to address and reduce that risk perspective.
Sure. Thank you, Melinda. Let me introduce myself briefly, just because I feel like I'm probably the lesser known name on the placards. Three Cairns Group is a mission-driven investment and philanthropy firm. We focus on gaps in climate finance that either are not solved today or require some sort of subsidy, creative investment capital, or sweat equity from our own team to actually incubate new projects. And so we make investments, we make grants, and we incubate new projects and platforms. As Melinda mentioned, one of the new projects and platforms that we are incubating is called Allied Climate Partners. It's a blended finance platform, and it's catalyzed by philanthropy. And the mission is to address the shortage of bankable projects in the global south related to climate. And so to underscore the kind of daunting nature of that challenge and to put some more numbers around what you've described, Melinda, in order to keep a pace with not even a 1.5 degree scenario, but let's say anywhere near the Paris Agreement goals, when we're talking about the global south, deployment needs to accelerate 6 times faster than its current rate in Southeast Asia, 8 times faster than its current rate in India, and 14 times faster than its current rate in Africa, which are daunting numbers. And as we're traversing the globe, talking to developers, talking to entrepreneurs, talking to financiers in these markets, particularly the IFIs, commercial banks, MDBs, we're hearing that commercial financing is available. There is capital, but the constant refrain that you hear from financiers is there is a shortage of bankable projects being served up to them to reach financial close. And that's the kind of targeted problem that we are seeking to solve, not with any form of silver bullet. It is a very complex issue, but with very kind of targeted, kind of systemically oriented, early stage financing through local investment managers in 4 regions, Africa, Southeast Asia, India, and the Caribbean Basin, Central America. And we're hoping to fill that gap between the early stage kind of technical assistance funds, normally kind of donor-backed, often grant or returnable grants, TA facilities, and commercial financing at close from the likes of the ADBs or DFCs or IFCs of the world, plus the Macquarie's, Actises, etc., and essentially kind of create the intermediary in that assembly line such that developers don't have to self-fund these projects out of their own equity should they be lucky enough to be that well capitalized. Nor do they have to scrounge around for very fragmented TA, that there is a provider of choice of early stage project development financing that comes in for feasibility, land option, resource studies, grid studies, financial modeling and budgeting, so on and so forth, brings projects successfully to bankability and financial close, and actually seeks to exit at that point, where we believe the financing is starting to aggregate for commercially viable and bankable projects so that we can recycle that capital into further projects. So that's what we're focused on. Again, a very complex issue. I hope we get the chance to talk about complementary initiatives and policy and political economy. But in terms of aggregating local finance, we're hoping to fill where we see an early stage gap.
Thank you very much, and indeed we will return to exactly those issues, and particularly the policy piece. Let me go over to Alexander Ritchell now, if I may, also as a global project developer. What has been your experience in collaborating with local financial institutions in host countries, particularly for projects in the MENA and wider Africa region? We've just heard about the enormous need to step up capital flows, particularly in Africa. So what strategies do you see as being most effective in that connection?
Okay, well, thank you for that question, and thank you for having me here as a speaker. And as you know, I'm representing here the Master. That's Abu Dhabi's renewable energy company that is already has been established 17 years ago and focuses on the renewable power plant development globally. So we have a real global footprint. We cover basically all regions in the world, and in terms of projects, we also cover the full spectrum, starting from very small projects, household projects off-grid, solar home systems, for example, very small water purification systems, small wind installations, up to the other extreme, the gigawatt scale utility projects that we have implemented in many different regions of the world. A big focus on the UK actually, and offshore wind. These are very large plants. So we have basically gotten a good experience how to work also in let's say in the global south. And this experience has been based on two approaches. The first track was actually working with development agencies, mainly the local development agency here, the Abu Dhabi Development Fund, and with IRENA, to jointly implement projects whereby our role was the role of a project implementation facilitator, project management consultant, to make sure that the implementation works. So we worked with the host government to really figure out what are the best locations, to figure out the design of the project. We took care of the selection of the technology, of the procurement. We have a very experienced procurement department, so we could make sure that the technology that is deployed is completely bankable, is low risk, is reliable, and gives the recipient something that is really lasting and of benefit for the local community. So this was our first approach, and soon after a couple of years we started, and this comes now more and more, to engage on commercial projects in the Global South. And here we have made experience how to work with local financial institutions. And our approach here is to actually go in a form of a portfolio approach. So we are not only relying on the local financial institutions, we are often in these projects working with up to 10 different financial institutions from different countries with different, let's say, roles. And that's also something that is of benefit for, in some cases, local financial institutions that don't have that much of experience in financing renewable projects, because they see how in a group of financial institutions the financing can work. And then we also often try to separate the financing of different aspects of a renewable power plant, because there is always a part that is really tied to the local economy, and that's typically everything that's related to civil works, infrastructure, local permitting, local exploration, and all these activities that are very much tied to the local context. And especially for financing those activities, local institutions are the best to work with. And when it comes to, let's say, equipment that comes from international markets, then it's often good to have these international financial institutions on board. And so these two complement each other very nicely, and this is kind of our approach, has been our approach, and will continue to be our approach.
Thank you very much, Alexander Ritschel, also for underlining the importance of collaboration and the different focuses that different organizations can bring to bear in this effort. Let me go over to Eileen Yang now, if I may. And Eileen, at the latest UN Climate Action Day last fall, Bloomberg Philanthropies announced that it is expanding its clean energy transition support now to include another 15 emerging economies. That brings the total number of countries you're working with, developing countries, to 32. How exactly are you cooperating with local stakeholders in clean energy projects? Tell us a little bit about your experience. Also, we welcome concrete examples if you have some to share.
Thank you, Linda, for introducing the program. So as you mentioned that this is a more than $200 million philanthropy program. It might be quite sizable as a philanthropy program, but it's really tidy compared to the real investment needed. So for philanthropy, it's always about how we can really leverage, how can we really find certain things that can really trigger bigger changes. And maybe I start with how we think the role that philanthropy dollar can play in terms of mobilizing finance for clean energy development in emerging markets or developing countries. The most important role philanthropy dollar plays here is to help create enabling environment. And this is something that philanthropies has the playbook, know how to do. For example, we work with all kinds of partners, Sustainable Energy for All, or some of the more local organizations, NGOs, to help advocate for better supportive policies.
on the ground. And when you do that, often we find local financial institutions really important partner, because after all, we want the policies to work to attract private sector funding, and therefore to understand their experience to make sure that the policy program, recommendation program that we put in place is designed in a way to actually bring them in is really important. For the geographies that probably meet some of the good supportive policies, have some of the basics of that enabling environment, their philanthropy might have a bit more luxury to talk about project preparation or de-risking blended finance vehicles. And for those things, then and I do want to say that we also work closely with Taylor's organization. It is very new area for philanthropy in general. How we do that exactly? We are all at the early stage, and I have to say that 3Ks is definitely one of the pioneer in that. And there's also a lot of very interesting work that Arena is putting together on project preparation. But I think for us, again, the general principle is that unless a mechanism is able to actually help empower local institutions to create that capacity, it's not going to be very good use of the money in the longer run, because otherwise, because only the local players are in the best place to actually carry the work forward. So I stop here.
Thank you very much, Aimin Yang. And now I'll go over to Stephanie Held. And Stephanie, as mentioned, the UNDP Sustainable Energy Hub is working with developing countries to advance the energy transition. I know the hub is relatively recent, but please share nonetheless your own experience to date, not only there perhaps in working with local financial institutions, and especially both the challenges that this poses sometimes, and also the comparative advantages they offer. So maybe you can look at both sides of the equation for us, if you would.
Yes, thank you very much, and thank you for having me here. It's a pleasure to be here, because it's in these panels and interactions with you that we understand how much already exists. And I heard already some keywords here from my fellow panelists, like a multiplier effect. And also we believe in this need to come together to scale investment, right? The public, private, and philanthropic sectors. And in UNDP in development, we have the fragile countries in mind, so those in crisis, where bankable projects are really hard to find, right? So this is what we look at, and it's therefore that UNDP has set itself a goal of bringing finance and access to 500 million more people in the next 3 years. This cannot be done by ourselves, but it at least pulls us along through the Sustainable Energy Hub. It's true, and it is a portfolio of $8 billion in 100 countries, but like my fellow speaker just said, this is peanuts, really to what's required and what's needed. So we are currently really engaged in 3 projects related to your question. And one is the Climate Investment Platform, where we also are a partner, and where we echo very much what was said in the videos, through the video speaker. We have the Climate Aggregation Platform, which tailors to the smaller and medium-sized and startup environment, which indeed is really challenging. And then we have our own Africa Mini-Grid program, which we launched in order to help us de-risk finance. So we're very much interested in exploring this de-risking environment, and hopefully we'll talk a little more. I think in the interest of time, I'll give you one example in particular, coming from the national banks, in particular in Ethiopia, the National Bank, we've partnered together to set up an innovative finance lab to test, innovate, and grow a new set of services, products, and inclusive instruments that then in itself unlock new avenues for the SME sector. So in particular, where we find it's most challenging is the startup. When we launched this product, and also when we talked a little bit about it in international fora, we really
hear a lot about how big is the need, how little is the finance, how big is the appetite. So hopefully we can talk a little bit more in the second question about how that would work, this de-risking and bundling and portfolio approach. But for us, it's really about energy service providers. So I hope that's a good overview to start with.
Why don't you get us started on the second round and speak to exactly those points, because I do have an eye on the time. I want to get to the audience in about 25 minutes from now. So if you would, just address a couple of those points, and then we'll take them to the rest of the panel as well.
Yeah, so our favorite topic is de-risking these days. So we have launched an Africa Mini Grids program. We did that at COP27, but we've been working on it for a while. This concerns 21 countries in Africa, mostly sub-Saharan Africa, contracts to attract private investments and lower the costs, mostly for mini grids, right? And so here, in particular, this is done through a de-risking renewable energy investment portfolio. It supports the developing country policymakers to, if you want, systematically identify and quantify the risks, which could hold back such investments in low carbon energy. So it provides, it helps policymakers to design and to put in place packages of targeted policy interventions to address these risks in a cost-effective manner. And these are interventions that then would either reduce or transfer or compensate for the risk. And the idea is that we would create an enabled investment environment which attracts investment to scale. And we are in 2023, so right now we're starting this concretely with 10 African countries. So hopefully next year this time we can show you already how this works and some lessons learned. Shall we leave it at the de-risking and maybe hear what others have to say?
Let me, in fact, invite anyone else on the panel who would like to speak to what you consider to be the most effective risk mitigation instruments and approaches that enable local lenders. So let's keep the focus on local financial institutions. But anybody else would like to speak to this point about de-risking? We'll move on then to policy, but I would like to perhaps follow this first. Taylor?
I might jump in. So when we look at de-risking instruments and what's available in the market, we might kind of segment them into upstream and downstream, let's call them. Where traditional development finance is focused is downstream, basically at financial close. You have a project, it's risky. What financial instruments can we throw at it to de-risk it? And I think sovereign guarantees are kind of a classic example of that. Concessionary finance or blended finance has come in to buy down the risk on projects, and Sujata from the ADB, I'm sure, can speak to their facilities in much more detail than I can, but to my knowledge there's close to $500 million in actual blended finance focused on projects that are ready, just risky. The upstream bucket in our view has kind of been neglected. And so when we talk about de-risking instruments, the continuum of how a project is developed, there are many milestones along the way where risk can be stripped out of an investment. And because developers, particularly local developers, and developers that in fact should be most accessible to local financing, are largely under-resourced at the small scales, especially those that don't have kind of the benefit of large balance sheets like the Mazars of the world. Those that are focused on, call them smaller projects, sub 50 megawatt, in countries that have loose or ambiguous regulatory frameworks. There's dozens and dozens of activities that need to happen, from basically a person with a map and an idea of where to open up a new wind resource, or where to build a CNI kind of solar platform, or where to electrify a cold chain. They need to systematically prove out those proof points, and there isn't a provider of choice of that risk capital that can help them bring in the expertise, come in with both regulatory mindset, a developer mindset, and a capital allocator, investor mindset to systematically de-risk those and bring those projects from milestone to milestone to milestone such that when they do reach financial close, they don't necessarily need the same level of belt and suspenders of sovereign guarantee or results-based subsidy or concessionary equity or what have you. And so we're attempting to fill that one narrow gap, obviously not a silver bullet in the entire solution, but what we've seen to be a neglected space in the upstream de-risking to bring more bankable projects to financial close.
Thanks for that, also for underlining the importance of SMEs. Anilyan, did you also want to comment?
Yeah, I have a very brief comment to add here. The most important player who should do de-risking is the multilateral development banks who have the biggest source of concession funding. And I think a lot of the struggle we are discussing here, I don't mean to put ADB on the spot, is in fact the result of MDBs not doing the job or maybe not reform up to the current challenges of actually fulfilling those roles effectively. And of course, we need to think of newer creative ideas about de-risking certain risks. But I think the biggest risk is the short of the concession funding that can get the market across maybe the first gigawatt or two.
Thank you very much. Let me go over to Sujata to respond to that, and then we'll also move straight on to policy. But Sujata, let's start with the role of the MDBs.
So grateful to you for putting me on the spot. But yes, we do have a number of instruments, partial credit and to de-risk, for example, first loss guarantees, etc. What's very interesting, I would say, that the demand for this is very limited often because the absorptive capacity that exists out there is also very, very limited. Local banks are not familiar, and we've been looking at it for the last 10 years. And in some countries, there's been progression where local banks are willing to finance these projects. But very often, they would shy away from this. The partial credit guarantee does not help them. So that there's a lot of need for capacity building at the local level. So even for the de-risk instruments or modalities to make a difference, there has to be an absorptive capacity at the local level.
Thank you. Very interesting. And let's stay here with ADB now to talk a little bit about policy, because clearly it is absolutely crucial to establishing the kind of reliable frameworks that can generate incentives for investment. Now, you do conduct, as you mentioned, regulatory and policy dialogue and sharing of best practices on RE in the Asian region. So maybe you can talk to us about what you think are the most crucial areas where change and reform are needed when it comes to common regulatory practices and policy frameworks.
So as I said, continuing from my previous intervention, response rather, the capacity, the policy intervention, the governance issues have to be at two levels. One, the government has to establish a demand for, say, renewable energy. And this links to the national commitments, say, towards the NDCs on climate change or security of energy supply. So we need a set of policies at a higher level that determine the government's requirements or the country's requirements and creates a market, if you like, for renewable energy. Then we have to look at the local capacity of domestic financial institutions to be able to finance this. We've established well that local financial institutions are important. MDB financing, government financing is not sufficient. We need private sector financing, and local banks are the best channel for getting both domestic financing as well as international financing. So very important to develop the capacity here. And here, the bond markets in developing countries are practically non-existent. And so developers have to rely on banks. Banks ask almost 100% collateral, which is not possible for financing on a project financing basis, renewable energy projects. So it's indeed a very big challenge, and this is what ADB is trying to do, is to develop this capacity both with the government and with institutions. So let me give one example that I had here. Again, in China, in the People's Republic of China, ADB has worked with the investment guarantee company to develop their capacity to issue green bonds to help project finance, clean energy, climate change financing. And PRC is the largest green bond market. However, they do not meet international standards for green bonds. Only a small fraction of their bonds issued meet international standards. So this is what ADB is doing, developing the capacity of local financial institutions to be able to issue green bonds that meet international standards. And we also help them. And as I mentioned earlier, through financial intermediation, we are able to have this multiplier effect. And so, for example, in Sri Lanka, we've done a line of credit through the government, which is passed on to national banks to support rooftop solar. So again, this is making financing available, and to some extent, it's less, the government is bearing part of the risk, the national banks are bearing some of the risk, and it's concessional financing. Another area which I think we need to look at is in policy is looking at robust institutions and transparencies. So this is again where policy and governance has to be addressed. So to give you an example, when we are looking at renewable energy auctions, this process does not exist in most developing countries. And ADB helped recently Cambodia and with a renewable energy auction for a utility scale solar project, solar PV project, and we were able to get the lowest tariff in the region. So again, it's developing the capacity of institutions and transparencies. So I'll stop.
Thank you very much. Very interesting indeed. Let me go over to Alexander Ritschl, if I may, and also get your views on the policy question of what would help to, what kind of policy and regulatory enabling frameworks would help to unleash more local capital, but particularly in the area of hydrogen, because you are, as I understand it, working in that area, and Irina's recent study on the geopolitics of hydrogen pointed out the crucial importance of getting those enabling frameworks right early on in order to make sure that we are on pathways that are truly effective and sustainable.
Yeah, well, thank you for the question. It's indeed very difficult to, especially in the case of hydrogen, which is a nascent industry, to introduce that. It's already difficult in very advanced industrialized nations. If we are trying to implement those in the south, in developing countries, it's even more difficult. But in general, also for renewables that are much better known in terms of technology and commercial aspects, it is of critical importance to have this a long-term policy from set by the government, and because only then the investors have the certainty that it's needed to make these projects bankable. So it is really one of the most important aspects to have a policy that has this long-term horizon, that is well drafted, and that is supported by the government, because the most difficult thing is working in an environment where every 2 years the policy changes again, and because all these renewable projects are so capital intensive, so you need to come up with that investment upfront and then amortize it over 10, 20 or even more than, or even 20 years, let's say, and so if then everything changes in the course of the execution of the project, then it's really difficult. And so with respect to hydrogen, I would say it's very new. It's an ideal combination with renewables, because to produce hydrogen is an extremely energy-intensive process. It is critically important to use only and 100% only decarbonized electricity to produce the hydrogen. Otherwise, you do more harm than good. Otherwise, the CO2 emissions from the production are more than any kind of alternative that hydrogen has. So, if one considers this requirement to work here 100% decarbonized, then of course this could be an ideal complement to renewables. It could be a combination of renewables and hydrogen, whereby the renewable plant ideally should be oversized. So that means not only serving the hydrogen, but also serving the national grid to decarbonize the grid, because that's the most cost-effective way to decarbonize society. And a certain portion could be dedicated to produce hydrogen, and that hydrogen ideally should be used for industries that have no other choice other than hydrogen to decarbonize. So it should not be used for home heating or things like that, because there are better options to heat a home or to heat a facility. You don't need a very expensive hydrogen to do that, but hydrogen can be used for things where there is no other option, like maritime operations, aviation, very heavy industry, steel, fertilizer, and so forth. So I mean, I think these are my comments to that. Okay.
So I think basically what I'm hearing from you is that enabling policy frameworks need to be not only long-term, but also systemic, with an approach that really spans sectors and looks at this from a strategic point of view. Thank you very much. Let me just ask Eileen and Stephanie whether you would like to comment on essentially any of the points that we have open here, either policy or collaboration or de-risking, before I open to the audience. Stephanie?
Yeah, I couldn't agree more on this long-term perspective. We would say long-term and sectors spanning, if you like, also when it comes to skills. We see a clear worry when it comes to not only the financing side, but also in the end, when there's a shovel in the ground, it has to be built, right? And these skills simply, in the current environment that we're in development and crisis, don't exist. So it's really important for us to put policies in place that provide in the long term and encourage the skills for the engineers for the future maintenance and operations. So that's one point. Integrated policies also meaning bringing in health, productive use, growth, and possibly looking a different way at return on investment. We work in environments where it's really crisis, it's really fragile, and some of the returns that are expected from the financial sector just aren't possible, but there's still need, right? So this is why we're so keen on this financial aggregation. And just like to say that, like my colleague here, it's important now for small, medium-sized enterprises, specifically in the startup phase and after the seed, to continue this financing and not just to drop it. And we think at least that this can be really done nicely when multiple assets can be bundled together to receive the financing, refinancing, based on the future of cash flows from the assets, so that we can truly experiment a little bit with innovation. So for us, it's important to continue the financing as well in difficult environments. Thanks.
Thank you very much, and also for mentioning that capacity building is, of course, not only about building capacity of financial institutions, but also building labor capacity in these markets, especially when it comes to SMEs. Let me go over to Eileen for a comment.
Oh, let's open up to the floor.
Okay, wow. Thank you very much. Then we will indeed now open the floor. I do have 2 pre-registered comments, so I'd like to go first to Panama. Panama expressed the wish to speak. Is the Panamanian? Yes. Hello. I don't know if we have a mic, so perhaps we can. Do we have a portable hand mic? Great. The lady in the back, please. And would you introduce yourself? I'm sorry, but I don't have your name. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Guadalupe Gonzalez. I'm the Director of Electricity of the National Energy Secretariat of Panama. So I represent the policies. And actually, I've been very excited to hear the panel today because it actually reflects what we have been doing in Panama, as well as the challenges that we have been seeing in Panama. And in what I wanted the opportunity to share with you what we have been doing and see if we can find also ways of collaborating, because we believe it's very important to work together to move forward the energy transition. Panama, since 2019, we've been working on our energy transition agenda, which involves 5 strategies: universal access, distributed generation, electromobility, energy efficiency, and innovation on our power energy system. We have made several studies on how much it will be necessary to invest in our energy transition agenda for 2030, and we have around $4,000 million that we need to invest in our whole energy system in order to achieve our goals for 2030. The thing is, how we're going to do that if we need the type of investment, as you were referring at the beginning, now for the people, because we want our energy transition to be just and inclusive, not only for the bulk power system, but now with distributed resources, we are looking into the Panamanian that is a professional that wants to buy an electric vehicles, that wants to introduce solar rooftops in their houses to actually provide energy in a cheaper way than by our tariffs to their electric vehicles, that want to introduce solar heaters for hot water, and so on. But how does he do that when it's a risk because he's a small consumer, and the banking system, even though we are talking about Panama that has a solid financial structure, still we have some, I'm going to say it politically correct, the banking have reservations on, these new type of technologies. We have been doing a lot of work, 3 years, and I can say that I'm exhausted, from the policy side, trying to convince the banking system on all the, advances that we have done in technology. I mean, the technology is already. We are working on making it more efficiently. That's fine. We're working on making it more accessible financially, but we have the technology. Now, how we are going to implement it, and we need to collaborate with that. We sit down with them, and we said, we are the policymakers. What instruments do you need so that you can provide better incentives or better financial, how I said it in English? Yeah, how you could provide better financial assistance to the final user. You have the money, you have the ways to get there, but you are still a little bit, with reservations. How we can work together with that. And I think that's something that is very important. We can work together. We work with the World Bank. We work with the Inter-American Development Bank. We work with these important also banking systems in order to develop new types of mechanisms. We talk about innovation, and we always feel that it's in the technology aspect that we have to go with innovations, but we also need innovations into the financial system. We are working on an energy transition fund that actually looks to provide new types of mechanisms to the people at the end of the user chain. And I think it's very important that we bring this type of conversations not only to the policymakers, but that we can work and sit down together and talk about this, because I think together we can move forward this topic.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam. I also have a pre-registered comment from India. Is the Indian representative here in the room? Here in the front row, please. Could I have the microphone to this gentleman? Once again, if you'd kindly introduce yourself. Thank you.
Pradeep Das, CMD, Chairman Managing Director of Indian Renewable Energy Development Agency. In short, it is IREDA. And I'm also the nodal body from Ministry of New and Renewable Energy of Government of India. And what are the subjects as talked here, and the issues have been raised. Probably India and IREDA is perfect example how we have addressed in last couple of years. First of all, we all know that India is renewable energy in India. The growth is fastest in the world, and this local financing. We are an agency, and we are doing this since last 35 years, and we are the only agency in India who deals only renewable energy financing. And we have also amended our object clause to capture entire gamut of renewable energy, green energy, which includes e-mobility, storage, and hydrogen, etc. in last year, which indicates not only Government of India is very proactive in identifying the issues and addressing the policies, as well as a lender, as an extended arm of the Government of India, we are also tweaking our process, policy, procedures, and governance in place. And since more than 3 decades, since 90 onwards, we are having partner with us all the developmental banks and multilateral agencies, including ADB. And one input I'll give you, since 1990, all the developmental agencies, they are supporting us, and we have been extending those supports to the development. But last couple of years, particularly last 2-3 years, I'm informing you one thing, you'll be surprised. We have not run a single line of credit. That communicates to the developing economy that so-called cheaper funds, what we have been getting earlier, it is not becoming cheaper, at least in Indian context as on date. And the example is, in rooftop solar, despite ADB sanctioning to, PNB, that was not materializing. We wanted to pitch in, we wanted to work on it, somehow it could not happen even till today. So here, these developmental banks, as well as organizations like us and the developing countries' lenders, they need to rework on this, how it can become workable, how these cheaper funds can be extended. And again, one more information I'll share with you, despite not taking any line of credits, I think very negligible amount we have taken, in last 2.5 years, we have achieved the highest ever business in the history of IREDA. So that has happened through local financing only. So, and day by day we are maturing as an economy, as far as RE development is concerned, RE financing is concerned, not only financing that interest rate, because unlike your conventional parts, here your risk is till the construction period. Once you achieve COD, it's a perfect liquid asset. Then the lenders, what you should do, they used to carry perhaps the inertia of conventional energy funding and all. Pre-COD, post-COD, huge difference. Since pre-COD period, gestation period is also very small, the focus is not on interest rate. But the moment COD happens, the developer shifts to interest rate only, because the post-COD interest cost is the only cost for which they need to bother about. So we had worked out, and one more information I'm sharing with you, all will be surprised. Because this interest cost post-COD, which is very important, because anything you do ultimately finance it at the end to make it viable. Last 2.5 years, despite the interest rate coming down initially and now going up in India, the repo market up, we have not enhanced 1 bips of interest in our books. So which is communicating that we are taking care of the sector such a way, we understand the developers' problems, issues. We have gone into a lot of business process re-engineering, redundancy in processes we have ensured, improvement in the process which we have done. Small sub tweaking has enabled our developer to ensure the fastest development of RE in the country. And I'm sure, and we have conducted through ISA, we are one of the founder member of ISA, and we have enabled around 3-4 developers and bankers training program to around 46 countries. So we are handholding them, and we will continue to do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very interesting indeed to get that experience and long-term experience at that. Let me now ask, are there other members of country delegations who would like to speak? Yes, then I'm now going to ask everyone to keep their remarks very short, if you would please. Here's one in this second row. Stand up, please, so he can hand you the mic. Thank you. And again, we're looking for very brief remarks now to get in the maximum number of questions. Thank you. And by brief, I mean under 2 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Mahek, and I'm here representing the UK from the International Energy Unit. I actually had a question to ask the moderators, if that's possible. I wanted to ask about what technologies or systems are easier to finance from a governance, regulatory, and bankability perspective. Specifically, should local financing be limited to decentralized energy systems, or should they strengthen centralized grids? And I ask this because it's an issue that the UK face, and I know other countries grapple with. For example, should we subsidize consumers and heat pumps, or should we actually be focused on decarbonizing the central heating grid? So just wanted to ask about, what you're kind of considering around that.
Thank you. Excellent question. I'm going to bundle a few questions, and then we'll get some answers from the panelists. Who else? Other country delegations, first of all? Anybody? No. Okay. I have a lady over here who has been waiting to pose a question.
Hello to everyone. My name is Elizabeth. I'm advisor in human rights in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the UAE. And my question is related to the financial sector. We have 733 million people without electricity. And many of these people, as you are aware, are in the gray zone, let's put in some way, or in isolated communities or in refugee communities. How are you facing this to provide financial support? Because we have to close the gap. We have very few years. What is the perspective from the financial point of view? Thank you very much. And sorry, just last point, since I'm coming from human rights and maybe not often is listening in this for us. We have a Human Rights Council resolution on climate change and also another one in environment, and one of the aspects is precisely this one. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Again, I am going to bundle some questions. The gentleman in the far back has been waiting, then we'll come to you in the front row.
Thank you. Yariv Cohen, Ignite Power. We do household connection national programs across Africa, PPP with governments. I want to follow up on what Tyler mentioned. We use probably every possible financial product that's out there, from sovereign guarantee to RBFs to partial guarantees to catalytic financing, and more. What we found was the most effective by far is the sovereign guarantee of the offtake. Because of that, we were able to mobilize local bank financing, and it was the first and still the only non-DFI bank financing from a local bank. We actually were selected in IRENA. We won the IRENA, I think, in 2017 on the 5th cycle, based on the sovereign guarantee of the offtake agreement. We don't see much of those, though it is 12 times more efficient than RBF and about 30 times more efficient than providing debt guarantees to investors that are going into Africa. So for us, the sovereign guarantee, and I want to use the opportunity that people are in the room, is not just for large projects. It works even more effective, actually a lot more effective for distributed generation on a national scale. And this is what we think should come out as a recommendation.
Thank you very much. I have a question in the front row also. The lady on this side. Can you raise your, yeah.
Hi, my name is Benita Bianchi. I work for the United Nations. I'm a technical facility assisting peacekeeping operations transition essentially from diesel-generated power to renewable energy. So I have a question for the moderators, I think in particular for Tyler from Three Kings Group. So as we're trying to transition peacekeeping to renewables, one of the key, let's say, strategic direction that we're trying to apply is this concept that peacekeeping in their host countries are really large consumers and high credit-worthy clients. And so we're trying to see whether we can leverage their credit-worthiness, let's say, and to create a set of, let's say, bankable projects that could be interesting for investors. And in that, one of the things that we're still kind of trying to grasp our head around is kind of, where to start, from the moment in which you have, let's say, a conceptualized project that you want to start developing, does it make more sense to sometimes partner directly with a private sector company and then work with that private sector entity on kind of de-risking the project, or starting from, let's say, more bottom up of working with the host state and, working to develop and pre-develop that project and bring it to bankability. And I think that it really depends on the concept and on the context, but a lot of times, based on what has been said here, part of the risk really depends on the private sector entity itself. So I'm just wondering, based on your experience, I don't know if you have examples where in some cases you have started from the private sector, in other cases you've started more bottom up with a tendering process, and which one would apply in what case from your experience? Thanks.
Thank you very much. Do we have one more question in the room before I go to the panel for comments? Anybody? Okay, in the back.
Hi, my name is Rainer Kutzo. I'm from the Research Institute for Sustainability based in Potsdam, and I just finished a examination of blended finance, focused on the European Union, which is the largest donor providing blended finance, and I was very surprised to learn that blended finance actually doesn't really mean blended finance. It means actually combining donor-based grants with multilateral development loans, or from multilateral development banks, and there's almost no leverage of private finance whatsoever. So I was wondering, because this started maybe 10 years ago, this process, with the GREF, which was a fund where there was donor equity that was supposed to leverage private equity to go into renewables and energy efficiency. And after that, this kind of completely ended, this kind of approach to blended finance. And I was wondering why. And that maybe also a comment, we're kind of missing the donors on the panel, right? Why aren't they doing blended finance? Everybody's talking about it. It's been going on for a long time, but it's not happening. So it's maybe similar to the sovereign guarantee question. It's a solution that we have, and it's not being used that strongly. So why? Maybe some comments on that.
Great questions from all of you. Thank you very much. Let us now go straight down the panel, and I'm just going to invite our panelists to speak to whichever aspects you wish to address, and I'll just remind everybody very briefly what they were. We had the UK asking how should we be thinking about allocation when we are talking about local actors and also SMEs. Should there be a focus on decentralized initiatives, for example? Secondly, we had the UAE human rights representative asking about access, especially for communities that are without electricity in rural isolated areas, refugee communities, and so on. Then we had the question about sovereign guarantees, indeed, and that they, to that speaker, appeared to be the most effective mechanism. Why aren't they used more often? We had the question about the peacekeeping organizations, essentially also an access question, and how to integrate them. And then finally, the question about blended finance and the role of private sector actors and whether, in fact, their role could be greater than it is at the moment. So straight down the panel, I'll start with Director Gupta, please.
Thank you. Several questions. I'll leave the difficult ones for my colleagues in the panel to respond to. But coming to the last question on sovereign guarantees, and it was raised by another, they exist, but they're not easy. As I was speaking about the absorptive capacity of this, I would like to tell you ADB's experience with the private sector in India around 15 years ago when the National Solar Mission was started. We went to banks. The initial size of the project was very small, so it was not possible for MDBs to work at a project level. We wanted to mobilize banks, and we started developing their capacity, etc. However, what was evident, we even had a grant from the UK government to bring down the cost of the guarantee. So the guarantee was at a fraction of the actual cost, because guarantees also have a cost. There's a risk element that somebody is taking. You'd be surprised to know that not a single off-taker was there in 2010 in India, which is now, as pointed out by CMD IRIDA, is doing very well. So it's a process, it takes time. And what we found in India at that point of time, it was relationship banking. If I bank with you, I will lend you for your project. It was not project financing. So this is just an example of a hurdle that was being faced when we actually tried to do this. On the question of decentralized versus grid, I think they're not mutually exclusive. So we target both. And again, it depends on the entity. So it's very difficult for ADB to be directly supporting, say, 5 kilowatt projects. But again, we use our technical assistants to develop these as pilots, as demonstration projects. But of course, the interest is always in scaling up. And that's where local financing, local capacity, local aggregators, even at a very small level, to provide these services become very important. So I will not hog up further time, and over to other members in the back.
Thank you. Stephanie Hunt.
Well, yeah, as a development organization, we're automatically in a high-risk environment, and we've identified for ourselves already mini grids, which are off-grid, right, as the solution that we will support governments with. But yeah, it's not an either-or, it's an and, right? You need everything with the scale and the speed that we require. But for us, right, the opportunity around solar battery-powered mini-grids in these 21 countries that I talked about is huge, right? It's a huge market opportunity of like $70 billion of investment until 2030. So I mean, if that doesn't tickle the fancy of investors, then we don't know. The opportunity is clearly there. But we talked about everything that it requires, right? These holistic policies, the skills, and so on. And we will also extend it to peacekeeping and to humanitarian aspects. So just to cater to this question from peacekeeping. And there is an event this afternoon that talks about peacekeeping, right? In UN, various organizations have now partnered, UNITAR, UNDP, to replace, if you want, diesel generators with renewable energy. So, and this is based on innovation in finance. We're trying to experiment with a new financing model. So we're trying to figure out what risk is this and how we can actually do this. It comes back to many of the principles mentioned here, the bundling and the portfolio, etc. But if this is of particular interest, please join this project, because we are doing what you've just asked, to experiment with it, to learn what works. It's a 10-year project, specifically catered at humanitarian peacekeeping refugee camps. So I think I'll leave it there. Thanks.
Maybe I'll just give a little plug for the event this afternoon. It is, in fact, from 4 to 6 p.m. There will be a high-level meeting on the Energy Compact on renewable energy as it applies to UN peacekeeping operations. So whoever's interested, yes?
Yeah, I know. I was just going to say I'm part of the team organizing that event.
Yes, thought so. Thank you so much. And we'll go straight over to Taylor Ray, sorry.
Wholehearted agreement on decentralized versus grid-based. The answer is yes. The answer is both. Different solutions, different needs to connect that to peacekeeping and human rights and refugees. Obviously, a greater kind of short-term need for decentralized, distributed, small-scale solutions. I might argue an increasing need for large-scale on the humanitarian agenda as well. If we don't rapidly decarbonize at greater scale, we are likely to see mass migration at increasing rates. So both and. To the gentleman in the back, researching blended finance, a topic near and dear to my heart. As I understood the question, there was kind of identified a lack of both donors in the ecosystem and pure private sector commercial investors. I think that's probably correct. However, this blended finance, I'd say, is still in its early chapters of developing as a solution. If this were a 90-minute soccer match, maybe we're still in the first 10 or 20 minutes. As we are seeing kind of particularly private philanthropy, and to applaud Bloomberg for some of the work that they've done in seeding blended finance facilities, it's certainly a core focus of what we're doing as a largely philanthropic-backed investor at Three Cairns Group. Philanthropy, I think, is playing a role today that hopefully the multilateral development banks and DFIs will play over time, and we're not seeing currently the risk appetite to be junior, to be subordinated, to take early stage risk, and that's understandable. These are AAA rated institutions. I don't think global philanthropy, I can't speak for all of them, but certainly the one that I represent, we don't purport that the ADB or the World Bank should sacrifice its AAA rating. However, conservatism and risk appetite currently amongst these institutions isn't necessarily commensurate with the urgency and the scale of the need. Just to revisit one of the first statistics I threw out.
The door is opening.
Okay.
Because we're actually running out of time.
All right.
So thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'll move straight on to Alexander Mitchell briefly, if you would. Thanks.
Okay, well, these were really important and good questions that have been asked. I agree that the question distributed versus central is already quite a question that's out for many years, but I would urge to focus on both, as it was mentioned by Taylor, but maybe even have a higher focus on the distributed side, because I think this is the future, to go distributed, and it's of course sometimes more difficult because it's kind of nearly the same effort to implement a distributed small-scale project than a large one, but I think it's worth the effort, and it provides a lot of benefits for local communities. And for the refugee camps, that's also something that one needs to be aware of, that this is often very polluting situations. The energy and the water supply for refugee camps is not ideal in many places, and the refugees are underserved. And I think this needs to be really on the radar screen for all of us to find the solutions for that, and maybe one master also worked on that and provided renewable energy supply for certain refugee camps. Sometimes a good approach is to have these systems in a way that they are movable, so they are installed and can be moved to other locations afterwards. And the last one was the blended financing. So I just want to point out, Master is very much aware of that and has been supported Arena's Energy Transition Finance Platform just recently, and hope we can make a good contribution to that.
Thank you very much. Irene Yang.
I also have two very quick comments in response to the blended finance question. First is that I think many countries are not ready for that yet. If you have done the policy environment, maybe the immediate next thing that could be helpful is project preparation help. And I don't think that it's helpful to expect that we go right into blended finance, which is and my second point is that there are very increasing examples. For example, Bloomberg Philanthropies, Goldman Sachs, and ADB actually since last year have started this collaboration around a climate innovation fund housed at ADB that has invested in quite a number of very interesting projects in India and Vietnam. I want to end with sharing my very mixed feeling about that. On the one hand, as a player who puts philanthropy dollar into vehicles like this, you want to hear $1 of our funding have leveraged as many as possible. But then when people tell you that $1 of your money have leveraged 15 of private sector money, you're like, maybe those projects might happen anyway. So that's always the challenge of actually understand really what the leverage happened. And it's not really the question of whether the mixing is blended is happening. It's the question of whether the leveraging is happening.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you very, very much to all of you on the panel for your very interesting responses and for this highly valuable, thought-provoking exchange. Let's hold our applause just for one moment, if you would. Yeah, no, okay, let's not. Thank you so much. I think it's very clear that there's a strong consensus on the crucial role that local financial institutions have to play in unleashing more capital for renewable energy. And I think we've identified a number of levers for boosting that role, whether it's particular instruments to de-risk initiatives, whether it's greater collaboration, including perhaps different approaches to blended finance, capacity building, exchange on regulatory and policy design, all of those very, very important areas for increasing local financial institutions' role as part of the solution. So I'd also like to thank all of you, dear audience, for your endurance if you've been standing throughout this session, also for your contributions and your attention. It has been a very intensive exchange. Before I close, I just want to mention that we will be picking up on a number of the topics and messages we've addressed here in Sunday's ministerial dialogue, hosted like this one by IRENA's Project Facilitation and Support Division. It will be convening at 2:30 p.m. on Sunday in the plenary hall to focus on the newly launched Energy Transition Accelerator finance platform. It's been mentioned a couple of times, and it has also the crucial role of seeking to really boost and leverage and unleash more finance for renewable energy in order to fulfill the SDGs and the Paris climate goals. I'd like to thank our IRENA organizers, several of them also standing this whole time, and Ahmed for the opportunity to have this very, very valuable dialogue. And thank you, everybody. see you at other sessions, and wish you a good conference. Thank you.
Allô? Si tu vas bien? Francis, peut-être je vais mettre un peu de radio. Oui, bien sûr. Et puis je vous appelle. Oui, est-ce qu'il y a la présentation? Elle est là? Oui, c'est pas Mesdames et messieurs, ah, ça y est, on m'entend. Bonjour à tous et à toutes. Désolée pour ce retard. C'est vrai que les organisateurs ont eu la générosité de nous mettre à disposition cette salle, mais ils ont prévu un temps très limité entre les sessions, c'est-à-dire à peu près 3 secondes, ce qui nous amène à avoir effectivement ce petit décalage. Donc je vous propose qu'on commence tout de suite et que nous ouvrions cette concertation ministérielle francophone, enfin c'est une concertation de haut niveau, qui est donc soutenue par l'Organisation internationale de la francophonie, que je représente en tant que directrice de l'Institut de la francophonie pour le développement durable. Je vais être très courte. L'IFDD est là justement pour soutenir nos pays et gouvernements membres pour faire en sorte que le français soit d'abord effectivement une des langues de travail de ces discussions, et par exemple à l'Assemblée générale de l'Réunion, mais également lors des négociations climat, biodiversité ou désertification. Nous avons donc ce privilège de travailler avec 88 États et gouvernements membres pour informer et former, mais également sensibiliser aux enjeux de demain. Et je crois que justement, cette concertation porte sur ces enjeux de demain. Je ne serai pas plus longue parce que nous avons déjà du retard et j'aimerais en fait vous introduire tout de suite nos ministres. Tout d'abord, Monsieur le ministre du Climat, de l'Énergie et de la Mobilité des Infrastructures de la région Wallonie. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le ministre, d'être ici. J'aimerais rappeler la collaboration fructueuse que nous avons avec la Wallonie sur notamment l'usage du français dans les instances de l'IRENA depuis longtemps et au sein du gouvernement de la Wallonie, le ministère du Climat, de l'Énergie, de la Mobilité et des Infrastructures œuvre depuis longtemps à atteindre des ambitions très importantes en termes d'énergie renouvelable, mais je ne veux rien dévoiler de la présentation de Monsieur le ministre. Et donc c'est à ce titre que nous pensions vraiment pertinent que Monsieur le ministre puisse justement faire la présentation de ce que fait la Wallonie, la région wallonne, en termes justement de solutions pour l'emploi en matière d'énergie renouvelable, puisque c'est le thème de cette concertation. Et ensuite, je donnerai la parole à Monsieur le ministre de l'énergie de Djibouti, qui nous a fait l'honneur d'être ici aussi parmi nous et que je sais très engagé justement sur le développement des énergies renouvelables dans son pays. Nous aurons ensuite 2 panélistes, des éminents panélistes qui nous présenteront des solutions, notamment de l'IRENA et de l'ECRE, en matière justement d'emploi dans le secteur des énergies renouvelables. Et ensuite, je vous proposerai que nous ayons un échange avec la salle. Donc sans plus attendre, Monsieur le ministre, je vous donne la parole.
Merci beaucoup, mesdames, messieurs les ministres, chers collègues, mesdames et messieurs les hauts représentants des pays francophones, mesdames, messieurs, en vos titres et qualités. En tant que vice-président d'IRENA également, j'ai le plaisir d'ouvrir cette concertation francophone. Je me permets tout d'abord d'exprimer mes meilleurs vœux à chacune et à chacun. C'est de saison pour cette année nouvelle. Nous en avons tous bien besoin. Les défis sont nombreux. En étroite collaboration avec le président et la direction d'IRENA, vous pouvez croire en ma volonté ferme de contribuer à renforcer les multiples actions d'IRENA favorables au développement des énergies renouvelables à travers le monde. Ça doit trouver sa place dans le cadre d'une transition juste qui ne laisse personne au bord du chemin. J'aurai évidemment une attention particulière pour les pays francophones. Objet de notre réunion, au-delà de la langue, ce sont aussi des convergences culturelles sur lesquelles nous devons capitaliser. Notre concertation vise également à réaffirmer la volonté des pays francophones à s'impliquer dans les actions concrètes. Ici aussi, nos échanges d'expériences constituent un atout important. Le développement des énergies renouvelables dans le contexte géopolitique instable que nous vivons devient vital. Cela doit aboutir vers plus de sécurité énergétique au bénéfice de nos concitoyens et au développement économique de nos États sensu lato. Le travail d'IRENA et de la francophonie sont essentiels car ils sont le relais entre les États du Sud et du Nord, mais aussi le relais entre les solutions dégagées avec le monde de l'entreprise, permettant aux renouvelables de devenir la norme. Nous nous trouvons à un moment crucial d'accélération où IRENA peut faire figure de hub mondial pour voir des solutions efficaces être répliquées à l'échelle internationale. Si la francophonie est un tremplin à ces accélérations, nous aurons pris nos responsabilités. Pour tous ici, et comme l'a évoqué précédemment Madame la représentante de l'IFDD, le développement des énergies renouvelables n'est pas que fait de développement technologique appuyé par du financement, c'est effectivement des emplois durables à délivrer. Cet aspect humain est tout à fait essentiel à mes yeux. Et d'ailleurs, le rapport annuel d'IRENA 2022 sur l'emploi relève que le secteur des énergies renouvelables emploie plus de 12 millions de personnes à l'échelle mondiale. Au cours des 5 dernières années, IRENA a pu renforcer son soutien à l'Afrique subsaharienne. Elle a comblé des lacunes considérables dans les connaissances sur un large éventail de sujets touchant les pays africains francophones, notamment sur les systèmes décentralisés et hors réseau, la planification, l'innovation, le lien énergie-santé, y compris sur le rôle des énergies renouvelables pour les établissements de santé. De plus, pour continuer à développer sa base de lecteurs et avec le soutien de la contribution wallonne, IRENA a renforcé ses efforts pour cibler les communautés et les publics francophones du monde entier. Des efforts accrus sont déployés pour fournir des rapports clés en français, ainsi que pour organiser des événements francophones. Le multilinguisme s'est également étendu au programme de renforcement des capacités. Permettez-moi aussi, d'ailleurs, comme Madame m'y invitait, à m'exprimer sur mes propres engagements en tant que ministre du Climat et de l'Énergie de la Wallonie. La région wallonne a apporté plusieurs contributions volontaires à IRENA qui ont permis de soutenir des travaux sur l'amélioration des moyens de subsistance et de revalorisation des économies dans les pays en développement grâce au déploiement des énergies renouvelables, du soutien aux contributions déterminées au niveau national, des solutions décentralisées dans les régions éloignées, notamment dans les camps de réfugiés, des solutions d'application hors réseau, l'appui à l'électrification des établissements de santé ruraux en Afrique subsaharienne, ou du renforcement de capacités dans les pays francophones et en Afrique centrale et occidentale. Outre ces contributions directes, la Wallonie a aussi soutenu le programme de traduction en français. IRENA a publié plus de 18 publications, dont un tiers également en français. En 2023, ma région, la Wallonie, consacrera 14,5 millions d'euros dans un budget totalement nouveau et additionnel, ce qui est important aussi, à l'aide au développement, dont 1 million d'euros pour le fonds pertes et préjudices, Loss and Damage, en 2024. J'ai déjà décidé d'augmenter cette enveloppe à 16,5 millions d'euros. Mais revenons-en à l'importance de notre réunion de cette semaine et d'aujourd'hui également, notre assemblée IRENA pour la mise en œuvre effective de la transition énergétique dont nous avons besoin, en lien direct avec le défi climatique extrêmement grave et urgent auquel nous devons faire face. Nous devons nous adapter de plus en plus, et beaucoup d'entre vous le vivent dans vos pays, mais nous devons aussi absolument continuer à limiter nos émissions globales et les faire décroître le plus vite possible. Le lien avec la COP28 qui se tiendra ici même est donc évident. L'état des lieux des NDCs qui est à son ordre du jour est un point crucial. Profitons donc de cette bonne collaboration entre nous pour renforcer nos acquis d'ici à IRENA jusqu'à la COP fin d'année. Croyez bien que comme vice-président, c'est mon intention claire et face à l'urgence et la gravité de ce défi global, chaque année compte et chaque collaboration fructueuse sera du plus grand intérêt. Merci pour votre attention. Très bonne assemblée à tous et toutes et tous et bon travail.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Ministre, pour vos mots. Je retiens effectivement vos derniers propos et sur le lien direct, effectivement, avec cette conférence des partis qui aura lieu à 3h30 d'ici, à la fin de l'année, où nous allons tous nous retrouver, effectivement. Et on voit bien l'importance dans ces instances, effectivement, de porter le français comme une des langues de dialogue et d'échange pour faciliter aussi la compréhension mutuelle et s'assurer aussi que les enjeux soient bien entendus par les uns et par les autres avec ces subtilités et ces enjeux. Donc, sans attendre, maintenant, j'aimerais passer la parole à Monsieur le ministre de Djibouti. Voilà, merci beaucoup.
Merci. Bonjour à tous, bon vendredi. Monsieur le vice-président et ministre du Climat et de l'Énergie, de la Mobilité et des Infrastructures du gouvernement de Wallonie, Monsieur l'administrateur de l'OIF, Madame la directrice de l'Institut de la Francophonie pour le développement durable, Madame la directrice du développement de l'IRENA, chers collaborateurs, bonjour. Mesdames et messieurs, je suis particulièrement heureux aujourd'hui de me retrouver parmi la grande famille francophone de l'IRENA, afin de discuter et de réfléchir sur les solutions d'accroissement des emplois, décents dans le domaine des énergies renouvelables au sein de l'espace francophone, ainsi que sur les points saillants qui seront débattus au cours de l'Assemblée de l'IRENA qui ouvre ses travaux demain. J'aimerais tout d'abord remercier les organisateurs de cette importante réunion qui nous donnent l'occasion de porter un regard francophone sur les différents points inscrits à l'ordre du jour de la 13e édition de l'Assemblée de l'IRENA. Pour revenir à la thématique au cœur de notre réunion d'aujourd'hui, à savoir les emplois décents dans le domaine des énergies renouvelables, nous savons tous que la recherche et l'obtention d'un emploi décent constituent l'aspiration légitime de tous à chacun. Et exercer un emploi décent implique non seulement l'accès à un travail productif et convenable rémunéré, la sécurité sur le lieu de travail et la protection pour tous. De meilleures perspectives de développement personnel et l'insertion sociale, la liberté d'exprimer ses revendications, de s'organiser et de participer aux décisions qui affectent leur vie, ainsi que l'égalité des chances et des traitements pour tous, notamment entre les femmes et les hommes, les femmes et les hommes. Ainsi, dans mon pays, c'est le pays francophone de l'Afrique de l'Est, je tiens à vous informer que les personnels travaillant dans le domaine des développements des énergies renouvelables, qu'ils soient djiboutiens de nationalité étrangère, exercent leur métier dans de bonnes conditions, avec une sécurité de travail optimale, et font partie des travailleurs les mieux rémunérés, comparativement au reste des agents de la fonction publique. À ce titre d'exemple, ce fut le cas de la construction du premier projet d'énergie renouvelable que nous sommes en train de finaliser, Inch'Allah, dans le prochain mois, et 60 MW sur le sud du lac Assal. De plus, conformément à la législation sociale en vigueur dans notre pays, nous pratiquons l'égalité salariale entre hommes et femmes. C'est-à-dire que les hommes et les femmes djiboutiennes, ingénieurs et du secteur de l'énergie perçoivent les mêmes rémunérations. Il n'y a donc point de discrimination basée sur le genre à Djibouti. Par ailleurs, ces personnes bénéficient aussi d'une forte protection sociale contre les risques sociaux, soins médicaux en cas de survenance des maladies par le biais de l'assurance maladie universelle, versement des allocations familiales, pension de retraite pour les retraités et pension de reversement pour les ayants droit en cas de décès des parents. Ainsi, pour les autres projets énergétiques d'envergure que nous impulsons dans notre pays, nous avons entamé les premiers projets aussi solaires de 25 à 30 MW avec la compagnie émirati Amea Power, ainsi que la construction ou l'exploration des forages géothermiques, car nous savons que nous avons à Djibouti un potentiel en géothermie estimé à plus de 1000 MW. Aussi, nous avons commencé les études d'une marée motrice qui va générer de l'énergie marine et l'énergie biomasse qui est en phase de finalisation avec une compagnie américaine. Et enfin, l'hydrogène vert que nous avons constitué et travaillons avec 3 sociétés à l'heure d'aujourd'hui, avec la société australienne FFI, la société américaine CWP et enfin la société émiratienne Power, dont nous voulons développer avec ces 3 compagnies l'exploration et les études sur l'hydrogène vert. En effet, à travers la mise en œuvre de notre politique de développement des énergies renouvelables et celle en matière de gestion des ressources humaines, nous voulons permettre à chaque citoyen d'accéder à un emploi décent et par conséquent lui donner la possibilité de subvenir à ses besoins, à déployer son potentiel et à participer au développement durable de notre pays. Au-delà, notre objectif est de parvenir à une croissance économique soutenue, durable et partagée afin de réduire drastiquement la pauvreté. Toutefois, nous souhaitons, grâce au soutien de nos amis francophones, obtenir un appui technique et financier, bien entendu, en vue de renforcer les compétences, les connaissances et les savoir-faire du personnel ingénieur pour la formation axée sur la maîtrise des technologies les plus innovantes en matière de développement d'énergie renouvelable. Nous sommes pleinement disposés aussi à une coopération énergétique plus élargie entre pays francophones sur les bonnes pratiques existantes sur nos pays respectifs. Enfin, concernant les points saillants qui seront débattus au cours de cette assemblée, notre réunion d'aujourd'hui doit nous permettre d'analyser point par point l'ordre du jour de cette assemblée en dégageant une convergence en vue de l'ensemble des pays francophones membres de l'IRENA sur toutes les questions de la problématique inhérente au développement des énergies renouvelables de nos pays respectifs. Sur ces, tous en souhaitons une réunion fructueuse et réitérons mes remerciements à l'endroit des organisateurs de cette première conférence avant l'Assemblée générale de l'IRENA. Je vous remercie de votre aimable attention. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Ministre. Je retiens de vos propos effectivement cette volonté aussi de plus de coopération entre les pays francophones sur le déploiement des énergies renouvelables. Et je salue tout le travail que vous faites pour le développement de l'emploi décent dans ce domaine et plus globalement tous les projets que vous menez justement pour développer les énergies renouvelables à Djibouti. Je souhaite maintenant donc clôturer cette séance d'ouverture ministérielle et passer maintenant, je vous le propose, aux présentations plus techniques. Donc j'appelle maintenant Madame Rabia Ferrouki, qui est la directrice du Centre des connaissances, des politiques et des finances de l'Agence internationale des énergies renouvelables, qui va nous faire une présentation justement des différentes recherches et puis du rapport 2022 de l'IRENA sur l'emploi et le genre. Et j'appellerai également à table avec nous Monsieur Jean-Francis Samporé, qui est le directeur exécutif de l'ECRE, le Centre d'efficacité énergétique et des énergies renouvelables pour l'Afrique de l'Ouest. Merci beaucoup. Cher Rabia, je crois qu'on ne te présente plus, donc je te propose du coup de te donner la parole.
Merci beaucoup Cécile et merci de m'avoir invité à partager certaines de nos travaux à IRENA. D'abord, je tiens à remercier l'IFDD et ainsi que Monsieur le Ministre pour le soutien que vous portez à IRENA dans la traduction, par exemple, de certains de nos travaux, en particulier le rapport sur l'Afrique qui est très important. Et grâce à vous et à l'IFDD, la version française va être publiée dans quelques jours. Donc merci encore pour votre soutien. Et je vais essayer d'être assez rapide vu qu'on n'a pas beaucoup de temps, mais juste pour vous dire qu'à l'IRENA, nous travaillons sur les enjeux liés à l'emploi depuis plus d'une décennie. Cette année, on s'est particulièrement concentré sur l'aspect d'équité. On a organisé pas mal de concertations sur l'approche qui permettrait en fait de réaliser une transition énergétique équitable. Et donc, nous avons eu une concertation avec des représentants des syndicats qui ont souligné l'importance du dialogue social, des négociations collectives, etc. Nous avons eu aussi un volet avec le secteur privé qui, lui, s'intéresse évidemment à la définition d'une transition juste et qu'est-ce que ça signifie pour les employeurs et quels outils utiliser pour que cette transition soit juste. Et finalement, dans les deux sessions, on a souligné l'importance de la formation, de la requalification et le perfectionnement des compétences. Évidemment, la nécessité d'offrir des perspectives à tous, parce que la transition énergétique va générer des emplois, mais on va perdre des emplois aussi, donc il y a eu tous ces aspects-là. Et au final, on a eu une dernière concertation avec toutes les parties prenantes, dans laquelle il était clair qu'il fallait trouver des moyens de réconcilier les perspectives des deux parties dans le but de créer une sorte de socle commun à travers lequel l'être humain serait au centre. Donc très rapidement, depuis donc une décennie, comme vous le voyez là sur le schéma, nous estimons le nombre d'emplois dans le secteur énergétique. Il est effectivement à 12,7 l'année dernière. Quand on a commencé, il était à 7,3. Et même l'année dernière, malgré le Covid, etc., enfin 2021 plutôt, on a eu une augmentation de l'emploi de 700 000 individus. Alors parmi les technologies, comme vous le voyez dans les renouvelables, c'est le solaire photovoltaïque qui est en première place, qui représente à peu près un tiers des emplois. Et il est suivi par les biocarburants liquides, l'énergie hydraulique et l'éolien. Next slide, please. Alors, concernant l'aspect géographique de ces emplois, il y a une poignée de pays qui dominent en fait l'emploi dans le paysage des renouvelables. C'est un signe en fait de leur force au niveau des installations à capacité de production, ainsi que le plan de la fabrication d'équipements, de l'ingénierie et des services qui sont connectés à cette chaîne de valeur. Près de 2/3 de tous les emplois se trouvent en Asie, comme vous le voyez. La Chine représente à elle seule 42% des emplois, suivi par l'Union européenne, le Brésil, les États-Unis, l'Inde et voilà. Mais je pense que ce qui est intéressant de souligner, c'est qu'on voit petit à petit que les emplois dans les énergies renouvelables sont plus nombreux dans d'autres géographies. Les pays du Sud-Est sont d'importants centres de fabrication de panneaux solaires photovoltaïques, par exemple, et de gros producteurs de biocarburants. Le Mexique est devenu le premier fournisseur de palettes d'éoliennes de l'hémisphère occidental. Et puis, bien que l'Afrique ne joue pas encore un très grand rôle, il existe vraiment des possibilités d'emploi croissants. On l'a vu pour Djibouti, mais c'est vrai de d'autres pays, dans les énergies renouvelables, particulièrement dans les énergies renouvelables décentralisées. Notamment dans ce qui est du soutien du commerce local, de l'agriculture et d'autres activités économiques. Next slide, please. Grâce au soutien adapté de politiques publiques et de mobilisation d'investissements, le nombre d'emplois dans le secteur des énergies renouvelables pourrait atteindre plus de 38 millions en 2030. Et c'est basé sur les estimations que nous avons à IRENA. Et évidemment, il y a plusieurs facteurs qui jouent un rôle, entre autres la taille, le dynamisme des marchés nationaux, la robustesse des marchés intérieurs qui sera vraiment importante pour ancrer une dynamique d'industrialisation des énergies propres. Et en ce sens-là, c'était pas très à la mode de parler de politique industrielle pendant un bon moment, mais aujourd'hui, tout d'un coup, on voit que certains pays le font. Je parle en particulier des États-Unis, mais aussi l'Europe. Et je pense qu'il est grand temps aussi que ces politiques industrielles soient introduites dans les pays les pays en voie de développement. Donc, c'est pour next slide please. Donc, ces politiques industrielles font partie d'un cadre politique robuste, complet et holistique qui permettrait aux pays et aux individus de tirer parti des possibilités émergentes et de surmonter les dépendances structurelles liées aux produits de base, à la technologie, au commerce, et j'en parlerai encore 2 minutes à la fin. Et comme vous savez, puisqu'on parle de transition énergétique équitable, nous avons des principes directeurs pour une transition juste par le BIT, qui ont été négociés en 2015 par les représentants des gouvernements, du secteur privé et des syndicats. Et dans ça, c'est un peu ce que vous voyez là, qui est en partie inspiré de ces principes directeurs, où on voit qu'on doit inclure des politiques macroéconomiques et fiscales, des politiques de formation des travailleurs, des mesures de développement pour les entreprises et sur les marchés, protection sociale, dialogue social, etc. Je pense que vous les connaissez tous. Mais juste 2 mots sur certains des dépendances structurelles qu'il faut absolument mentionner, parce que c'est une chose d'introduire des politiques de déploiement des énergies renouvelables, c'est une autre de vouloir renforcer les capacités nationales afin qu'il y ait une valeur ajoutée au niveau local, et pour qu'on ne continue pas à avoir ces dépendances qu'on a connues depuis des décennies, des dépendances structurelles liées au commerce, à l'exportation de matières premières, et à la dépendance technologique, etc. Parce qu'il y a vraiment un nombre de réalités structurelles qui doivent être prises en compte si on veut que les bénéfices de la transition énergétique reviennent aussi aux pays en développement. Alors certains sont tout simplement dépendants de certaines commodités ou de l'exportation des combustibles fossiles. Il y a des structures de chaînes d'approvisionnement qui n'ont pas nécessairement la force et la profondeur nécessaires pour soutenir le développement des énergies renouvelables. Donc il faut aussi une diversification des chaînes de valeur. Il y a aussi en termes d'emploi dans les énergies renouvelables, et il y aura, comme je disais, des pertes d'emploi. Donc il faut soutenir les individus perdant leur emploi. Il y a en plus, parce qu'on parle de transition énergétique et de gains dans les emplois, et nous sommes les premiers à en parler, mais il est évident que dans le marché du travail, il va y avoir d'importantes pardon. Vous voyez, ça c'est oui, des ralignements qui sont nécessaires d'un point de vue spatial, d'un point de vue sectoriel, d'un point de vue éducationnel, et ça est temporel. Donc, c'est pas parce que vous perdez un emploi quelque part que tout de suite vous allez en trouver un autre dans la même géographie, etc. Et donc, voilà, c'est juste pour un peu parler de l'importance vraiment des politiques industrielles, et c'est sur quoi nous travaillons énormément en ce moment à IRENA, en essayant de parler d'un pacte vert africain qui servirait l'Afrique plutôt que d'autres pactes qui ne servent pas nécessairement les pays en redéveloppement. Alors permettez-moi juste un dernier mot sur next slide please. Un dernier mot de nouveau sur l'emploi. Sur la dimension de l'égalité homme-femme, comme vous savez, et là aussi nous avons eu le soutien de la Wallonie sur certains de nos travaux sur la femme. Nous avons récemment lancé le rapport Solar PV et Gender Perspective. C'est le 3e dans la série, donc le solaire photovoltaïque, une perspective d'égalité entre hommes et femmes, qui met en évidence que les femmes représentent dans le secteur solaire photovoltaïque 40% des emplois et soit près du double de leur part dans l'industrie éolienne. Donc c'est important de différencier en plus des renouvelables par rapport au pétrole et aux énergies fossiles, les différentes technologies renouvelables. Donc évidemment c'est bien mieux en général que les pétroliers et les gaziers où c'est 22%. Et bien évidemment, les statistiques montrent une part des femmes plus importante que dans les autres technologies renouvelables, mais il y a énormément de choses encore à faire sur l'égalité des chances. Et donc, ça, ce sont les données quantitatives. Nous avons une analyse évidemment aussi qualitative dans laquelle on propose, et on a plusieurs recommandations quant à l'intégration des femmes et dans les énergies renouvelables. Voilà, je vais m'arrêter là parce qu'on n'a pas beaucoup de temps, mais je vous invite ce soir à la réunion qu'on a, justement où on parlera de l'importance ou du rôle des femmes dans les énergies renouvelables. Merci encore.
Merci beaucoup Rabia pour cette présentation. Je retiens quand même des chiffres en augmentation et une plus grande égalité femmes-hommes. Je retiens aussi des politiques d'emploi décent qui doivent s'intégrer dans des politiques industrielles plus largement. Je retiens qu'il y a encore beaucoup de travail à faire et c'est l'intérêt justement d'avoir d'abord ce type de réunion, et je remercie l'IRENA de les organiser tous les mois de janvier chaque année. Mais je retiens aussi l'importance de mettre l'accent justement sur nos pays francophones, et notamment nos pays francophones du Sud, puisqu'il semble qu'il y a encore justement peut-être un manque des renforcements de capacité à travailler sur ce point. Un grand merci, Rabia. Francis. J'aimerais vous présenter maintenant Jean-Francis Samporé, qui est le directeur exécutif donc, du Centre d'efficacité énergétique et des énergies renouvelables pour l'Afrique de l'Ouest, qui va justement à la suite de l'intervention de l'IRENA nous proposer aussi des pistes de solutions pour accéder à l'employabilité dans le secteur des énergies renouvelables. Et encore une fois, je vais laisser tout de suite la parole à Francis, étant donné que le temps nous est compté.
Merci Cécile, merci pour l'invitation. C'est un plaisir d'être là pour partager l'expérience du Centre pour les énergies renouvelables et de l'efficacité énergétique de la CEDEAO. Je suis là avec ma collègue Vanessa. Donc, comme je le disais, et en attendant que la présentation soit là, c'est toujours un plaisir de se retrouver pour partager nos expériences. Peut-être pour ceux qui ne savent pas, le Centre pour les énergies renouvelables et l'efficacité énergétique de la CEDEAO, c'est une agence spécialisée de la CEDEAO. La CEDEAO, qui est une organisation régionale qui regroupe 15 pays de l'Afrique de l'Ouest. Mais pas que des pays francophones. Hein. Donc nous avons 8 pays francophones, 5 pays anglophones et 2 pays lusophones. Et donc ça a été créé il y a une douzaine d'années. Et le siège est à Praia au Cap Vert. Donc le Centre pour les énergies renouvelables et l'efficacité énergétique de la CEDEAO est en charge du développement des énergies renouvelables et de la promotion de l'efficacité énergétique de la région à travers plusieurs types d'activités. Donc, les missions essentielles, c'est le développement des politiques en matière d'énergie durable, c'est le transfert des technologies, c'est la mobilisation de ressources pour mettre en place des projets et des programmes impactants au niveau de la population. Vous pouvez avancer. On va tenter d'avancer pour laisser place à la discussion. Et donc, aujourd'hui, c'est plus de 400 millions d'habitants et la moitié pour le Nigeria. On peut y aller. On va passer un peu plus vite sur la partie de la CEDEAO, comme je vous ai déjà discuté. On peut y aller. On peut y aller. On peut aller. On peut y aller. Voilà, on peut laisser là quand même à la fin.
Une présentation extrêmement rapide par Francis aujourd'hui.
Donc, quelques missions de la CEDEAO telles que c'est fixé dans son règlement d'exécution, comme après ça c'est une traduction de l'anglais. Donc c'est la coordination des projets et des programmes relatifs à l'énergie durable. Énergie durable, on va parler d'énergie renouvelable, d'efficacité énergétique et tout ce qui est en lien avec ces deux thématiques. C'est bien sûr renforcement des capacités, je pense que c'est ce que nous réunissons aujourd'hui, et la mobilisation des politiques à travers les politiques régionales et la mise en œuvre de ces politiques au niveau des pays, et bien la diffusion des résultats de la recherche dans le domaine de transfert de technologie. Et également, un élément important, c'est mobiliser des ressources pour mettre en place des projets, des programmes impactants. Donc, on peut y aller. Donc, nous déroulons à partir de cette année le nouveau plan stratégique 2024-2027. Mais juste pour rappel, la région a adopté déjà des politiques d'énergie durable. Donc, les chefs d'État des 15 pays ont adopté en 2013 la politique d'énergie renouvelable et d'efficacité énergétique. Et en 2017, il y a eu la politique sur l'intégration du genre et la politique aussi sur la bioénergie. Donc ce sont les politiques régionales qui ont été développées et qui sont mises en œuvre à travers des transpositions au niveau national sous forme de lois ou d'autres textes réglementaires au niveau des pays. Et aujourd'hui, nous sommes en train de finaliser la politique régionale d'hydrogène. Oui, ma collègue s'est levée un peu. C'était un peu l'objet de la rencontre ce matin. Donc, nous espérons pouvoir faire adopter la politique régionale d'hydrogène par les chefs d'État lors du prochain conseil, conférence des chefs d'État qui va se tenir autour de juillet 2023. Puis, et donc, ça, c'est un peu les différents programmes régionaux qui sont menés au niveau du Centre pour les énergies renouvelables et l'efficacité énergétique. Donc, vous voyez qu'il y a un focus, le renforcement des capacités et la gestion de la connaissance, qui est un des programmes régionaux que nous menons en œuvre. Et bien, c'est le lieu de pouvoir parler d'un projet spécifique à ce programme de renforcement de capacité. On peut y aller. Et là, c'est les nouvelles thématiques, bien sûr, qui sont d'actualité, que nous sommes en train aussi de préparer des programmes importants à travers des projets dans chaque thématique. Et donc, on peut y aller. Je vous disais tantôt que ces politiques régionales, c'est bien sûr de les traduire au niveau des pays, pas des plans d'action nationaux. On peut y aller. Et peut-être, pour finir avec les objectifs de la politique en matière d'énergie renouvelable, il faut dire qu'il y a des objectifs ambitieux qui ont été fixés dans la politique qui a été adoptée en 2013. Et ce qui est important, c'est de relever qu'aujourd'hui, s'il y a des progrès intéressants dans le domaine de l'énergie solaire photovoltaïque et dans le domaine de l'énergie éolienne, il reste encore des défis importants à relever dans d'autres domaines comme la mini-hydro, la biomasse ou les CSP. Et du reste, sur le solaire photovoltaïque et sur l'énergie éolienne, par rapport aux objectifs de 2020, on peut dire qu'on a 50% de la réalisation. Donc ça veut dire qu'il y a encore beaucoup de défis à relever. Là où les défis sont encore plus importants, c'est ce qui concerne ce qu'on va appeler l'électrification rurale décentralisée. Et vous savez, si une bonne partie de notre population vit en zone rurale, sans accès à l'énergie ou à l'électricité, et nous projetons, lorsque la politique a été signée par les chefs d'État, 60 000 mini-réseaux d'énergie propre en 2020, mais nous n'en sommes qu'à 600. Donc vous voyez le gap qui reste à relever. Donc plusieurs défis sont à relever. Et donc, de divers ordres. Et parmi ces défis, bien sûr, il y a le défi de la formation. Et donc, nous vous proposons de vous donner un focus sur on peut aller sur le système régional de certification des compétences en énergie durable, qui est une des réponses. Vous avez vu qu'il y a plusieurs défis. Et donc ça, c'est une réponse pour permettre à la région d'avoir du personnel qualifié dans la mise en œuvre des installations d'énergie durable. Et ce programme, on peut y aller, et présente un intérêt particulier pour la région parce que il a été noté l'insuffisance de compétences professionnelles dans la région, un problème au niveau des qualités du matériel, mais aussi la qualité des installations. Et donc tout cela nécessite une prise de conscience que nous a amené à bâtir ce programme-là pour que, quand on parle d'énergie durable, que ce soit vraiment de la durabilité à tous les niveaux. On peut y aller. Et donc, un élément important aussi, vous savez que nous sommes dans un cadre régional. Donc, il faudrait que le technicien qui est certifié au Nigeria puisse venir travailler au Cap-Vert. Donc, c'est notre intérêt aussi de cette certification-là pour assurer une mobilité dans la région avec un certificat reconnu et valable dans tous les 15 pays. Donc, on peut y aller. Je suis particulièrement heureux de présenter ce programme, même s'il reste beaucoup à faire sur ce programme. Ça a été lancé en 2015, et je me rappelle, à ce moment, je travaillais dans une ville qui s'appelle Ouagadougou, et la première réunion pour lancer cela, c'était avec l'IRENA. Donc c'est l'IRENA qui a initié ce programme, et on avait lancé la première réunion en 2015, et bien sûr d'autres partenaires nous ont rejoints ensuite dans la mise en œuvre de ce programme-là, en particulier la GIZ, l'Union européenne et aujourd'hui la Banque africaine de développement à travers l'initiative Desert to Power qui concerne le focus mini-réseau. Et ce qu'il faut dire, c'est que on peut dire que de 2015 en 2022, on peut dire que c'est ce qu'on appelle la phase pilote. Même si on peut imaginer qu'elle a été un peu longue. Mais on a décidé de dire que la phase pilote est terminée. On va passer à l'échelle maintenant. Donc 2023, ce sera l'année de consolidation de ces dispositifs. Et nous avons, dans le cadre du plan stratégique 2024-2027, bâti un programme qui permettrait, à l'horizon 2027, d'avoir un organisme de certification dans la région, suivant les meilleurs standards internationaux. Du reste, tout ce que nous faisons quand même répond à un certain nombre de standards. En particulier, nous travaillons en référence avec la norme ISO 17024, qui est cette norme internationale de certification des organismes de personnes. Et donc, on peut dire que cette diapositive résume en fait tout le processus que nous sommes en train de faire. Nous avons travaillé sur les installations solaires autonomes, on va dire les petites installations domestiques en zone isolée, et qui est un système mature. Nous avons abordé le volet mini-réseau isolé, et donc dans l'avenir, dans le plan stratégique, c'est d'atteindre ça sur les interconnexés, les réseaux interconnexés, des systèmes plus complexes, mais aussi c'est d'aborder d'autres volets de l'énergie durable, de l'énergie renouvelable, d'autres types d'énergie renouvelable que le soleil photovoltaïque, ce qui est important. C'est aussi aborder le volet efficacité énergétique aussi, à travers des certifications à plusieurs niveaux et dans plusieurs domaines, qui va du bâtiment, de l'industrie, du transport et j'en passe. Donc voici un peu le concept général de cette certification. On peut y aller. Et donc ça c'est juste quelques chiffres de ce qui a été fait au cours de la première phase, qu'on peut dire la phase pilote. Et donc il y a bien sûr des directives au niveau régional qui ont été mises en œuvre, il y a eu des formations qui ont été faites dans les pays, il y a eu des certifications. On peut dire que, bon, je ne sais pas si c'est un bon score, mais en tout cas on a 20% de femmes qui sont certifiées parmi l'ensemble des personnes qui sont formées. Et donc ça c'est un peu ce qui a été fait depuis le début du processus. On peut y aller. Et bon, donc ça c'est juste une présentation du dernier examen qui s'est tenu en décembre dernier à Cotonou. Donc on peut y aller. Donc c'est un examen qui est composé de preuves théoriques. C'est le principe de la certification. On vient passer un examen en pensant qu'on dispose des compétences. Donc c'est une preuve théorique et suivie d'un examen pratique. On peut y aller. Et voilà, donc ça c'est juste les images de la dernière, du dernier examen de décembre dernier. On peut y aller. Et voilà, et ça c'est un peu plus technique. Ça ce sont ce qu'on appelle les domaines, les compétences pour lesquelles la personne certifiée est censée détenir. En tout cas, la personne certifiée, vous pouvez être sûr qu'elle peut réaliser ces tâches élémentaires sur une installation. On peut y aller. Et donc pour le deuxième niveau, c'est un peu le niveau supérieur, c'est pour les mini-réseaux. Parmi les réseaux, pour nous, c'est toutes les installations solaires. Pour les techniciens, on dirait inférieur à 1 MW. Ça, c'est pour des questions de puissance, simplement. À partir de là, c'est d'autres. C'est classé autrement. Et donc, ici, il y aura 3 certifications qui seront proposées. Il y a le niveau de concepteur, il y aura les installateurs et il y aura les inspecteurs. Et donc, ça, nous sommes en train de doubler cela dans le cadre du Desert to Power avec la Banque africaine de développement. On peut y aller. Et donc, je ne vais pas vous détailler ce qu'on va faire en 2023, mais comme je disais, c'est l'année de consolidation des dispositifs. Et donc, il y a un certain nombre d'activités que nous allons mener et d'actualisation des référentiels des compétences aussi. Parce que entre ce qui a été fait en 2015 et puis aujourd'hui, il y a quand même des évolutions dans notre secteur dont il faut tenir compte. Et un élément important aussi que je vais parler, dont je voudrais parler aussi, c'est que tout ce dispositif-là va être articulé au niveau de la région CEDEAO avec tous les organismes, dont le département en charge de la qualité au niveau de la commission de la CEDEAO. Donc, ce n'est pas une initiative isolée, menée seule par le CEREC, mais c'est vraiment un dispositif qui va inclure tous les acteurs du secteur. Et à ce titre aussi, on a décidé de mettre en place un cadre de concertation tripartite qui va regrouper les professionnels, le réseau des partenaires académiques et scientifiques et les agences en charge de l'électrification durable, des énergies renouvelables et de l'efficacité énergétique. On peut y aller. On pense que c'est important d'avoir ce cadre de concertation parce que ce qu'on va former, c'est pour qu'il soit utilisé par le secteur privé. Donc, il faut qu'ils se retrouvent dans ce qu'on fait. Les institutions publiques qui sont représentées au niveau institutionnel par les agences nationales doivent se reconnaître dans ce dispositif. Et enfin, les partenaires, ceux qui vont faire les formations et qui vont réaliser les examens aussi, doivent se reconnaître. Donc, il faut un cadre pour que chaque partie joue sa partition et que les rôles soient clairement définis et que les certificats qui vont être délivrés ne souffrent d'aucune contestation et répondent vraiment aux besoins de la région en termes de compétences. On peut y aller. Donc, voilà quelques objectifs. Et un élément important, peut-être dont on va rediscuter aussi, c'est bien sûr la promotion du genre à travers aussi ce cas de concertation, mais également aussi aborder d'autres thématiques, parce que c'est bien la formation, la certification pour les niveaux inférieurs, mais il faut aller plus loin. Il faut parler de recherche, de transfert de technologie, comme disait tout à l'heure ma collègue Irina, il faut sortir aussi de la dépendance à certains niveaux, donc il faut améliorer la diffusion du travail de recherche qui est fait dans les pays, améliorer le transfert de technologie dans les relations avec les partenaires au niveau international aussi, et mettre en place aussi des systèmes d'incubateurs, des technopoles pour se dédier tout ce qu'on fait dans le domaine de l'énergie durable. C'est important pour la durabilité de ce que nous sommes en train de bâtir. Donc, voici un peu ce que je voulais partager avec vous. Ça, c'est juste un extrait de ce qui est planifié dans le plan stratégique 2023-2027 de l'ICRE, avec les activités qui sont programmées et qui sont prévues, et sur lesquelles, bien sûr, nous sommes ouverts à la collaboration avec l'IFDD, avec la Wallonie, avec d'autres pays de en Afrique ou hors d'Afrique à d'autres organismes comme ceux qui nous accompagnent pour vraiment bâtir un organisme régional de certification de niveau international avec des standards reconnus pour que ce que nous allons certifier soit, en guillemets, ici le terme, c'est pas très français, mais vendable partout, aussi bien en Afrique que hors d'Afrique. Et je pense que c'est à ce titre que nous aurons des systèmes d'énergie durable dans notre région, parce que notre région regorge beaucoup de financement, beaucoup de milliards investis dans la région. Mais je pense que si on mettait que 1% des investissements en matière de renforcement des capacités, je pense que les résultats vont être décuplés. Et donc c'est un appel que nous faisons. Du reste, on a pu obtenir des partenaires techniques et financiers que dans tous les programmes d'investissement, j'espère que M. le ministre est sensible à ça, qu'il y ait une part qui soit renforcée et accordée au renforcement des capacités. C'est un élément important. On ne va pas faire 10 milliards d'un projet sans 1 milliard de renforcement de capacité. Bon, ça j'ai un peu demandé toi. Mais en tout cas, sans accompagnement, parce que c'est pas que l'investissement qui est important, c'est surtout l'utilisation, c'est la pérennité, et pour ça, c'est les hommes et les femmes qui vont l'entretenir, qui vont le maintenir. Donc, c'est un élément important. Donc, voilà, merci. J'espère que je n'ai pas été trop long et qu'on aura du temps pour la discussion. Merci encore de nous avoir conviés à cette rencontre et nous serons disponibles pour échanger ou donner des éléments d'information complémentaires. Merci.
Merci beaucoup Francis, je crois que c'était vraiment très intéressant que tu prennes le temps justement de nous présenter ce programme de certification régionale des compétences. Comme tu le mentionnais, effectivement, sans le renforcement de capacité au niveau de chacune de nos sous-régions francophones, nous ne pourrons pas non plus développer des projets qui soient durables sur les énergies renouvelables. Et bien sûr, on sera ravis de participer et de vous accompagner sur ce point. Maintenant, j'aimerais effectivement ouvrir la parole au public. Si vous avez des questions, des réactions par rapport à ces présentations qui nous ont été faites, c'est le moment. Généralement, il n'y a jamais de questions. Est-ce que vous avez des réactions? En fait, moi, j'aimerais globalement vous encourager effectivement à tirer les leçons aussi de ce qui nous a été présenté en termes aussi d'objectifs, à la fois pour accroître les emplois décents dans le domaine des énergies renouvelables au sein de l'espace francophone, et puis à nous aussi nous challenger en très bon français, à nous solliciter de façon à ce que la coopération que nous avons entre pays francophones, mais aussi avec l'IRENA et les partenaires, puisse justement conduire à vous aider à renforcer et atteindre cet objectif d'emploi décent, et puis d'avoir un meilleur équilibre aussi entre la part des hommes et des femmes qui travaillent dans ce secteur des énergies renouvelables. Et j'en suis bien la preuve, on est très très peu nombreuses, effectivement, donc il faut qu'on soit plus nombreuses là-dedans. C'est aussi important de noter que pour accroître l'emploi dans les énergies renouvelables, il faut créer des cadres favorables, tu le mentionnais très bien Francis, et Rabia le mentionnait également avant, pour les différents secteurs d'activité. Et ça c'est quelque chose, je crois qu'il est important pour nous francophones d'exprimer aussi lors de l'Assemblée générale de l'IRENA. Je pense que, enfin, j'aimerais vous encourager effectivement à porter ces priorités communes au sein même de l'Assemblée pour montrer qu'il y a un véritable enjeu en la matière, qu'il ne faut pas relâcher les politiques publiques, mais au contraire les renforcer, comme le disait Francis, et peut-être faire en sorte de sécuriser un pourcentage de nos budgets à chaque fois sur les projets, mais également dans les politiques publiques de façon à ce que ce renforcement de capacité ne soit pas anecdotique, ce qu'on voit souvent. Un projet de renforcement de capacité n'est pas juste 3 PowerPoints qui se suivent, mais c'est réellement la conception d'une démarche, d'un système, comme ce que Francis a pu vous présenter, qui doit être pensé avec nos pays membres, avec nos bénéficiaires et avec les différents acteurs de façon à ce que ce soit durable. Sinon, il n'y a pas réellement de renforcement des capacités de nos francophones. Donc là, j'ai déjà presque trop parlé. Je ne sais pas si quelqu'un d'autre veut parler à ma place. Monsieur.
Bonsoir tout le monde. Moi, je suis Salou Hamidine, je suis le directeur général de l'Agence nigérienne de promotion de l'électrification en milieu rural. Donc là, mon intervention sera sans doute sous forme de contribution par rapport à la présentation du directeur exécutif du CEREC, ce qui concerne la certification. Comme vous le constatez, comme tout le monde le sait, effectivement, les énergies renouvelables sont des solutions décentralisées qui sont les plus utilisées en milieu rural. Et il se trouve qu'en milieu rural, effectivement, les approches sont soit la diffusion des kits individuels ou les solutions décentralisées sous forme de mini-réseaux, de mini-grids, ce qu'on appelle les mini-grids. Et nous constatons qu'avec les solutions de kits, il y a une certaine normalisation, un standard qui est suivi. Ce qui n'est pas le cas avec les mini-grids. Donc, les mini-grids peuvent se présenter sous des formes multiples, soit de solutions purement vertes ou en hybridation. L'hybridation peut être avec des groupes électrogènes, elle peut être avec d'autres formes, d'autres sources d'énergie renouvelable. Ce qui fait que jusqu'à présent, on n'est pas parvenu à maîtriser un modèle optimal. Il n'y a pas de modèle optimal pour l'électrification rurale par des mini-réseaux. Ce qui fait que ça présente des difficultés ou des défis quand il s'agit d'élaborer des standards. Il n'y a pas de réglementation définie, clairement. Donc, quand on parle de certification, je pense qu'on est dans une approche de canaliser les compétences qui sont les mêmes. Donc, on peut parler de standardisation, donc de remplacement d'un équipement par un autre, de substitut, ce qui n'est pas le cas. Donc, je suis en train de voir comment est-ce qu'on peut pousser cette question à un haut niveau pour qu'il y ait une approche standardisée de mini-grids, ne serait-ce que par des segments de capacité à installer ou sous forme de combinaison de technologies adoptées. Mini-réseau vert, certaines capacités, certaines plages de capacité de puissance à installer, ou hybride, diesel, solaire, éolienne, ainsi de suite. C'est juste une proposition donc, dans ma pensée. Je pense que ce sont des choses qui pourront nous permettre vraiment d'avoir un cadre bien organisé pour pouvoir déployer ce genre de solutions. Merci.
Merci beaucoup pour ce témoignage. Peut-être vous pouvez.
Je remercie beaucoup le directeur exécutif de l'ECRE pour sa présentation. Bon, j'ai entendu son nom, qu'il est au nouveau directeur exécutif, mais c'est la première fois de le voir face à face. Merci beaucoup. Moi, c'est M. Afanou du ministère de l'Énergie du Togo. Bon, je remercie également l'IFTD et l'agence pour l'organisation de cette concertation. Bon, Je voudrais vous poser deux questions. Il y a quelques années, les CRE avaient fait adopter dans ces pays membres d'action nationale pour les énergies renouvelables. Bon, comme vous l'avez notifié dans votre présentation. Vrai qu'au Togo, nous faisons des efforts, surtout pour améliorer la part des énergies renouvelables dans le bouquet et dans le mix électrique, et avec la création d'une agence qui est dédiée à cette thématique. Mais j'aimerais vous demander si, après cette adoption, il ne serait pas bon que les créer un programme et un mécanisme pour voir comment est-ce que ce plan-là s'exécute dans les différents pays. Sinon, moi, personnellement, j'ai suivi tout le process, mais j'ai l'impression qu'on a adopté le programme, mais bon, il n'y a plus un suivi pour voir l'effort qui est fait à ce niveau. Ma deuxième question, ça concerne les pôles énergétiques que la Commission de l'énergie de l'UNOA a développé. Bon, et il y a une part bien réservée aux énergies. Bon, et au niveau maintenant de l'ICRE, comment est-ce que vous allez appuyer cette initiative, d'autant plus qu'il y a certains pôles qui intègrent également des pays qui ne sont pas membres de l'UNOA, comme le Ghana qui est à côté du Togo, et le Libéria, la Sierra Leone qui sont également proches de la Côte d'Ivoire. Merci.
Salut à tous, c'est Dembadino Albersa. Je suis chef division énergie renouvelable au ministère de l'énergie, de l'hydraulique et des hydrocarbures en Guinée. Merci et félicitations pour notre directeur exécutif, dont je rencontre aussi pour la première fois. Voilà. Salut à Cécile, à la rencontre avec Isa. Bien, c'est un plaidoyer que je veux faire pour la Guinée, qui vient juste 5 jours avant de mettre en place l'Agence nationale des énergies renouvelables. Donc certainement, d'ici la fin de la semaine, nous aurons un directeur. Je veux encourager les CRE à multiplier les séances de renforcement de capacité. Et surtout pour une nouvelle agence créée comme ça, c'est bien d'avoir le partage d'expérience avec les autres agences de la sous-région. En d'autres termes, je veux aussi encourager les CRE à soutenir les efforts de déploiement des énergies renouvelables par aussi le renforcement de capacité, surtout dans le domaine de l'Atlas. Aider les pays à pouvoir identifier le potentiel dans les différentes sources, solaires, éoliennes, petite hydroélectricité, ainsi de suite. Merci et c'est une fierté vraiment pour moi de prendre part à cet échange.
Merci beaucoup, monsieur.
Merci beaucoup. Je suis Alpha Abdoulaye Diallo. Je suis parlementaire guinéen. Je pense que l'intervention de mon collègue tout à l'heure a pris une grande partie de mes préoccupations parce que je voulais revenir sur le renforcement des capacités dont le présentateur, sur lequel le présentateur a beaucoup insisté. Mais je pense que le plaidoyer déjà prend en compte la préoccupation que j'avais. Et la deuxième préoccupation, c'est par rapport au mécanisme de certification. Est-ce que vous allez le faire par délégation et comment ça va se faire? Donc, je voudrais avoir d'amples informations là-dessus. Et une fois encore, nous vous félicitons par rapport à l'initiative. Merci.
Et on prendra après une dernière question du coup.
Merci. pour vos contributions. Peut-être réagir sous forme de réponse à quelques interrogations. Je pense qu'on va améliorer la communication au niveau du CEREC. En fait, il y a des normes qui ont été adoptées au niveau régional pour les mini-réseaux propres qui intègrent des systèmes hybrides. Et je pense qu'on va améliorer la communication et puis partager ces normes qui ont été adoptées. Et ces normes sont adoptées par le comité technique au niveau de la CEDEAO. Et c'est porté par les directeurs généraux des agences en charge de la normalisation de la qualité des pays membres. Nous avons même eu l'occasion de les accueillir à Praia en novembre et pour un programme de standardisation sur les installations, les kits de puissance inférieure à 350 watts crête. Parce que là aussi, il n'y avait pas de normalisation dans la région. Et sur les mini-grids, ça a été fait. Et donc, on va partager les résultats. Mais je pense que c'est un élément important. Il y a ce qu'on fait. Mais je pense que le plus important, c'est de diffuser et de suivre ce qui est fait. Ça rejoint la question des plans d'action nationaux d'énergie renouvelable. En fait, ce qu'il faut savoir par rapport à ça, c'est qu'il y a un cadre annuel de suivi où tous les pays se regroupent. Et on fait le rapport régional de suivi des progrès de ces plans d'action nationaux. Il y a les plans d'action nationaux d'énergie renouvelable, les plans d'action nationaux d'efficacité énergétique. Donc là aussi, je pense qu'on va améliorer la communication sur le suivi de ces plans d'action nationaux. Sinon, il y a un cadre qui existe et là, il y a des rapports annuels qui sont élaborés et qui sont même disponibles sur le site internet de ECRE. Et donc, je pense que on s'est vu à... Bon, merci d'être pour la question et puis merci aussi d'être avec nous lors de notre forum sur les jeunes vulnérables à Abuja en novembre dernier. Et donc, toutes ces pistes-là, on va améliorer la communication et puis diffuser les résultats. Et puis, recueillir aussi vos avis, hein, parce que les normes, c'est là, mais il faut les faire progresser et que ce soit en lien avec les besoins. Et donc, sur les plans d'action nationaux, ce qu'on va faire cette année, on a prévu lors du prochain forum de la CAO sur l'énergie durable, qui va se tenir, bon, peut-être vous avez, si vous étiez à Abuja, vous allez avoir l'information. Cette année, ce forum va se tenir à Praia. Donc, lors de ce forum, on a prévu de regrouper tout, comme on le fait d'habitude, hein, tous les directeurs généraux en charge de l'énergie des pays membres de la CEDEAO et tous les acteurs des agences nationales pour discuter des plans d'action nationaux et ce qu'on fait. Ce qu'on a décidé aussi, c'est que les plans d'action nationaux, ça reste des documents. Mais ce qui est important, c'est l'impact pour les populations. Donc, il faut, au-delà des plans d'action nationaux, être sûr que ces plans d'action nationaux-là contribuent à mobiliser des ressources de manière importante pour conduire des programmes et des projets qui changent la vie des populations. Voilà, parce que on ne va pas toujours se réunir pour discuter si ça ne change pas la vie des populations. Donc, c'est ce qu'on... Dans le plan stratégique, je ne me suis pas présenté sur ça. L'idée, c'est qu'aujourd'hui, notre action soit visible sur le terrain, mais pas une visibilité pour communiquer, mais que ça change la vie des populations. Donc, ensemble, nous allons travailler pour mobiliser des ressources plus importantes pour réaliser des projets qui vont changer la vie des populations. Et pour les poules énergétiques, en fait, ce qu'il faut savoir, c'est que au même titre qu'il existe le Centre pour les énergies renouvelables et l'efficacité énergétique de la CEDEAO, il existe le système d'échange d'énergie électrique ouest-africain, le WAP, West Africa Power Pool, qui est une agence spécialisée au sein de la CEDEAO et qui s'occupe de la mise en place du marché régional de l'électricité et qui regroupe les 15 pays. Bon, sauf le Cap-Vert parce que pour le moment, il n'y a pas un projet de ligne entre les pays continentaux et le Cap-Vert. Et aujourd'hui, si vous suivez l'actualité, il y a la mise en place du marché régional de l'électricité qui est une réalité. Du point de vue physique, infrastructure, tous les 14 pays sont interconnectés. Le défi maintenant, c'est des questions techniques de synchronisation et surtout de régulation, de réglementation, de marché de l'énergie et de régulation. Voilà. Ça, c'est le pool énergétique dans sa version reconnue au niveau international. Donc, en Afrique, il y a 5 pôles énergétiques dans celui de l'Afrique de l'Ouest. Et tout ça, ça s'intègre. Maintenant, ce dont vous parlez, c'est une initiative de l'UMOA pour booster. Ça ne fait que renforcer ce qui existe simplement. Voilà. Et bien sûr, l'action de ECRE, c'est de soutenir tout ce qui se fait. Et ici, il y a M. Daounou qui est là, qui est le chargé du programme GZ, et qui nous soutient, les 3 agents de la CEDEAO, dans la construction du marché régional, mais également en matière de renforcement des capacités. Et donc, ECRE, comme les autres agences, une de nos missions, c'est de soutenir au niveau national ce qui se fait. Sinon, on n'a pas de raison d'être. J'ai discuté avec le DG à Abuja. Nous, on veut être très proche des agences nationales et aussi des directions générales des ministères. Donc, on va travailler ensemble et c'est pour ça que vous allez être très associés à la mise en œuvre du plan stratégique 2023-2027. Je pense avoir donné quelques éléments d'information. Et pour la Guinée, comme je disais, ECRE est disponible pour vous accompagner en matière de renforcement de capacité, bien sûr, pour la nouvelle agence. Du reste, nous avons pour ambition de créer un réseau des agences nationales en charge des énergies renouvelables, de l'efficacité énergétique et de l'électrification rurale. Et notre première rencontre, elle aura lieu lors du forum de Praia de cette année. Et donc, vous serez conviés à cette rencontre. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, Francis. Alors, avant que je donne un mot de clôture à nos 2 ministres, il y en a une dernière intervention. Rapide, s'il vous plaît, monsieur.
Bonjour. Moi, c'est je suis le directeur des énergies nouvelles et renouvelables du ministère des hydrocarbures et de l'énergie du Tchad. En fait, pour moi, partant d'un constat, je voudrais faire une situation. En fait, la tendance mondiale aujourd'hui est telle que beaucoup de partenaires, que ce soit bilatéraux ou multilatéraux, sont prêts à financer s'il y a des projets en fait bancables avec des études de faisabilité technico-économique bien faits. Et donc, je voudrais voir apparaître parmi les objectifs de ces cadres l'élaboration des projets bancables ou la promotion des projets bancables. Ça, c'est très important. Et l'autre point, c'est sous forme de plaidoyer. En fait, si l'Afrique est aujourd'hui à la traîne en matière d'électrification, c'est parce que nos États n'ont pas considéré comme une priorité l'électrification, l'électricité au même titre que la santé et l'éducation. Et donc, si par exemple, je voudrais souhaiter que ces cadres fassent un plaidoyer auprès de nos États afin que chaque État puisse consacrer une part bien définie pour l'électrification et que ça soit une tâche d'huile pour les autres organisations, parce que je ne sais pas si en Afrique centrale, dont appartient mon pays, à un tel cadre. Mais même si il n'en a pas, et quand peut-être ce cadre va apparaître en Afrique centrale, ça va être aussi à l'image de ça. Et donc, je voudrais souhaiter que ça fasse une tâche d'huile. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. Je vais donc inviter le ministre à clôturer cette session. Venez. Monsieur le ministre.
Oui, j'avais, pour commencer, encore merci pour Madame la directrice pour me donner le mot de clôture, moi et mon collègue ministre de la Wallonie. je voulais d'abord parler d'une chose et répondre d'abord sur la dernière suggestion, c'est que en Afrique aujourd'hui, qu'est-ce qu'on a? On a que ces potentiels en énergie renouvelable qu'on a. L'Afrique a ces cadeaux du ciel d'avoir ces potentiels en énergie renouvelable. Et je ne suis pas d'accord avec le fait de dire que le gouvernement et les États ne l'accompagnent pas. Qu'est-ce que font aujourd'hui tous les pays de l'Afrique? Je dis bien tous les pays. Tous les pays développent aujourd'hui leur potentiel en énergie renouvelable. L'Afrique, c'est l'énergie de demain pour la planète. Donc, je crois que nous avons ces potentiels, mais nous savons très bien que nous avons ces gaps à l'accès à l'énergie de nos concitoyens. Nous avons aujourd'hui en Afrique 600 millions de personnes qui n'ont pas accès à l'énergie. Et ça, c'est très important. Je dis bien 600 millions. Et le gouvernement, tous les gouvernements sont conscients. Et l'objectif et le combat quotidien de chaque gouvernement africain est qu'aujourd'hui, nous devons nous battre pour que chaque citoyen africain ait accès à l'énergie abordable, à moindre coût, pour chaque foyer africain. C'est très très important. Il ne faut pas qu'on oublie cet objectif qui est la priorité de tout le gouvernement. Ça c'est, je crois, la partie politique, je veux dire, et nos ambitions de tout le gouvernement africain aujourd'hui. Sinon, si je peux me reconcentrer sur l'éducation en général et surtout l'éducation solaire, parce que j'ai vu la belle présentation de notre directeur sur les énergies renouvelables et les solaires et les certifications. Mais qu'est-ce que nous avons aujourd'hui comme panneaux solaires et PV en Afrique? C'est que ils sont tous importés. Je crois qu'il y a une usine de fabrication uniquement au Burkina Faso. Tous les autres panneaux sont importés. Importés comment? Et quelles normes? Quelles certifications? Est-ce qu'ils répondent à notre climat? Est-ce qu'ils répondent à nos humidités, à notre chaleur, à nos climats en général? Je crois que non. Donc, qu'est-ce qu'il faut? Il faut d'abord une production nationale pour chaque pays qui répond à ses spécificités, à son climat, pour déployer ces panneaux PV solaires dans tous nos pays africains. Parce que nous n'avons pas les mêmes climats en Europe. En Europe, on peut acheter un panneau solaire qui peut fonctionner, je crois, de 20 à 30 degrés. Mais imaginez ramener ces panneaux en Afrique. Est-ce qu'il va fonctionner à 40 degrés? 40 degrés, lorsqu'il fait 40 degrés, le panneau il fera 50 ou 60 degrés. Donc non. Donc je crois que d'abord, avant de parler déjà de certification et de normes, il faut que nous produisons nous-mêmes nos panneaux solaires. Ça, c'est très important. Nous avons, si je peux rebondir sur mon pays, à Djibouti aujourd'hui l'ambition d'ouvrir une usine de fabrication des panneaux solaires qui va répondre aux normes et à la certification du climat aride de notre pays, Djibouti, mais qui peut aussi répondre aux attentes des pays voisins, de la Somalie, de l'Éthiopie, de l'Érythrée, du Kenya, de la Mozambique. Pourquoi nous avons voulu cette idée et encourager cet investisseur djiboutien aujourd'hui qui veut fabriquer des panneaux solaires à Djibouti, pour qu'on puisse fabriquer des panneaux solaires répondant à notre climat, à nos besoins et aussi à la problématique climatique de chez nous. Nous avons aujourd'hui à Djibouti, l'été il fait 45, 48 ou 50 degrés de fois. Donc, combien de degrés il fera sur les panneaux et quelle sera la production des panneaux après? Ça, c'est la problématique des panneaux solaires. Donc, il fera pratiquement 70 ou 80 degrés sur les panneaux solaires. Donc, nous voulons des panneaux aux normes djiboutiennes et aux normes adéquates africaines. Ça, c'est un. De deux, nous avons beaucoup de villages en Afrique qui ne sont pas connectés sur le réseau. Donc, qu'est-ce qu'ils veulent ces villages? Ils veulent aussi être électrifiés. Et c'est le combat de tous les jours, tous les gouvernements africains. Donc, il faut développer des mini-grids pour ces villages. Mini-grids hybrides avec des groupes électrogènes ou mini-grids avec des batteries. Des batteries qui nous reviennent très très cher, il faut le dire. Nous, si je puis parler de notre pays, nous avons opté pour des petits mini-grids solaires avec batterie et faire le réseau du village pour qu'ensuite, après, lorsque les réseaux sera connecté, les gens n'ont plus besoin de se connecter ou de faire un autre réseau. Donc, je crois que, après, qu'est-ce que nous allons parler? Nous allons parler de la certification et de la technicité et de la maintenance de ces mini-réseaux dans le village. Qui va s'approprier ces mini-réseaux? C'est la population locale. Il ne faut pas l'oublier aussi. Donc, former nos locaux des villages pour qu'ils puissent travailler et maintenir ces centrales-là comme il faut. Et ça, je crois que c'est l'objectif des agences des éducations rurales et des énergies renouvelables de chaque pays, mais aussi du ministère de l'énergie de chaque pays. Ceci dit, je crois en conclusion que nous sommes sur la bonne voie. Nous devons continuer à collaborer, à coopérer et aussi à partager ensemble ce que nous avons de plus beau aujourd'hui, qui est ces potentiels, mais aussi ces partages d'informations et de compétences qu'on a en Afrique, et d'accélérer cette technologie pour pouvoir subvenir aux besoins de tous nos concitoyens africains et francophones. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. Très brièvement, je voudrais en tout cas me réjouir de ce dialogue parce que je pense que c'est très positif. Nous sommes au cœur du sujet de la transition énergétique, du développement des énergies renouvelables, de cette réunion d'IRENA, bien sûr aussi au cœur du sujet, puisque c'est fortement lié, du dérèglement climatique, mais que cela concerne aussi beaucoup d'autres enjeux qui sont directement liés. C'est la question des emplois et de la création d'activités économiques qui était précisément l'objet de cette discussion. C'est la question du bien-être des habitants et de l'accès à l'énergie. Donc ce sont vraiment des questions fondamentales et je peux tout de même témoigner depuis quelques années d'engagement et de participation à ce genre de discussion, de l'évolution des choses, du développement des projets, du développement de la coopération, de la collaboration, que ce soit entre les pays africains notamment, mais que ce soit à l'échelle plus globale et au sein notamment de la francophonie. Nous sommes vraiment disponibles et demandeurs de poursuivre ce travail, à la fois bien sûr dans le cadre de la transition et du défi climatique, mais aussi pour apporter des technologies, des connaissances, du soutien, mais dans une logique, c'est tout à fait win-win de faire ça, c'est très positif pour nous également, mais dans une logique bien entendu d'appropriation localement, de déploiement localement, puisque bien entendu, comme mon collègue l'a dit, il y a des enjeux locaux qui sont spécifiques, il y a une nécessité d'appropriation par les communautés locales, par les gouvernements, par le développement de l'expertise technique des entreprises, de l'emploi. Les enjeux sont énormes, et donc je pense qu'il n'y a pas d'autre voie que celle-là, mais je trouve que les projets évoluent positivement et qu'en tous les cas, il reste encore bien sûr énormément de travail et je pense que nous allons continuer dans cette voie dans les prochains mois et dans les prochaines années.
Merci beaucoup, messieurs les ministres. Pour conclure cette session, puisque nous avons 7 minutes de retard, mais nous avions commencé avec 20, donc je crois qu'on a été très performants. Je voulais vous proposer aussi de scanner ce QR code. Pourquoi? Parce que la francophonie vous accompagne aussi, vous les francophones, au décryptage des enjeux de l'Assemblée générale, qui vont être discutés pendant l'Assemblée générale de l'IRENA. Donc vous avez tout ça avec ce QR code et vous allez trouver les documents de décryptage justement des enjeux de l'Assemblée. Je vous remercie beaucoup pour votre participation. Encore merci messieurs les ministres pour votre présence et merci à nos panélistes également pour toutes les connaissances qu'ils ont partagées avec nous. Un grand merci et bonne Assemblée. Mayor, excuse me, can you put the microphone Yeah.
Okay, it's fine. Please.
Okay, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'm really delighted to welcome you to Abu Dhabi, to the physical General Assembly, which we haven't had for 3 years now, and in particular to this important session on end-of-life management. As you know, PV was the second largest renewable energy in 2021 and contributed to about a quarter of global renewable power. According to IRENA's latest World Energy Transition Outlook, to achieve the energy transition pathway compatible with the 1.5-degree climate target, solar PV will need to contribute to about half of total installed capacity in renewables by 2050. The accelerated large-scale deployment, of course, is very welcome, but at the same time, this represents certain challenges, one of which is the end-of-life management of solar PV after the solar panels have reached the end of their lifetime. Thanks to the support of the German government, we have been able to work at IRENA for quite a while on the end-of-life management of renewables and also circular economy in general. In 2016, we partnered with IEA PVPS and published the report End-of-Life Management Solar PV Panels. That was the first report ever done on to assess global waste volumes of solar PV by 2050. Currently, we are working with the National Renewable Energy Laboratory, NREL, in the US to develop the second edition of the study. And the forthcoming report, End-of-Life Management of Solar PV in the Energy Transition, Enabling a Circular Economy, assesses basically global solar PV waste by 2050, again in the 1.5-degree scenario, examines circular economy pathways and analyzes policies, measures, and country examples. Preliminary findings show that more than 210 million tons of cumulated solar PV waste will be generated by 2050 in the 1.5-degree scenario. So facilitating circular economy and end-of-life management of solar PV can address the waste challenge, provide additional raw materials, create more job opportunities, and reduce negative environmental impacts. But at the same time, there are barriers that impede the sustainable practices in the PV solar industry. Very few countries have actually existing programs to support the circular economy of solar PV. So policies and programs and collaborations among stakeholders is really very urgently needed to address these barriers and enable a circularity-based solar PV industry. In today's meeting, we have the report authors from IRENA and NREL who will present the findings of the study, and it will be published very soon. We have also invited country delegates and observers from different sectors to share their perspective and experience. We hope that the discussion can bring useful information, knowledge, and examples to help some of our member countries strengthen their action to promote the circular economy and more sustainable practices. So I'm going to pass the floor now to my colleague Jin Lei, who is leading the work in my team on this topic. He will introduce the key findings of this forthcoming study, together with Garvin Heath and Taylor Curtis, who are our project partners at NREL. I wish you a really interesting discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Rabia. Thank you very much. So my name is Jin Lei Feng. I'm a program officer at IRENA, and today I would like to share some preliminary findings of our forthcoming study. And this study actually, as Rabia mentioned, In 2016, we collaborated with IEA PVPS. We did the first ever projection on solar PV waste at global level to check this topic. And 2022, we collaborate with NREL to do the second edition, focus on 1.5 degree. We check all the possible solar PV waste by 2050, but also we assess the circular economy approach, country studies, and propose policy recommendation on this topic. So I would very briefly to share some findings. So first, let's go to the background is capacity. Actually, if you look at the figure last 10 years, solar PV capacity has been increased significantly, especially if you look at the last 3 years from 2019 to 2021. According to IRENA's renewable energy capacity, these 3 years, more than 100 gigawatts of new addition of solar PV, the largest, and making solar PV actually by 2021 the second largest renewable capacity over the world. And also, G20 countries actually contribute to the majority, 80 or 90% of global total, but we also find that outside of the G20, the large markets, there are also some interesting increasing. I would like to highlight 2 examples. First, let's see Vietnam. If you look at IRENA's capacity report, in 2019 and 2020, only 2 years, Vietnam increased around 16 gigawatts of solar PV panels. If you look at other countries, for example, also you can find in Netherlands and Spain, 2 years around 2019, 2020, these countries increased around 9 or 10 gigawatts. Actually, this kind of newly addition more than most of the other countries. And also, if we look at the major markets and in a 1.5 scenario, because according to IRENA's 1.5 degree scenario in our World Energy Transitions Outlook, solar PV will be one of the most promising technology. In the 1.5 scenario of IRENA, solar PV will need to increase to around 14 terawatts by 2050 cumulated. It would need to contribute around half of total renewable power generation capacity by then, if the world need to change the 1.5 degree scenario. And also you can see the major markets including China, the United States, the European Union, but also Japan, India, and Indonesia. And I also would like to highlight that if you see there are 2 lines, India and Indonesia, actually there will be significant capacity increasing in these 2 developing markets after 2030 and surpass most of our other markets like Japan in the next 20 decades. So all the accelerated and large-scale deployment, we will have a first question: how can we meet the material demand? So we're also trying to assess the material demand in by 2030 for the major technologies. It's crystalline silicon solar PV. So we estimated that in the 1.5 scenario, there will be around over 50 million tons of material needed to produce all the solar PV. Actually, it's a huge increase from the 2020, more than 2.3 folds. And also, we estimate that you can see most of the material needed for glass and also for the aluminum paste and the aluminum, but also give some context. There will also be some demand for other material like silver. Silver is very low weight and percentage in the solar panels, but if you look at 2020, our assessment by 2020 to produce all the solar panel, the silver consumption actually was around 9% of the yearly global production. Another example could be antimony. It's a metal used for the glass to improve the performance of the glass, make it more durable. And this kind of share in the glass is very low, 0.1 or 0.3%. But because of the large scale in 2020, this metal used for solar panel for the addition was around 4% to 11% of global total production. So based on that, we have carried out an estimation of the global solar PV waste in the 1.5 degree at global level. So by 2050, there will be more than 210 million tons of accumulated solar PV waste globally. If you look at the figure, you can see that actually more than 3/4 of the accumulated PV waste will be after 2040, because the needed and accelerated PV deployment will be around this decade. So after around 25 years service time, there will be the peak of starting the large scale of the waste stream. But if you look at the last 5 years from 2045 to 2050, 40% of the accumulated. I would like to mention also that our projection only to 2050, but we also see, as I mentioned previously, the developing market, they have some kind of started large-scale deployment by 2030. Actually, after 2050, they will be keep increasing in these markets. So that's accumulated. We also trying to assess annual generation of solar PV waste in the 1.5 degree scenario. And you can see this figure is annual, just in a single year. From around 2040, globally will be more than 10 million tons in a single year, which means we need to ask if we are ready to handle, to transport, to treat this kind of solar PV waste properly. And if we look at the 2050, this will increase to 20 million tons per year. So let's have a split of the major markets, I would say the G20 countries. And still you can see the China will have largest share, but also we can see Japan, United States, European Union, and also if you look at after 2040, the India and Indonesia, there will have a significant increase of the annual generation of solar PV waste. So this is a single year solar PV waste which will be, could be generated in the 1.5 scenario. We also assess some kind of benefits from the solar PV waste by looking at how many materials we can recycle from this, and also what kind of market value can be generated. So first, we are trying to, based on the our projection, we have some kind of assessment of the material that can be recycled from solar PV waste. It's accumulated way, and you can see that still the large share is glass. Actually, but also there will be significant part from aluminum because of the frame, and also copper. But I would also mention that there is a trend that we assume because of the efficiency increase, the solar PV panels will need less material to produce the same capacity. But even though you still will see the material. And all the recyclable material, they can use it to produce new solar panels, which means we will need less mining activities, which can reduce the impact on the environment. And if you look at another side, all the recycled material, they can have a market value. We assume that we assess the 1.5 scenario. It could be more than 4 billion by 2040 globally, the material market. It's, you can see, opposite to the weight, actually glass will contribute to the smaller share. But silver, even the weight is less, but the value will be the majority. And also copper and aluminum. And this kind of market share could increase to around 8.8 billion by 2050. So all this market value actually linked to other possible benefits, which means job creation and others. But I would just say the circular economy is not only the recycling, but it's more broader. It's beyond only the recycling something. So we are also assessing all the overall circular economy approach and also country examples and also available tools, which will be introduced by our project partner, Gavin Health and Taylor Curtis from the NREL. But they cannot join our meeting today in person. And so we did the recorded video and to share with you from our partners on another part on the circular economy. Can you check?
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. We wish we could have been there in attendance in person at this pre-assembly workshop for the Arena General Assembly. But we do welcome your feedback that you can submit through the Arena staff, or you're welcome to emails directly, and you'll find our email addresses at the end. The National Renewable Energy Laboratory of the United States was requested to support Arena in updating a 2016 publication that was joint between IRENA and the International Energy Agency on end-of-life management for photovoltaics, or PV. My name is Carmen Heath, and I'm a distinguished member of the research staff at NREL, and I'm joined by my colleague, Taylor Curtis, who's a legal and policy analyst. And both of us have been studying this issue of the circular economy for photovoltaics for many years. Our report is nearing completion, but today we're providing a summary of the report, including a brief introduction to circular economy and the policy analysis that we conducted. So what is a circular economy? It's really defined in opposition to our current economic model, which is a linear economic model, where we take materials from the earth, make products and use them, and then waste them or throw them away at the end of life. The circular economy is then defined in opposition to this, where we're trying to retain value of materials and products as long as possible, and then when they do reach end of life, to recover materials to recirculate back into the economy. This circular economy model goes further than a recycling only or end of life focused model, which is in the middle of the diagram to the left. The recycling economy is really the current focus of research, investment, and policy, and it fits the easiest into our current linear system, because all we're doing is managing products at the end of life. The circular economy takes a much broader approach, as you'll see in the next slide. Circular economy is often defined in terms of 10 strategies. Several are not especially applicable to photovoltaics, and so they're not shown here. On the right-hand side, you can see at the bottom is the linear economy then moving towards the top, the circular economy approaches as we move lower in these numbers for the R strategies. So we start with recycling at the end of life. At the beginning, we can rethink our product design and reduce the amount of materials that are used in them, for instance, in a design for circularity approach. And in the middle is where we try to extend the lifespan of products or the parts within the products through direct reuse of the product, repair of the product, or refurbishment. And these strategies are prioritized from top to bottom, where the logic is that the more you change what's already manufactured, the more value you lose. And in fact, also, the greater effort, cost, and greenhouse gas emissions associated with that strategy. So if you don't use materials in the first place, for instance, all the better. There are many benefits and opportunities that are presented by a circular economy. I'm going to review them briefly, talking to the points on the left, where there is reduced negative environmental impacts, there's potential for cost savings and increased profits, there's energy security and national security improvements, enhanced competitiveness and innovation for both businesses and economies, new and expanded markets and employment opportunities, reduced resource constraints, and enhanced supply chain diversity. And you can see how many of these are addressing challenges that our world economic model is approaching today. There are also, of course, challenges and barriers to a circular economy. We've had our linear economic model for many centuries, and so it's challenging to move to a different model. Some of these challenges are listed here. Less efficient existing technologies, infrastructure, processes, or services, lack of critical information and data in many aspects of the circular economy, unclear, complex, and varied laws and regulations that were not written for a circular economy and so are challenging to understand in that context, lack of economic motivation, and low market confidence in repaired, refurbished, and reused PV solar equipment are examples. So here I'm going to turn it over to my colleague Taylor Curtis, who is going to describe in summary the policies that we've reviewed globally around the circular economy for solar photovoltaics.
Thanks, Garvin. In addition to identifying circular economy pathways and opportunities for solar, as well as analyzing some of today's challenges to implementing these circular strategies, we also analyzed potential policy solutions that government, industry, nonprofits, and others are looking towards to overcome technical, market, and regulatory barriers. We did this first by conducting a mass data collection of global policies that specifically address circular economy strategies for solar panels and balance system equipment. We identified these policies through legal and literature-based research with an international lens to understand where the policies are emerging and what strategies are focused on and how these policies are applied. We identified and analyzed 62 different policies from 16 different countries that we found really focused on those 5 core circular strategies that Garvin just mentioned. And we had our team of legal and policy experts analyze these policies to understand 4 main questions. 1, where are the policy efforts being implemented? What regions around the globe? What countries? Who is leading the policy efforts? Is it government leading the policy effort? Is it national government? Is it subnational government? Is it the solar industry or other allied industries like the logistics companies or recycling or other industries? And 3, how is the policy being implemented? Is it through mandates with laws and regulation? Is it through kind of direct government funding for investment into programming and research? Or is it voluntary guidance? And other policy mechanisms. And then what types of policies are being implemented? Is it a landfill ban? Is it a required manufacturer take-back program? Or again, is it just investment? Is it investment in programming and research and development? Next slide. So in analyzing these policies, we identified 3 primary or prominent policy frameworks used based on who led the implementation of policy. And we categorize each policy according to these different buckets. So we have government-led, which is defined here as national or federal or local government-initiated policy. Industry-led policy, which we have defined as industry-initiated programming or voluntary industry standards. And the third bucket is a hybrid policy framework, where there's a fusion between government and industry-led policy that can include public-private partnerships or collaboration, typically between governments, nonprofits, and other interest groups, such as industry. And we analyzed and organized these policies into these different policy frameworks, and then from there, we looked at what types of policies were being implemented. And so, for instance, some of the types of policies that we found were landfill bans, alternative regulatory schemes, guidance, and working groups to study the issue. Slide 4. So to complement the policy analysis, we did do an in-depth policy review in a handful of countries, including Australia, China, Germany, Japan, the Republic of Korea, and the United States. And we had, it was challenging kind of to choose these case study countries, and we did so with a reasoned approach by analyzing several different variables in our selection process, including countries with the highest installed capacity, policies in these countries that were diverse in the terms of the circular economy pathway they address, the frameworks and the implementation processes used, as well as the policy type. In analyzing these 6 countries across these countries, we found that direct government funding for research and development and analysis and investment in national and subnational programming, such as reuse and recycling programs, were fairly common. In addition to extended producer responsibility requirements and working groups to study solar decommissioning, reuse, and end-of-life management options. And from there, I'll hand it over to Garvin to wrap us up.
Thanks so much, Taylor, and thanks so much to IRENA for the opportunity to present at your pre-assembly workshop. We understand that there will be interventions that we're missing, and we do hope to hear a summary of those. Feel free to contact us directly or through the IRENA staff regarding this work that you'll soon see in publication form as well. So we wish you the best to the remaining part of the meeting and the assembly.
Right. Okay, my name is Ute Collier. I'm the Deputy Director of the Knowledge Policy and Finance Centre. So we now got a good amount of time to take interventions from governments and observers, and then we can even, if we have time, have a bit of an open Q&A. So we've got a number of governments who've indicated they want to speak, but of course the floor is also open to others. But I will call first the ones who I know would like to speak as ever in alphabetical order, and then maybe if the individual representatives want to just quickly introduce themselves as well in terms of which department they're from. So I'll call on China first, please. We have microphones as well.
Good afternoon. I'm Jiang Hao, and I'm very glad to be here. I'm Director of International Department of China Renewable Energy Engineering Institute. And I will prepared, so I write it down. I can read it very smoothly, okay? Don't be afraid. So the presentations, experts were very impressive and enlightening. So on behalf of the Chinese delegation, I will share our understanding of this important issue and some of the work we have already done in China. The waste models disposal is last mile in the green development development across the full life cycle of the solar PV industry. And most of the waste PV modules can be recycled, such as mentioned as the glass, the silicon, and the rare metals. And proper disposal of these materials can bring about multiple benefits. It can help to conserve the recycled resources, address environment pollution, and reduce carbon footprint across the lifestyle, and promote eco-friendly development. And it will also generate new business opportunities, definitely, and first new drivers to growth for the solar PV industry. As the PV system has a lifespan of about over 20 years, there have been a small number of PV waste at present, hence moderate pressure on recycling. However, as the more PV stations are decommissioned for upgrade in the years ahead, there will be a continued increase in PV waste and an urgent demand for recycling. So therefore, the solar PV industry must be well prepared and taking this issue seriously. China has rolled out the policies and measures to support waste module recycling, and has developed applicable technologies and a certain disposal capacity. First is pioneering technologies research. Through research programs and R&D projects, China supports R&D on critical technology and equipment for waste silicon PV modules, and has established applied production lines using different type technology solutions within disposal capacity of 10 to 30 megawatts. And second is policy incentives. China's 2030 carbon peak action plan encourages the recycling of such waste as decommissioned power batteries, PV modules, and blades of wind turbines. The 2021 to 2025 action plan on intelligent and innovative PV industry development also underlines the need to develop technology and implementation roadmaps for recycling decommissioned PV modules and promote the commercialization of the recycling technologies. And the third is stand for the recycling. Now, in 2021, the general technological requirements for recycling and reusing PV modules was adopted as a national standard. In last year, 2022, and the China PV Industry Association published the industry standard, which called General Technological Requirements for Recycling and Reusing Critical Silicon PV Modules. And the fourth is the commercial operation by Chinese companies. At the end of 2021, SPIC is a Chinese company. It kicked off China's first plant model recycling line, and Nantong Yixin company is another small company built a recycling line with an initial capacity of 10,000 tons per year. So it means 160 megawatt. So China will work with all the countries to enhance the cooperation and on technologies and standards, and share the fruits of the development, and contribute China's share to solar PV waste recycling and reuse. Thank you.
Thank you, and good to hear that. And I think at the end we will also, later on, we'll hear from some of the solar industry who you referred to. Okay, do we have Malaysia here? We weren't sure. We were expecting Malaysia. No?
Okay, I'll go next to Morocco then, please. Yes, the room is very small. Usually we would have all the speakers at the front, but please go ahead, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the kind invitation. My name is Samir Rashidi. I'm acting general manager within ESN, which is the Institute for Solar Energy and New Energies. Today I'm really glad to be part of this important meeting. Probably next year we'll need probably a broader room for that. Since it's really an interesting subject, as you may know, Morocco has a very ambitious renewable policy and mainly also for solar. We may have an objective of having 52% of our power sector powered by renewable sources, and on this percentage we may have a value of around 5 gigawatts of PV capacity installed. In addition to that, we are also quite close to a huge, let's say, PV market in the EU. And since the first panels have been installed in the 90s, it could also present a real opportunity for the country, as it also starts accelerating its industry in general, car industry, but also we are more and more focusing on renewable industry, especially with the let's say the appetite for the green hydrogen industry, that it's also and mainly an industry about renewables. So this being said, we are also having this opportunity of Repower EU, which is also, as the report has been highlighting, a huge, let's say, PV capacity that will be installed in the region. For the moment, we don't have any recycling activities yet. However, we have an interesting and interested also aluminum sector, local aluminum sector industry in Morocco. And as a research center, we have also started to examine this question, and we have been accepted last year a funded project in the framework of Repower EU. Of the LEAP-RE, which is a co-funding, research co-funding program between the EU and the African Union. The project's name is called Restart, and it started last year, as I said, and the ambition of the project, or the objective, is to study the recycling of both PV and batteries. And the idea is to recycle, to develop, let's say, recycling processes for both, let's say, technologies, and also to upscale them and to disseminate this know-how and expertise to be acquired in the form of a startup to be created within the consortium. So the consortium contains 5 partners. Sorry, I will have the names now. Yes, sorry. So the partners are King Salman International University from Egypt, Alato University from Finland, the European Center of Research in Geoscience and Environment in France, Qadi Ayad University, which is coordinating the project in Marrakesh, Morocco, the Mohammed VI University, Polytechnic University, and the Green Energy Park in Morocco as well, and the Babeș Bolyai University in Romania. That was all. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's go to the Netherlands next.
My name is Pauline Bloem. I work at the Ministry of Economic Affairs and Climate Policy in the Netherlands. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak. Currently, the Netherlands holds the 2nd place in the world for exploitation of solar energy, with approximately 3 solar panels per person. 2 million of households in the Netherlands now have solar panels. This is around 25% of all Dutch households. Together with the commercial sector, these solar panels produce almost 10% of the total electricity use of the Netherlands. Well, of course, we're very proud of these numbers and about the solar exploitation, but it brings some challenges. And we're discussing one of those challenges today, and that's circularity, because a very small part of those solar panels are circular. I would like to tell you very brief some measures that the Netherlands is taking towards a circular solar economy. Firstly, we welcome and support the European Union's initiative for eco-design and energy label regulations. And in addition to this, we want to explore if and in what way an eco-certificate would be able to contribute to the market position of solar panels with a lower carbon footprint and a higher level of circularity. If anybody here in the room would like to share some thoughts about that with me, I would be very happy to discuss it with you. Besides that, the government offered stimulation of circular panels through its regulation on green projects, offering a discount on financing when using innovative techniques that result in environmental gain. And from 2024 onwards, this regulation includes circularity demands. Lastly, the Netherlands has a very active and knowledgeable buyer group, Sustainable Solar Panels, a public-private cooperation. And this group works on the creation and spreading of knowledge about more sustainable and circular solar panels and stimulating the use of them. Now, I just wanted to make a very small sidestep, because myself, I work in the offshore wind sector at the ministry. And for the offshore wind sector, we have managed to include criteria on circularity and on sustainability, on responsible business conduct for the next offshore wind tenders. So we're working on it, but the decision has been made that this is going to be included in the tenders. So because we saw that companies need, they need this criteria to make sure that these will be part of their business models. I have some challenges as well, but maybe I give the floor to someone else now and then later on.
Yes, thank you. And we can always come back to some of the challenges and barriers. And you made a very good point. Of course, here we are discussing solar PV. And of course, as Jinei showed, it is a very important part of what we expect the energy system to look like over the next few decades. But we have many other renewables, and we do need to also address those issues. And I'm sure that's part in our work program in the future. Okay, Panama next. Are you there? Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Guadalupe Gonzalez. I'm from the National Energy Secretariat. And well, maybe it's more like a comment. In Panama, as well as the Central American region, we are working very hard on our energy transition agenda. And one of the main components actually is the inclusion of more solar power system for our not only to the power box system, but the distributed generation. And I can recall that we have started introducing solar photovoltaics maybe since 2013, 2015, so we are not yet, as in your cases where China, which is already there with the circular economy, but we have to start looking to that point. And what I would like is to call maybe Irina to help us, Panama and the Central American countries, in order to start developing this type of studies and planning, as you already are doing with the Central America roadmap for Flex Tool, but now including this type of planning and methodologies on circular economy as well. So basically it was more like asking for that help from Irina, more than bringing a challenge.
Thank you, that's very helpful. And United States, please.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. I realize I'm facing the wrong direction for the group. Hi, everybody. I'm Helena Matza. I run our Clean Energy Office at the U.S. Department of State, and really appreciate the work that's been done, including leveraging our own national lab, one of several, NREL, in doing this analysis. The U.S., we find ourselves in a really unique and exciting position in this moment, both with all of the wonderful implementation and investment we know going into our whole economy through the Inflation Reduction Act. At the same time, a big part of that will be solar deployment, and thinking on the front end about circularity will be incredibly important. As we know, about 95% of PV is recyclable, but at this moment it's quite cost prohibitive. And so it's going to be both industry and, of course, governments, whether that's regulatory frameworks at the state and federal level, that will have to play an important role to find a way to have safe and responsible end-of-life practices. The PV community needs quality data, materials, quantity, age, location, so many elements to be able to track and ultimately provide the information and action needed to ensure that we're recycling PV and entering that back into the market. The U.S. has a system for that, and many others. I'll just mention one today. The eco-labels that are used in government procurements like EPAP, which need to meet not only specific environmental performance criteria, but have many other conditions around end-of-life management and ultimately recycling. I wanted to share just a couple of updates that have happened in the last few years. In March 2022, our Department of Energy released a 5-year action plan to enable safe and responsible handling of photovoltaic end-of-life materials. Under this action plan, the Department of Energy, through its Solar and Energy Technology Office, CETO, will address PV end-of-life issues through stakeholder interviews, data gathering, research, and analysis. This office will also develop a database that tracks materials, quantity, age, and location of PV modules at the end of their life to better understand the state of PV end-of-life management. This office will also support hardware research to reduce the cost of modular recycling by more than half by 2030. At the same time, the Department of Energy is also awarding grants to companies, nonprofit research organizations, and national labs for research and development and reuse and recycling, as well as design of more recyclable solar modules through this program. Additionally, they're developing certifications for sustainable modules and designing recycling module programs. And that is all one office, one piece of the U.S. system. I see one of my colleagues from the Department of Commerce as well in the audience, who has an important role to play as well. So the U.S. government is taking this issue very seriously, but there's still a lot of work to do, and we look forward to this conversation and more reports and analysis and research coming out of partnerships like the one we're discussing here today. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Now, that was the end of my country list, but if any other member states who would speak up, please let us know. Otherwise, sorry? Please, sir, go ahead. Microphone here.
Thank you very much. My name is Paul Mbuthi from Ministry of Energy, Kenya. Let me first of all start by saying that I believe this study must also have looked at the entire ancillary technologies, because solar PV doesn't stand alone. You need to look at the batteries, the inverters, the regulators, the entire system, because the waste that comes has also to do with all those other items. Secondly, Kenya is one of the countries with high shares of renewables, and solar is one of the technologies that have been used particularly for solar home systems. But the volumes of waste, because of the longevity of these systems, have not been accumulating at very rapid rate. But we see that rate increasing, and so the concern for the end-of-life management becomes very, very pertinent. So the big challenge then is the volumes have not been growing so rapidly to justify serious investments into that sector. So if one was to look at what the barriers would be in this area of promoting the circular economy for solar PV, one is the low awareness of the business opportunities that exist in the waste recycling and reuse. So that is something that needs to be done because we've not seen serious investments trying to work out a business model for waste recycling or management, and that is this opportunity which can be looked at. There is also limited knowledge on the availability of the waste recycling solutions that would be available, and this is particularly so for developing countries. The other issue is what is the role of government in this process. Government provides the enabling policies and the regulatory environment to enable private investors to look at the opportunity that exists. Secondly, government also provides investment capital and technology products and services. The government provides the seed funding, while the private sector will provide the investment capital. So there are roles of different players. So you find government has a role to enable, the private sector can mobilize investment capital and also provide technology solutions. Now the other issue is what policies have successively been used to overcome these barriers, and one of those which government does is to provide fiscal incentives in terms of tax waivers and so on, which would facilitate and stimulate a demand for this market to grow. So in order to grow that market, government needs to intervene in terms of providing some incentives. It also provides even incentives to consumers. To create awareness. The government can allocate budgets for purposes of creating awareness so that the knowledge about the need to reuse, recycle is inculcated in the society. And the last point I wanted to make is that in terms of what IRENA has been doing, how can IRENA continue to support this space? One is really where we are here, information sharing on best practices. We've listened to different experiences, and this enables parties and countries to begin to understand where success has been, what have been the levers. And so in their planning, they're able to take that on board. And the last bit is targeted capacity building. IRENA can also support through targeted capacity building to countries so that because this is going to be a serious global challenge, because you see, developing countries have been adopting solar solutions in the last years, but you see, because these are taking 20 plus years, the end of life had not come. But now increasingly, because of the increasing volumes, then we need to build capacity so that we can be able to address some of these things. I believe that also gives us, even as participants, to see how do we then involve the private sector in planning these business opportunities, and how do we get the civil society to create the requisite awareness. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and that's a very useful perspective, because of course we need to think, okay, we've done this report, where do we go from here? It shouldn't just be a report that sits on the shelf. So we can discuss that further, how we can maybe get involved. Before I pass on to the next person, Jeanette, can you quickly answer the the first point from Paul, which was about not just looking at the panels.
Yes, you're right. We are also looking at the battery storage, part, important part of that. We will launch also the public issue very soon. Thank you very much.
So that's batteries, but we haven't quite looked at inverters and everything, have we?
Inverter is a part of this,
yeah.
But also battery we have specific. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I am the president of the Environment Committee in the Cyprus Parliament. And I must tell you that I was very glad that I had China as well as the Netherlands with their specifications. I think it's one of the most important things to do at the moment is to get the photovoltaic industry worldwide to come up with a common standard so that most of the parts of a PV system will be able to be reused. There are cradle-to-cradle technologies and techniques, and you realize this is very important for small countries because it's okay for China or the Netherlands to put their standards, but it wouldn't be that easy for a smaller country to actually come up with these, if you like, circular economy standards. And I think this is one of the most important things that IRENA can actually push forward. Thank you.
Oops, thank you. Do we have other countries at the back there, please?
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I think so.
Thank you. Mathieu Balu from the European Commission on behalf of the European Union. We already heard a number of colleagues mention the Repower EU strategy, our new ambitions. So I would just like to add a couple of points. The first one is that under Repower EU and our new solar strategy, we have the ambition to deploy up to at least 600 gigawatts of solar energy by 2030, which is actually higher than what we saw on the IRENA projections for 2030. This is an enormous increase, 4 times more than what was installed in the EU in 2020. 3 times more than what is currently in place in the EU. So indeed, this is a crucial issue to tackle. We are looking into it. The colleague from the Netherlands did mention the eco-design and energy labeling regulations that are in place in the EU, and probably it's important just to explain a bit that that kind of system is a double approach to the sustainability of products, because with the eco-design regulation, we basically cut off the least sustainable products by setting criteria to put products onto the market. And with the energy labeling, we flag the best performing products by giving them a higher label, and this way pull up the performance of the market. And the combination of these two instruments has proven very successful in the past, for instance, to increase the energy performance of appliances, and we are expanding it to sustainability aspects. In this case, this year we will include PV into the scope of this eco-design and energy labeling, and this way we really think that we have a very powerful instrument to increase indirectly, in an invisible way, let's say for consumers, the performance, the sustainability of products that are available for sale, but also increase the awareness of consumers about the sustainability of these. So these are really very useful instruments, and I think that can respond also to the need of setting global standards, because in such a large market, when you start setting such requirements, you can really drive innovation globally. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other member states? No. So maybe I can come on now to the observers. I'll start with the International Solar Alliance. Can we have a microphone at the front, please? At the front. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm Ajay Mathur with the International Solar Alliance. This is one of the most important issues that faces solar. And I'm delighted that Irina has addressed this. We look at the huge amount of solar waste that will be produced in the years to come. It is also important to remember that, we kind of looked at how much waste, solid waste do we produce every year? It's about 2 billion tons. So if you look at it from that point of view, it's nothing great. Excuse me, have I missed something? Because all of us are very worried about it. And I think the issue is the toxicity. The potential toxicity that can exist, that can occur. The other issue, I think, is, as you very rightly showed in your two graphs, one was the amount of materials and the other was the value of the materials, is the huge value of the materials that go in. One of the things that, as we talked, one of the things that we figured out was there is also a problem of evolution, technological evolution, and a problem of separability. What do I mean by technological evolution? Today, most of the frames are made of aluminum. But as we talk to the manufacturers, we find that they are looking at new materials, particularly polymer-based materials, that could be used for supporting the frames. If that is the case, what happens to those polymers? We actually are not clear. Because one, it is not easy to separate them out. And again, I'll come back to the issue of separability. And the second issue is what I as a manufacturer use and what you as a manufacturer use and what he as a manufacturer uses will be very different. The other, completely the other end is the solar panel itself, the silicon stuff. It's anything but silicon. Because there's so many materials which are embedded in it which are of very high value. And as we are looking to the future, we are looking at new technologies. First time we are looking at 30% plus efficiencies. And those will be very difficult substances which are perovskites and the silicon, the thin film silicon together. That is happening. And consequently, we wondered, what is it that can provide the business models that can drive the circular economy? Because in all developing countries, as was pointed out, unless you can have intelligent views on how we can recycle, it will not happen. Clearly, we don't want them to go to the landfill. If you separate them out and they go back to the landfill, well, didn't help. So one of the things that I wanted to leave here for discussion is, do we need standards which help separability to occur? Can we separate out the various materials that go in? Can we manufacture the PV modules in the first instance so that separability at the end of life is easier than it is now? I'd like to leave it at that, and I would greatly suggest that, especially if there are manufacturers, any inputs on how separability can help in the end life, and therefore pushing towards regulations which require a greater degree of recycled material instead of pure virgin material, that would be of great help. Thanks very, very much.
Thank you, and that's a very good point, which is also a problem in other renewables like wind turbine blades, for example, where I think recyclability because of this stuff is a problem. We will hear from a couple of manufacturers, but first I come to Solar Power Europe, please.
Thank you very much. And I realized that the lady from Panama had the best location to see everyone. So that's why I'm moving in your direction. Hello, everyone. My name is Wilberger Hemmetsberger. I'm from Solar Power Europe. That's the European Association representing the solar sector based in Brussels. We are not only working on advocacy, but we've been working for years issuing very regularly every year our global market outlook, looking into the 5 next years on solar developments, also European market outlook, and we've been working on sustainability. And that's from that angle that I would like to give you my comments. So first of all, really thanks to Irina for picking up this very important topic. The challenge we face with end-of-life management is that there's a huge development taking up now, but on the one hand, it's a very good, it's an advantage we have in the solar sector. The lifetime of solar panels is a very long one, 25, 30 years, or even going beyond. So we know that the end-of-life management of these products is very important, but it's just not taking up yet now. We're looking into a huge wall coming up, but not having this business not being able to take up now poses some challenges. But in any way, what I wanted to start with is very much linking to a comment that the European Commission representative made as well. You know, we issue these global market outlooks and European market outlooks. What we see is even higher, much higher volumes of PV coming on the market. We do think that already in 2030 we will have a 1 terawatt annual market of solar. For Europe, we are looking into moving towards 1 terawatt of solar by 2030. Mathieu, you mentioned the 600 gigawatts, whether you look at AC or DC, that could be translated into 750 gigawatt. So moving into this direction. So we do think the magnitude of the issue we're looking at when it comes to end-of-life cycle management is much bigger than what you've been looking at there. So even more important to look at that subject. As an industry, we have an intrinsic need to look into the use of materials. That's why, for example, materials like silver, like copper have been dramatically reduced in the last couple of years. But to really start this economy and to make use of materials again, we need a push from governments. And that's why we are very happy that, for example, in the European Union, we have the eco-design and eco-labeling, which is now being also applied to PV. There's also this waste directive, electric and electronic waste directive, V directive, which is currently updated. So we already start with some frameworks which are helpful, which need to be looked into more closely to be adapted to solar, but which are incredibly important. And here is my call to members, to countries which are represented here, but also my call to Irina. So it's great. And we need these frameworks. We need them everywhere. We've been talking, some have been mentioning standards already. I very much liked your example from the Netherlands on offshore, that you introduce a circularity in tenders. I think this is very important. Setting standards across regions like Europe, but also setting international standards maybe in the end for recycling and for circular economy. So frameworks are very important, and sustainability standards are very important going forward. And here's my call to Irina, because indeed it was mentioned already, you can play a very important role in sharing best practices and encouraging frameworks in different countries, in different regions for circularity, encouraging also the uptake of an industry which at the moment is still struggling because the volumes are not coming in, and there is no price tag, which is encouraging these business models. So here also tenders can play a role and other areas. So really encouraging standards and frameworks. And also encouraging, and that's part, because we're talking a lot about recycling, encouraging reuse. because for now, reuse, I mean, very often is not made in the best way. So having frameworks for reusing panels in a good way would also be something to look at. We are doing our best as an industry. We are already collaborating with our Indian colleagues. We are collaborating with Vietnam, for example, Solar Power Europe, to exchange on best practices on recycling and reuse and circular economy. And I can only encourage everyone to reach out and use platforms like IRENA in order to exchange these best practices and restart a recycling economy, because the challenge will be much, much bigger than what we've seen from our perspective. Thank you.
Thank you. I thought our figures were already very large, but maybe there's even more of it. Okay, can I come to Council on Energy, Environment and Water from India, please?
Okay. Hi everyone, I'm Rishabh Jain from the Council on Energy, Environment and Water. We are a non-profit policy research institution based in Delhi. Thank you, IRENA, for giving us the opportunity to speak here. As an organization, we use data, integrated analysis and strategic outreach to explain and change the use, reuse and misuse of resources. What I would want to share here is some of the key things that probably India has done on circular economy and end-of-life management of PV. But before I go there, I'll just, for everyone's sake, I'll share some key numbers. At this particular moment, India has around 63 gigawatts of solar modules that are installed in the country on the AC side. And by 2030, we expect this to increase between 250 to 300 gigawatts. And of course, India is committed to net zero by 2030. However, while we constantly, when we are discussing circular economy or end-of-life management, we think about what happens after 25 years. But there's significant waste that is generated either during manufacturing, in transportation, in deployment, or during operations. Based on our analysis, until a few months ago, our analysis suggests that around 300 kilotons of solar waste is already generated in India. This is in the process itself, not end of life. And we expect this to increase, of course, significantly in the coming years. Again, based on our analysis, around 2% waste is generated in transportation, 0.2% waste is generated in transportation, and around 0.5% during operations and deployment. And we expect these numbers to increase between 11 and 19 million by 2050, which is huge given the kind of deployments we are seeing. However, recently the government of India, through different departments and ministries, have taken a couple of steps to move from the linear thinking to the circular thinking. Under the India's national think tank called Niti Aayog, there are 11 sectors that have been identified to focus more on circular economy. Solar, batteries, EVs are among these. The Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change has also recently amended the electronic waste management rules to include solar modules as part of this. By what happens after this is there's an extended producer's responsibility that is now, solar is part of that, and the government has now mandated storing some of these modules until 2034, 2035. The detailed regulations are, of course, to come out later. There are also certain academic institutions like the Center for Material for Electronic Technology, National Physics Laboratory, that are actively working on technologies, recovering technologies to recover more silicon, copper, glass in solar modules itself. So there's much work that has happened. However, I want to echo what Dr. Mathur said, that we have to start, instead of just end-of-life management, we have to start thinking what are the changes that we require across the value chain, from manufacturing itself in the design. How do we design better solar modules so that when these modules, of course, either will be discarded within 25 years or after 25 years, how is it easier? Can we also shift to sustainable materials, right? Not just because many of these materials are toxic itself in the first place. And even if we recover these materials, what are the kind of markets that will exist? And I'll just give one example. IEA's analysis suggests that the share of silver that will go in the overall module requirement will increase significantly in the next coming years, which also means that the world would also need to produce more silver going forward. So if you recover more, we can also help stabilize the silver prices, which is of course used in many other sectors. So in addition to these, there are many other benefits that thinking circular economy will lead to. So for IRENA, a couple of things that I think IRENA can take up because of the stature. I think one important thing that is missing is how do we define circularity, right? There are 100+ definitions itself in literature. Otherwise, I think it's very important that how do we define circularity so that countries across can discuss on the same issues. The other bit is how do we collaborate between countries, specifically the countries which have not necessarily reached that critical mass of circularity. What is the role that they can play itself? And the third, I think, is a compendium or a handbook on best practices, business models, policies for different kinds of, for countries who are in different parts of their energy transition, right? Someone who has just started installing solar modules, what is the role? How can they probably look for modules which are more sustainable in nature, or at least it will be easier for them and not necessarily go back to the landfill. But for countries that are in advanced energy transition and will start seeing more waste, what is the role that they can play itself in the first place? So thank you so much, and I look forward to learning from all of you.
Thank you. And our report will of course cover some best practices, and then I think it comes back to what we heard earlier on, is whether we can play more of a role to share that in capacity building. As you were talking about India, I thought I'd first call on Renewable Power. Renewable Power, which is apparently one of India's largest energy companies. So I'd like to hear your perspective, please, on this. Right, thank you.
Thank you. I think most of the topics have been covered, but giving just 4 minutes to an Indian is a very short time. I work with as a CEO with Renewable Power. We are the largest wind and solar IPP in India. I think everybody is trying to find out the solution of this problem, but actually speaking, nobody will take the responsibility. And that's the major thing which we have to decide, whether it's OEM responsibility, IPP responsibility, or third-party responsibility. This business will be as big as manufacturing business at one point of time. But since we know that in India, the problem is still 15 years away. So no doubt the people have started thinking on it, government has started thinking on it, IPPs have started thinking on it. But nobody will invest financially into this business unless we see, yes, the result will be there in the next 1 or 2 years. As I said, that it will be as big as the industry as manufacturing, and it will create a lot of opportunities. But at the same time, we should look into that how can we solve the problem immediately. That is the technological intervention. And in India, we know how to recycle. I think we use even the newspaper also we recycle. So I'm sure within 10 years we will be coming out with something so that everything can be reused, recycled. The immediate intervention can be on increasing the life cycle, that instead of 20-25 years, because in our business case we are taking 25 years. If we are able to even increase it by 5-7 years, that will be a good saving as far as recycling or reuse is concerned. But yes, as everybody has said, it requires a technological intervention, that from the day one now, everybody has to work jointly to come out with a technology which is easy to reuse, easy to recycle, and free from hazardous material. So that's all from my side. But as far as thinking is concerned, I think we all are, at least jointly, the thinking is that, yes, we have to work in this direction, and ISA, IPPs, manufactured in India, we are jointly working on it to solve this problem. Thank you.
You were a lot less than 4 minutes, so it wasn't difficult. Right, okay, so we also have an intervention from Jinko Solar, who's a PV manufacturer, and maybe I could ask you to address a couple of these points. That one about the increased life cycle, is that a possibility? And also there's the question of whose responsibility is it? So if you could maybe also tell us what do you think your role is and where you feel others need to act? That would be great. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. This is Lynn from Jinko Solar. Being a global level tier 1 top players in solar industry, we do not only focusing on producing and manufacturing solars, but also we take a look of the next generation, which is PV recycling. This is as well. Thank you so much for this opportunity from IRENA to talk a little bit about our initiatives, our view on recycling in the circular economy. So we have been spending quite a lot of times in investing the technology inside Jinko. So as well, we adhere to the low carbon footprint as well as the green transitions. We develop the strategy as well as the technology, focusing on thermal and the mechanical process of dismantle panels. So by saying that, we are taking advantage of using the different melting points of the encapsulations materials, so that at each different levels of the heating point, we will be able to dismantle, for example, the front glass, the copper wire, etc. So in the end, we will be able to dismantle almost 99% of the key materials, including the front glass, the solar cells, copper wire, encapsulation, etc., materials, etc. By offering such technology, not only inside our facilities, but also we're looking for the local partners in order to expand such of the great initiatives to a wider range. We would love to achieve that goal as well in the coming years in order to support the initiative that not only IRENA cares about, but everyone here in the room is care about how we're going to take the advantage of using that technologies to benefit all of us. Thank you so much, and I will give the floor back to IRENA. Thank you.
But just to follow up, so you obviously do see it as your responsibility to come up with solutions.
Yes, we do see, because for us as being manufacturers, we understand of manufacturing PV solars, so solar modules. So it is also reasonable or also a key responsibility for us to study the feasibilities of the technology of the PV recycling so that we can close the business as a whole.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I don't know whether anyone knows whether that is a common approach or that is rather unusual. Do you know? You work with manufacturers, like Wolga? Yeah, thanks.
I do think that it, first of all, is more and more in the interest of companies to also look into manufacturing. But talking about responsibility, I do think in the end it's a shared responsibility. As has been mentioned already, manufacturers need to build in circularity in their design, first of all, to be then able to build up an industry and recycling industry who is then taking care of these products and revalorizing the materials, reusing the materials, which then can be more easily also extracted. So I do think it is a shared responsibility of, as I said, of governments to shape the right frameworks to incentivize manufacturers, that all of them, and not just Jinko, for example, will build in that circularity, incentivize that panels which are then detached again after 30 years, will then also enter into meaningful new either recycling or reuse, and to shape the framework so that all of that can happen.
We have a point there.
Yeah. Hello everyone, my name is Nabi Shahadi. I want just to make a comment about the manufacturing and standards and what's going on in the reality. We are by far from the unfortunately circular economy. Even in case when you have a problem with your module and the module is replaced, the manufacturer will ask you to keep that module. So where is the responsibility of that?
Keep the module, you mean they don't want to...
They don't take it out. They don't take it out.
Okay. And has anyone else got any thoughts on that? Volker, do you want to comment?
In Europe, according to the frameworks we have in Europe, they have to be taken back. So this is something that should be standard or should become standard probably everywhere, so that the consumers are not left alone with it, but that there is an obligation to take back panels and then, indeed reuse them or recycle them.
Yeah. I think we've got to be realistic. In Europe, we do have a well-developed recycling and take-back system for all sorts of things, electrical appliances, everything. I would think that is rather unusual in the global scheme of things. And then we come to developing countries like what Paul was talking about in Kenya, where, I mean, you need to set up this system first. It's kind of chicken and egg at the moment, I think, which is very difficult. And yeah, go on, please, in the middle.
I think just a small comment. Hello. Yeah, say frankly speaking, like for example, somebody thinking of, like we installed 40, 50 gigawatt in India from China. Practically it's not possible that somebody will send it to China. There is no second thought on that. I'm sure that within the next 10, 15 years, there will be a new set of recycler. The new industry will be developed and those will be handling. But because we can say anything, but practically speaking, sending back to China and taking something out of it is just impossible, especially a country like India.
Sure. I mean, a lot of the panels, of course, globally are manufactured in China, and it will not be possible. I don't know, would you like to give us your thoughts? Can we have the microphone here?
Okay, it's very hard to just directly answer this question. I'm considering how it's possible to do such kind of things, but I think China have did a lot of trying a lot of things to do such kind of research and works, but policy is very hard and very complex. And I do agree that all the countries should work together to solve this kind of problem. Not only one country or only two countries. So I strongly need a framework and maybe lead by ARENA, maybe lead by other organizations to do such kind of things to find the best solutions.
Thank you. Does anyone else have any thoughts on? Do we have? Sorry. Huh? Kenya. Oh, sorry, I didn't see that. Go back to Kenya, please.
Thank you. I also wanted to put a point on this discussion. One thing which I think is important is you need to attach a value to this. If you want to do recycling, maybe you tell the consumer that when this comes to its end life, to get a replacement, there is a certain discount that you get, or something like, is there a value that somebody will feel, I don't just throw away, because there is some return they can make out of it. And I'm also asking the question, you see we have the solar PV, you have the lamps, all those lights. When they are broken, what do we do with them? Because the normal practice is just to throw them. But we are saying this is accumulating a waste which is not good for the environment. So how do we incentivize consumers to be able to return it so that they can get something in return, and that gives them an incentive to do it? That's the kind of thing. But of course, I wouldn't imagine that the manufacturer should be the one who must receive. Because if they came to China and they're from China and they're in Kenya, it doesn't make sense for someone to think that you should take them back to China. But we need to create local businesses. That's why I said the awareness about the business opportunities is one of the challenges we must address, so that the manufacturer can also incentivize local industries in those consumer sites to be able to do a recycling facility where others can be able to bring to. That's the kind of thinking. Thank you.
Does anyone have any thoughts on that specific point or examples of how a value has been attached to an end-of-life product, especially solar? Yeah, a point there on the left. Thanks.
Thank you very much. My name is Seth, coming from Ghana. Not related exactly to solar, but I think if we take the nuclear industry, for example, the end-of-life management issue is catered for in the tariff. So an aspect of that tariff is set aside to ensure that when that plant comes to the end of its life, there is resource to manage it. So I think by extension, now that we are seeing the picture, that the uptake of solar is growing, and it's growing with its associated waste, it's important that policy planners, regulators, and other view begin to look at their business model to ensure that an aspect of the tariff, particularly utility scale solar, is covered and catered for to take care of the end of life management of that resource. So that's the quick intervention I want to make. Thank you.
Thank you. And yes, of course, in the nuclear sector, that is done because we're dealing with extremely toxic waste. So maybe then it's been easier for policymakers to do that, but that doesn't mean we can't do it here. I think it's certainly easy for utility scale. Problem we have with examples like yours, Paul, is that we have the solar lights, for example, millions and millions of them. So we need to have an incentive for people to return them, right? And I guess the same for house rooftop solar, although that's maybe slightly easier because obviously you will need to get a professional installer to get them in to take them down, so that chain can be built up more easily. Any other thoughts on this? Thank you.
Sorry, my name is Urmi Goswami. I'm a journalist from India, the Economic Times. I have a question. How much of the solar PV waste is actually being recycled, and who is doing the recycling at the moment, or is it still not happening at all?
Very briefly, we have some sections on your question in our forthcoming study. Actually, so far, there's a big issue. Some speakers mentioned there is a lack of the data, actually, how much. But based on available data from the European Union, if you check the website, there are some kind of reported data from member countries like Germany, like Italy, Spain, Netherlands. I remember there's some kind of more than a dozen thousands of reported solar PV waste recently in 2019. But I would also to say we also found that there's still a big gap about how much numbers are collected and treated properly according to circular economy. Still need a lot of work to do. Thank you.
Just again, one comment. Just a comment about what has been said regarding the number of recycling. There are some few companies trying to do the recycling, but it's just they repair the modules and they put them in the second-hand market. That second-hand market is quite now under development and is getting more and more popular. However, really recycling the modules so far that we can separate, it just crush them and take in some parts like aluminum or some, because the cost, again, when we talk about the recycling, we have to consider the cost. How much it costs us to bring, to separate, to do a lot of things. And to end up, we want that the module manufacturer will take care of, at the end of their life. I give an example, cars maker. Do they take the cars after the end of their life? No. So how come? It should be a new industry that should be created because it's another technology, it's another equipment, another development, another way of doing the business. It has nothing to do with model manufacturer.
Okay, thank you. There was a point there.
So, couple of things. I mean, there are certain startups and companies, both in India and outside, that are working on recycling some of these modules and recovering some of the material. Of course, the percentage that can be recovered and recycled is something that they are trying to optimize and increase, right? A lot also depends on how the module was manufactured and maintained in the whole process across the life. But there are a couple of things, I mean, based on our upcoming report, we have, after speaking to a few recyclers in India, the number that these guys have quoted is that around 8,000 tons is the critical number for recycling of modules per year. So if they can get that much waste per year, which is 8,000 tons, it may make sense to set up a recycling facility profitably at the end of the day, right? Currently, of course, the cost of just putting it in landfill is what, $1 to $2 per ton. But NREL study, of course, suggests that this may increase as in 15 to 20 times if you have to really recycle. But at the end of the day, when you recycle, there are other products that you also end up as in material that you would recover and then sell. So I think, and there's also, by the way, given that there's a significant scale up of manufacturing in India, there's a company that is setting up a manufacturing facility with integrated recycling of modules. So these are some of the initiatives that both existing new manufacturers, but also some startups are taking up. And some, by the way, some electronic waste recyclers are also planning to expand their portfolio to solar modules.
Okay, we're coming close to the end of this session, but if we have one or two more points, please go ahead there.
Hi, Paulo from Réunion. Just a quick comment following up on Rishabh's comment. So the critical mass is very important. This is similar to the battery market, right? So if you need to somehow incentivize for the first comers, so the startups that are now figuring out how to do it, but they all say the same. If we don't have a critical mass, a certain amount of volume that we can recycle, we will not be competitive. We cannot make this profitable, right? So this is a key question at this stage where we see, okay, the volumes are expected to come, but longer term, but who's gonna be the first to have the know-how when they come? So that's the big problem now.
Thanks. Any other points? No. Alborga, one more?
Sorry, I don't want to monopolize.
Go ahead.
Okay, but still two comments maybe, because it has been mentioned quite often that manufacturers should not be responsible for taking back and recycling models, which I fully agree with. So I hope this wasn't misunderstood when I said sharing responsibilities. It's about building in by design recyclability in the products, but sending modules back to China, I think, is not the way forward, and it's also not in the interest indeed of the local economies. Manufacturers might find it interesting at some point because there is a business model of recycling and reusing products again and parts of it. So, and the other comment I wanted to make is indeed the idea of already upfront paying a fee or billing it in tariffs, which is happening in Europe, and which is making it possible that there is an organization around recycling, and I think that's absolutely the way forward. So that because in these 30 years, a lot can happen. In terms of the installer who might not exist anymore or whatever, so having an organization around it and also putting some money into these organizations, I think, is very important.
Okay, thank you. Right, 5 to 4. We're trying to finish on time to let you have some coffee and cake. So I think we heard a lot here about barriers, about challenges, but also some positive examples of what can be done. But clearly we're just at the initial stages of this major challenge, and as we know, the problem will grow and grow and grow, but now is the time to raise the awareness, to exchange experiences, etc. So I mean, for us, it was certainly very useful. Jinhei and me, I'm sure we will afterwards discuss whether I'm sure there's some points we can still include in our report. We also hear the comments from people about what we at IRENA could usefully do in terms of exchanging best practice and capacity building, especially for some countries. We would certainly take that on board. And we're very happy to have had so much interest and participation. I know our initial report on this is still being quoted now, so I hope when we publish this in a month and a bit, yes, we will also get lots of attention and help get the debate going around this. So look out for our report. I think March is probably realistic. We also hope we then be able to present it at events and maybe even at another assembly, see where we got to in a few years' time. And also, as we said, there's one on battery. So, did you want to say something?
One sentence?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, at the end, just one sentence to give some feedback to all the interventions. I very much appreciate all the comments, all the sharing, because actually our forthcoming report has some similar study on that. Especially one highlight is that there is a big gap and urgent need for international collaboration in terms of the knowledge gap to build the collaboration and to build some standards and also share best practice fitting for different markets. That's what we're doing together with our partner Renewable. So we will soon share this, our study very soon, but we also would like to continue this kind of discussion with all of you to continue these efforts, joint efforts on this topic. Thank you.
Yes, and if you have any further comments, something that comes into your head afterwards, please get in touch with us. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. So we'll just give it a few more minutes for some speakers to arrive, and then we'll begin. Thank you. All right. It's very good afternoon. We'll slightly improvise the agenda because there is a speaker who has some commitment, but he should be here shortly. My name is Prasoon Agrawal, so I'll be moderating this session today. Just some housekeeping announcements. So this is the session about national frameworks for scenario development towards net zero target setting. I mean, in case you're in the wrong room, then you still have time to leave. That's very clear. Also, announcement for the economists in the room. So, unfortunately, you will not see any equations, any Douglas functions or details, but yes, you'll have much more interesting discussions on the institutional aspects around scenarios. We do have a very packed session with number of presentations and a panel lined up. So we'll keep it efficient, but then we also want to provision some time for making it interactive in terms of questions, and that will be towards the end. So with those announcements, I think I would perhaps invite Acting Director of IDENA Innovation and Technology Center, Dr. Roland Roche, to give the opening remarks, please.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction, Prasoon. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, members of the LTS network. It is my honor and pleasure to welcome you to this special session to acknowledge the achievements of the long-term energy scenario LTS network over the past and since the last 5 years. The goal of the LTS network is to promote and improve the development and use of energy scenarios in governments as strategic tools for long-term planning. This allows governments to be proactive, and this is especially now in those times very important to be proactive and not reactive toward the objectives related to the clean energy transition. One of the most important aspects of this network has been the exchange of knowledge and experiences among countries, among IRENA member countries, technical institutions, academia, and the private sector as peers. This has been essential to help decision and policy makers make well-informed decisions design effective public policies, and develop more effective strategies for the energy transition and for the energy transition plans ahead. For the past years, the network has collected examples and good practices from more than 50 countries, so 50, through more than 60 international and regional events, and has synthesized all this knowledge into 6 key publications. These publications can support the institutional capacities of countries to build and use the energy scenarios. These publications you can also find on our website under www.arena.org. We are all proud to say that our network has grown significantly in these 5 years of existence. We currently have 25 country members and 12 technical partners who support governments in policy making, and we are in conversation with even more countries and institutions to join the long-term energy scenario network. Another critical aspect I would like to mention here of long-term energy scenarios is that they are not limited to a specific sector of our economies, and you will see this during the session and presentation, that this is not only about not limited to a specific sector of the economies. For instance, they are becoming a tool to evaluate the socio-economic effects of the energy transition, to make financial and risk assessments, to invest in new technologies, or to create low-emission development strategies. During these past years, this cross-disciplinary feature of energy scenarios has unveiled new challenges and set the agenda for future discussions, such as participatory processes for scenario development, assessment of innovation in energy scenarios like hydrogen or digitalization, which become more and more important and a more and more important part of the scenarios. Many of the countries have indeed plans of production of green hydrogen, or also to mention here assessment of behavioral aspects on the demand side. We just before Christmas had a very interesting LTS workshop where details of these aspects have been discussed very intensively. These new discussion pathways will need the involvement of even more countries and institutions than we now have in the network. We therefore extend an invitation for all attendees here in this meeting to explore our LTS activities and to please consider joining this initiative. I know personally from bilateral discussions and meetings with current members that this initiative is appreciated a lot about the network members, and it really creates value and outcome for the members that participate in this network. So please, if you are not member of this network, please consider to join it. I'm sure my colleague here, Asami, will kind of be available to speak with you about it. As we look to the future, we're excited about the possibility that the LTS network brings and looks forward to continuing our work with all of you. I wish us a fruitful and very good discussions in this meeting, and I look forward to your inputs and interventions. Over and back to you, Prasoon.
Thanks, Lauren. So I think that really sets the stage and the context for this discussion. I pick up a few key messages from your intervention, Lauren. So one, of course, is the platform and the network itself is being used to share knowledge. So there's, of course, INA works a lot on knowledge and creating these scenarios, and many other partners do. but this network really provides a platform where the countries can come together and learn from each other and share their experiences. I think that's very unique aspect. In fact, from the clean energy ministerial perspective, we have also the LTES initiative, again led by Irina, where the way we see it is we have 22 initiatives working on different sectors. But the LTES sits on the enabling side along with financing, along with skilling, along with capacity building. Because as Roland said, there is a cross-cutting role for these scenarios, and it's very impressive to see how the community continues to push forward the frontier of modeling. From a pure power sector modeling perspective in the past to looking at issues on technology, like hydrogen as Roland said, but also on the economic, macroeconomic, social, behavioral aspect. And as we see today, also on the financing side, so how these scenarios can be used for financial decision making. And we have two stellar speakers with a lot of experience on this that you'll hear from. In that context also, it's very interesting to see how the scenarios work is also informing the global frameworks in terms of national development strategy, particularly the long-term low-emission development strategies. And very recently, Assam, it was like a couple of days back, we had the special report coming from Irina, and I think we have the lead author and the team here, so I'll invite now Sami to use the time to present this report to us, please.
Thank you very much, President. Good afternoon, everyone. It is my pleasure to brief you about the 5 years of achievement of LTES network. So we are here to celebrate the 5 years of hard working, and we have a history here. We actually started this LTES initiative as LTES campaign under the Clean Energy Ministerial. So President here is representing the Clean Energy Ministerial. We started with 11 countries, and over time the membership grew, and we now became initiative under the Clean Energy Ministerial, and now Irina expanded it further to include the membership that is beyond the Clean Energy Ministerial, so that we can have the true global peer-to-peer exchange of scenario development. And also, not just to celebrate the 5 years of existence of the LTES network, I would also like to spend a few extra minutes to present our latest effort on bringing the climate community and energy community together. So this issue of bringing the climate community and energy community together has become critical issues. And when we started, this was not so much on the agenda, but over the last couple of years, this has really become a prominent topic in this LTES community. So let me start with the briefly talk about LTES network. LTES network is the global platform to exchange the national LTES practices among scenario practitioners. It is participated by the government practitioners, and so far we have 26 countries, and 3 countries are in the process of becoming a member. We also work with 12 technical institutions that support the planning process of the government. We promote the wider and more effective use of LTES for the clean energy transition in governments. We have been conducting lots of dialogue sessions, and so far we have collected like 50 country examples over 60 national and regional events and webinars. We are very proud to have all these achievements so far, and we would like to thank all the members who participated so far. I would also like to mention that this initiative was originally initiated by the leadership of Germany and Denmark, and we have been, it has been a great support, particularly of these 2 countries, not just the leadership, but also like providing resources to us to expand this work. Under the LTS network, we explore 3 different aspects. The first aspect is how to strengthen the scenario development. The second aspect is how to improve the use of scenarios. And the third aspect is to identify capacity building opportunities. And then we have collected, based on the knowledge collected, we have published so far 6 reports, and 2 of them actually are published this week. So the first one is the long-term scenarios, long-term energy scenarios, global best practices. We published 2 times. This is the global synthesis report of the findings of the LTS networks. We have published that in 2019 and then updated in 2020. Also, together with one of the partners, JRC, Joint Research Center of the European Commission, we have published a report that looks at the best practices on how to compare scenarios. And then we have conducted webinar series with Latin American countries where they presented how these Latin American countries are using scenarios and planning the energy transition. So that was published together with the partner, UN Economic Commission for Latin America and Caribbean, together with the German GIZ, Get Transform. Now I'm happy to present these 2 reports. One is the similar report that we did based on the webinar series with African countries. For those who participated in the morning session of the Continental Master Plan event, I have already presented that there. And we also present today the long-term energy scenarios and low-emission development strategies. So how to align these 2 important planning documents. I'm coming back to this in a moment. I would like to just mention briefly about our mental model for long-term energy scenarios. So LTS stands for long-term energy scenarios. This is our mental model. We don't necessarily talk about the numbers that is in the scenario. We focus more on the governance of how these scenarios are developed, how these scenarios are used. In terms of development, many scenarios, not all the scenarios, but many scenarios are developed using the energy modeling tools. And then it's used as the critical input for the long-term energy policy making. And in this whole process, the collaborative engagement with public stakeholders are critical. And different countries have governed this process differently. And we've been collecting different insights and different experience from these countries. These are just examples of some of the planning documents of our members. From the left, Denmark, and then the second one, Finland, Korea, Brazil, and Canada. So you can see that governments are using scenarios to develop these energy planning documents. When we talk about scenarios, people tend to think that it's an academic exercise, but it is not an academic exercise. It's been used, and it has a practical implication. And countries are using this for investment planning. On the lower side, we have put the planning documents, not just from the government, but from the left, it's Australian utility planning documents, and then TYNDP, this is from the European NSOE. And the third one is from the Germany Bundesnetzagentur. And the fourth one is from the American utility. So you see that these documents are there, and they are all using the scenario planning methods. So let me now talk a little bit more about the LTS and LT-led stocktaking and alignment report that we published today. So I already explained LTES. What is LTS? It's a long-term energy scenarios. Now what is LT-led? So LTLED stands for the long-term energy scenarios and low-emission development strategies. This is one of the critical documents that that countries submit to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. It has been encouraged in the Paris Agreement that countries are encouraged to develop long-term strategies for for climate mitigation to achieve the goal of Paris Agreement. Together with UNFCCC has been doing their own stock-taking exercise of the LTLEDs. And they have requested us that we do a parallel exercise to compare LTES and LTLEDs, because there was a concern that if these exercises are done independently, the effectiveness or the significance of these documents are maybe not guaranteed. So we have started this exercise by collecting the documents. We assessed that 36 LTLEDs out of 53 LTLEDs that have been submitted to the UNFCCC by last year September are scenario based. So not all the LTLEDs are scenario based. So 36 are scenario based. And then we have collected over 70 LTES documents from different countries. And out of these 70, 24 are having the planning time horizon of over 50 years. And then this was developed last 5 years. And we also assess who developed these documents. For LTES, of course, as we expected, half of these LTES are developed by the energy ministries. And for the LTLEDs, half of the documents are developed by the climate or environment ministry. But we also see that for the LTES, this 21% is developed by the technical institution. For the LTLEDs, 28% is developed by so-called integrated ministry. So we think that this is the reflection of the recent trend that more and more governments adopt the ministerial structure that combines energy and climate. So this also reflects the fact that LTLEDs, the documents that we assess from the LTLEDs are scenario-based and they are relatively new. So that maybe reflect the recent trend of this government restructuring. And some of the key takeaways from this analysis. So we look at the institutional aspects of how LTLEDs and LTES are developed. Some of the key insights. For the stakeholder consultation, we have seen that 98% of LTLEDs actually have very strong stakeholder engagement in a very broad way. And then 67% of LTES has stakeholder engagement but focus more on the expert consultation. On the net zero targets, LTLEDs have 27 out of 36 have clear net zero target, whereas LTES has 7 out of 24. The scope of scenario, there's general alignment between LTES and LTLEDs on the scope of the scenario. And on the average number of scenarios, LTLEDs 4, LTES 5, so there's not much difference. So for us, actually, when we started this exercise, we thought that LTES is much better than LTLEDs. And we thought that climate community can learn from energy community. But what it turned out was that it's actually giving opportunity for the energy community to broaden the scope, because LTLEDs are giving a great opportunity and it's actually have much broader scope. We assess the technical aspects that are covered in these documents. They are all more or less aligned, but we have seen that LTLEDs are typically better in elaborating power sector component compared to the LTLEDs. However, LTLEDs have tend to be much more broader implication. And also this reflects the fact that LTES tend to be shorter time horizon than LT-LEDs. So some of our further key findings. So we found that generally there is a good alignment between LTES and LT-LED scenarios. And as I mentioned, we learned that energy policy planning need to expand to learn from the climate community scenarios and expand its scope. And at the same time, climate policy also need to consider alignment with the energy policy. But we have seen recent documents are aligned much better between climate and energy scenarios. So LT-LEDs, we think the present opportunity for energy and climate policy making to come closer. We also think that wider adaptation of scenario-based planning leads to further stakeholder engagement and data-based dialogue, which can result in a greater buy-in from sectors beyond energy and climate. And then finally, aligned process and scenarios can send an important signal to policymakers, investment decisions, and then technology developers, and then it also opens opportunity for cooperation. And based on this exercise, as I mentioned, we have been collecting different data, and we have put this information into database. We call it Energy Transition Planning Dashboard. We often get inquiry from countries about which modeling tools they should be using, how they should do the planning. We think that the best way is to refer to the neighbors, and we show how other countries are doing, how their neighbors are doing. So we hope that this database can give a very good starting point for engagement and countries' collaboration. So finally, let me just briefly describe that why we invited these two experts from financial sector today, because LTS is giving us has been used to give a signal for investment, and financial sector is using more and more LTES and LT-LEDs as a tool to to assess risks. And the thing is that financial sector is not a traditional or conventional stakeholder in the scenario making. So we wanted to bring financial sector insights into this dialogue so that we can all align in our messaging. So this is it from my side. I look forward to listening your feedback. We want to improve our operation, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thanks, Asami. So I think before we move ahead, quick question. Where can we find this dashboard? Is it online?
It is online, and we have a beta version, but soon we will have a proper version.
Keep us posted. Thank you. Great. I think very interesting insights from presentation as always. I think this confusion on what is LT-LEDs and what is LTES has remained, but I think now you've really taken that issue head on with this report. And I think also evidence-based information on how countries are doing it, who's doing what are the positive, what are the negative, and how they can help each other. I think that's very, very useful report. I will definitely try and read it. I mean, I know it just came out. And what I do observe from your intervention is also that how the membership of this initiative and the network has grown. Something that Germany and Denmark started. I think now it's a movement in a way where not just the OECD or the developed world, but also many countries on the developing world side are also actively engaging, participating, and using scenarios. So that's a very, very important takeaway. And we have many of those countries in the audience, and I'm sure they'll have many more questions on this. And then the whole aspect of trying to bring communities together, using this as a network hub to bring not just the energy community, but also the climate community, and today, for example, the financing community. I think that's another key aspect, and I said that the modeling community has to be given the credit for pushing these frontiers, engaging more and more, if I can say, customers, just to be informed, just to evolve and see that the models remain relevant and not something that's happening more on the academic side. So at least I don't think any of us believes that these are academic models that are not used. So in the meantime, as you were presenting, so Ambassador Christensen has been able to walk in, and I think it's a good time for us to invite him to give his keynote address on how Denmark did it and what are the lessons for other countries and your colleagues on that. Ambassador, over to you, please.
Thank you very much, and apologies to everyone for walking in late, but I was delayed in another session. At the outset, let me just start at a level, in a way, above, so to speak, the LTS, at the long-term strategy work that all countries have committed to do as part of the Paris Agreement and the Paris Agreement work, which of course goes beyond energy and goes for the whole economy. When you do your nationally determined contribution, that is a whole of economy where energy is a component of it. And as part of the work reconfirmed in the Glasgow Climate Pact, there is a request for all governments to look at the mid-century dimension and in a way forecast what would their level of ambition be, hopefully net zero or climate neutrality in some way or form by mid-century, and then use that benchmark to do the backcasting and see where do you then need to be as a country in 2030. That is the current planning horizon. But then the discussion we will be having at COP28 and then the next iteration of the NDCs that we all have to put forward by 2025 is for the post-2030, 2030 to 2035, maybe even to 2040 period. And at least in Denmark's own experience, if you don't know where you are going if it's 2050 or 2060, then it's a very, very difficult piece of work to do for the planners to do the 2030, 2035, 2040 planning, because if you don't know what your end target is for your long-term strategy, then you are doing your analysis a bit in a void. And hence, when it then comes to the energy strategy work, the same thing goes. If you don't have a benchmark for the long term, then how can you do the short and medium term, and hence also come up with the credible plan for the investors that shows some kind of policy certainty in terms of the trajectory that you're on. And in a way, that's how we see the connection between the long-term strategies that you as a government do for your all of economy and the energy strategy. In Denmark's case, both our long-term target, climate neutrality in 2050, the short-term target of a 70% emissions reduction in 2030 is embedded in our climate law. That's a combined. And in that law, there is an annual policy cycle embedded where the government has to report to Parliament every year in a climate program on what we intend to do during the next fiscal year in terms of especially energy policies, but actually also in other sectors to achieve our 2030 target. And every year there's an independent climate council that does an independent assessment of how we are doing in order to achieve that target. And every year the Energy Agency has to report to Parliament on the emissions reduction impact of what we did in the last year, but also what we project to do in the future year. So it's a very, and of course we are a highly developed country with a sophisticated toolbox, but it's just to illustrate to you what kind of rigor we're holding ourselves to in order to be sure that we actually hit the 70% emission reduction in 2030 mark. We had elections in the fall, and in the new government's program, they then say, well, when we achieve the policy landscape to be on the 70% trajectory, and we are almost there except for agriculture, we are discussing now how to tax agriculture to get to 70%. But when we are there, we then have to look at increasing our ambition for 2030 already to see if we can come even further down. And they've said that we need, in our next NDC, in our national plan, to achieve climate neutrality in 2045, because they do believe that we are moving so fast forward, which of course puts an additional then push on the energy planners for how exactly to do that. They also set the target then that we have to become emissions negative. That is, we have to go to 110 by 2050. So, and to my knowledge, we are the first developed country that are setting emissions negative target. It has to become embedded in law. That will happen in a few years, but it is of course putting an extra stress on the Danish energy planners. We are then trying to take that methodology into the work we do with developing countries. The Danish Energy Agency works with, I think, 13 or 14 emerging and developing economies, but we also take it into the work we do with you at IRENA and try to, in a way, learn the lesson through our collaboration. And that's why we with Germany are so happy to be able to help with this work. And that is with the analysis, the forecasting, the assessments, but also in order to help establish that stable and transparent investment framework that you mentioned. And we do believe that in the years to come, that combination of credible planning that also creates the right policy environment and enabling environment will also in a way be a risk mitigant in itself, because it lends credibility to the trajectory you are on for investors and for the private sector. And we hope that through this kind of serious planning work, we could also help catalyze and accelerate the rollout of renewable energy and indeed the energy transition. So, sorry to be so long, but I thought the Danish example was worth maybe spending a minute on. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Ambassador. Very, very inspiring. In fact, Asami may remember this. I think 3-4 years back, we were both in an event in a region, I will not name the region, and there was a Danish example being presented, and some colleagues from those countries came up to us and said, for us this is fairy tale. And I'm using the exact word. It was so inspiring that they found it like a fairy tale. And this was also about planning, but also the way you integrate more and more renewables into the grid and the systems and processes you use. So I think you've only pushed that fairy tale further, and it's so inspiring to hear that. Also good for you to set this context for the next set of speakers, where we take this discussion forward on how these scenarios are or could be used on the financial sector side. And we have two great speakers, and they bring very different but interesting perspective. So I'm sitting next to Livio, who comes in from the European Central Bank, and he'll share with us the perspective of central bank, but also globally on how the central banks are working together in terms of using the scenarios and the approaches to inform their own internal processes and planning. And then we also have David coming in from the UNEP Financial Initiative, where again we were just discussing before this panel how basically UNEP FI is working with a number of countries, but also with a number of partners to see, synergize their effort and see how they can contribute to the respective modeling processes and discussions. So we have these two speakers, and there is a set of presentations. I think we'll start with Livio and then onwards to you, David. Please, over to you. And I think the clicker is here.
Okay. So thanks, and also thanks for inviting me to this event. And I know it's an unusual thing for me to attend, and also the crowd is very different from what I used to. So it's a learning opportunity as well. So let me give a short presentation on climate scenarios, the way we use them. Okay, this I can go further.
Do you want to manage that for you?
No, it's okay. It's okay. I can manage. So probably most of you are familiar with the NGFS, the Network for Greening the Financial System scenarios. So just to clarify briefly what they are and what they are not. So we, as ECB, European Central Bank, we are now chairing the NGFS work on climate scenarios since May last year. And so what are these scenarios? These are essentially a common starting point for analyzing climate risk for the economy and the financial system, and they provide results that are comparable globally, across countries, and for considered set of variables. And note that these are not forecasts. So the NGFS scenario is not the best forecast of what will happen. This should be made clear. But it just is a set of plausible futures. It's a set of plausible futures, and many of these futures are not probable and not even desirable. But in an environment of uncertainty, these are probably the best ways that we can think about climate in our planning. So what are the climate scenarios today? So the NGFS has developed a set of 6 climate scenarios, which basically depend on basically what is going to be done in terms of reducing emissions, and also what are the consequences for a wide range of variables, climate variables, but also economic and financial variables. So you can think of the scenarios as a kind of a triplet of climate. Actually is a quadruplet. So it's climate, is energy, and is economic variables, so GDP, and also financial variables, interest rates, asset prices. Okay, so all these elements are combined in the NGFS scenarios, and the results are also entirely consistent. Okay, which is not, it's not an easy thing to have. I can tell you from having, worked at them for a few months now, that, for example, having a GDP that is consistent with the climate and vice versa is very challenging. And these are publicly available. So these are global public good of freely accessible climate funds. So what is coming next? So we are, as I said, DCB is chairing this work, and so we have a multi-year plan to improve the NGFS scenarios, and so I'm here also to collect your views. And so what is missing? What you would like to have in the scenarios? And so we have 5 work streams, and I go briefly through them just to give you a bit of an idea of what we're working on. So we have a work stream working on a scenario narrative. So as I said, we have these 6 scenarios. More or less, these scenarios range from the optimistic one, which is a net zero, to the most pessimistic one, which is basically unchanged policy. So basically countries do nothing, and there is a range of scenarios in the middle. So how do we describe and define this scenario? So that's one strand of work. A second strand of work is to develop short-term scenarios. The NGFS scenarios are very long-term, so 2050, end of the century. So we don't have a scenario for the short term. So what's going to happen in the next 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, and it's a completely different exercise. And I think for the first time we are also going to do that. And also the short-term scenario also interacts a bit with current policy issues, high energy prices. We have the war in Ukraine. This has led to much increased prices. What does it do to the transition? Does it improve the transition? Does it hinder it? So these kind of questions. The third was me, some physical risk. So I think we have a good way to tackle chronic physical damage, so climate change affecting GDP and production. What we don't have a good grasp of is also the acute, so the fact that there are more extreme events, more tornadoes, floods, and so on. So how do we define that? There is a fourth work stream on second granularity, and finally, which is probably one of the most important, is the fifth, is about communication engagement. We want to engage with a much wider range of counterparties, and also we want to make these scenarios much more widely understood and accessible. So we are thinking of many ways to do that. Including things like YouTube videos and so on. So try to explain clearly what they are. So now let me discuss a second about the applications for financial stability. So there was a report joined by the NGFS and the Financial Stability Board. The Financial Stability Board is a body basically including financial sector regulators and supervisors globally. So this report has looked at how climate scenarios are used in different countries. And so there was a survey. There was a survey, and so there was analysis based on this survey. So basically, this survey was made in 36 countries, 53 institutions, and so on. So basically, one message that almost all of these scenario analyses are based on the NGFS scenarios. So the NGFS scenario are the most used ones. I mean, some countries do some adaptations, or they also consider scenarios in addition to the NGFS. So maybe they take the NGFS scenarios as long term, but they have other scenarios in the short term. Or some countries also use some ad hoc scenarios as well, which are specific to their situation. Now, I don't have time to go much into detail, but if you are interested, you can read this report by the FSB, which is it's where all this information on the survey is included. So just to mention, to give a bit of an example of how these scenarios can be used. So we at ECB we use the NGFS scenarios to run climate stress tests, and we had a couple of them. So some of these stress tests. So stress test means that there is a scenario, and banks need to show that they are prepared to weather their scenario. So it's whether climate scenarios lead to a material risk for banks' capital, for the health of the banks. So here the direction is from climate to the banks. It's not what about banks can do for climate, but it's climate as a risk for banks. Okay, and there are several of these tests which can be top down or bottom up. So bottom up means that each financial institution does its own stress test using scenarios, and top down means that there is a supervisor imposing the scenario on the banks and looking what happens to the balance sheet of the banks. So basically, both of these types of exercises have been done at ECB, and these have been partly used, partly based on the NGFS scenarios. I mean, kind of a key message of these exercises is that the financial sector is quite unprepared to climate risk. I mean, it's not very able to measure the risk appropriately, but some banks are very vulnerable to climate risk, and this risk can both be transition risk, so basically repricing of assets of a high emission sector. I mean, many banks in Europe, for example, are still exposed to high emission sectors. But it's also about the fiscal risk. Of course, the banks can be lending to households and corporates that are based in areas that are very subject to for example, physical disasters, so natural disasters, climate change induced natural disasters. So think of floods and so on. I mean, there is also more emphasis now also in the household sector. So the real estate, how many mortgages are at risk because of the real estate not being very well protected against climate related events. So one key question, I had to go briefly here, but this is a big discussion. So what is the best time horizon for a scenario? So you want to stress the financial sector. So so which time horizon should a scenario have? I mean, more and more, or at least to some extent, maybe, financial institutions are using short-term scenarios. Short, I mean, 5 years, 8 years maximum. So these are of course, a big advantage of those is lower uncertainty, because we typically know what's coming in the next years, also in terms of transition. These scenarios can assess certainly transition, but also possibly acute physical risk. They are less good in understanding chronic, so effects on chronic climate change, from the chronic risk from climate change. So these are their role, their usefulness, and the long-term scenarios. So typically the NGFS scenarios, they can assess both transition and physical risk. So these long-term scenarios also factor in chronic effects. Think of agriculture and so on. And also they can also, as also was mentioned by the ambassador, can also guide policy actions, government actions, by giving them a long-term reference point. But they are also characterized by high uncertainty, because we know relatively little about what's going to happen in a very long-term future. So these are maybe the pros and cons of using a short or a long horizon in this. Perhaps I skip this one. I just wanted to show you just as an example. So this is just an example. So for the production of electricity in Europe. So just this chart on left gives a bit of an idea of the kind of size of the challenge. Because if you take, so right now, electricity is only around 1/3 of electricity production in Europe comes from renewables. So almost all, 2/3 of it comes from non-renewables, so from traditional, from fossil fuels. And these, in almost all scenarios, even the less aggressive ones in terms of transition, they lead to almost entire shift towards renewables. So this gives a bit of an idea. So because these scenarios can also be used to look at that. So what is the scale of investment, the scale of change needed in the production of energy? Because as I said, one component of these scenarios is also the energy sector. So how the energy mix may be changed over time. So I guess I'm a bit short of time, so perhaps I can conclude here. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Thanks, Livio. I think this. Quite interesting. I think it's very insightful, at least for me, I'm sure for many colleagues, to see that the banks have such a nuanced view on this aspect about climate risks. It is not just talking at a macro level, talking at a high level, but you are getting into the brass tacks, the details on what it means in the short run, what it means in the long run, and how these shocks can have an implication. So I think that's very impressive, and I think it poses the challenge further ahead for the modeling community to see how basically these discussions and these aspects can also be fed back into the broader discussions on energy planning. In the interest of time, and we've lost some, but I invite the next speaker, David, perhaps to talk about what UNEP-FI has been doing, and then how do you see these discussions moving ahead?
Absolutely. May I just have the clicker? So hello everyone, my name is David Carlin. I am the head of climate risk and analytics at the UN Environment Programs Finance Initiative, or UNEP-FI. I'm also an advisor to a number of programs that use scenarios, both the Net Zero Banking Alliance as well as our work around the Task Force on Nature-related Financial Disclosures. So I know it's 5 p.m. and it's tough to go through some slides, so I'm going to use them simply as visual aids as we talk through. What I'd really like to do in these brief remarks is set the stage for our discussion in the remainder of the event, which is really about how are institutions using scenarios, what are some of the limitations, and how can we move toward convergence in a way that gets scenarios playing what I believe to be a catalytic role in making a difference on not only our ambition, but also our opportunity assessments, our risk management, and as you'll see with these many uses, a number of different approaches. So for those of you who are perhaps a little bit less close to this topic, many of the scenarios considered at present, both those from the modeling consortium that works with the NGFS, as well as a number of other major climate modelers, create a integrated assessment model approach, which will take in inputs from a variety of different submodels, often an energy systems model, a climate module, a land use module, as well as bringing in socioeconomic assumptions, how fast will population grow, how fast will the economy grow. Within that, what is being done is really the development of a mini world, and the value of that really is that by putting those pieces together, we can get a lot of outputs that are sufficiently granular, sufficiently detailed, and long-term enough that we can really see what a potential road ahead looks like. And because these submodels can be recalibrated and updated, there is a high degree of dynamism in answering questions. What happens if we don't allow for the use of CCS? What happens if we are bullish or bearish on nuclear? How does that come into play? And so what I wanted to say was we'll talk a little bit about some of the details of scenarios, and obviously really want to be open to questions on that, and very much commend the work that that the ECB is doing in leading that work stream as part of the NGFS on continuing to advance the state-of-the-art around climate scenarios. But just to say that I think that we've already reached a point within the financial sector where scenarios are being more widely used, where scenarios are featuring in a variety of different ways. We're seeing them in risk. I'll talk about a few of those risk implementations and uses. We're seeing them in target setting. We're also seeing them in terms of strategy and in terms of understanding what kind of policies, what sort of practices are going to be useful within the footprint in which we operate. And in some ways, I think, it's an interesting choice to start with the financial sector and talk about the financial sector, because so much of what actually happens in the real world we see in the real economy. And yet finance, as we've seen really since COP26 at Glasgow and the launch of the Glasgow Financial Alliances for Net Zero and GFANZ, is that finance really can play a transformative role. It also forces us to confront the questions across all the sectors of that energy transition, rather than homing in on simply transportation or electrification. And because finance is providing that capital fuel that enables these transitions to happen, it really becomes necessary to consider the entire economy, consider the interactions and interplays that our globalized world demands. And so this is really why we're coming to this discussion about scenarios here. So I wanted to just kind of quickly go through, and as I said, rather than reading the slides, just to show a few visual examples of some use cases. I think one of the most prominent and probably the oldest has been in disclosures, both voluntary disclosures under the Task Force for Climate-Related Financial Disclosures, the TCFD, and now increasingly under mandates both in Europe, in the UK, soon to be in America with the SEC, and the use of scenarios to show quantifiable information. The value here of scenarios is comparability. The value is the ability to say, under this pathway, how is this firm doing? How is their preparedness? What are the risks that are arising? And to look across disclosures to say that we are speaking the same language. And that's a theme I'll come back to, because I think the key with scenarios and where we need to go with them is getting people speaking the same language. It doesn't mean using one scenario, but it means making sure that everyone who is a stakeholder in the transition, and that really means all the elements of society, from government to the private sector, to those in the financial sector, are going to be looking at and answering some of the same questions and challenges. So disclosure is one. Another one is risk management, and this, I think, ties quite neatly into some of the remarks that Livio made just about the fact that scenarios are an important quantification tool, especially when thinking about what the risks are and how those risks may mount over time. Scenarios are the key input into virtually every provider tool on the market today. So we at UNEP-FI have done extensive work with providers, both in doing demos of new methodologies, but also in categorizing and characterizing the landscape of climate risk tools. And the scenarios that underpin those tools are a critical element of what the outputs are. And one of the big questions that we're looking to explore in some of our ongoing research is, how do the different methodologies on the same scenarios result in different estimates of losses? So understanding how scenarios can be used to think about pressures on various economic sectors, all the way down to individual assets, is something that I think has become a widely understood and widely appreciated strategy within the financial system. The next use is around alignment and around decarbonization. And as I mentioned, as an advisor to the Net Zero Banking Alliance and having helped to stand up some of the technical work back in 2021 of the Glasgow Financial Alliances for Net Zero, I would say that scenarios are the backbone of ensuring that these commitments are science-based. When we say making a science-based commitment to 1.5 degrees, what we're interested in is, one, the end point, which we know where we want to get to by 2050, but also what is a credible walk. And this is, I think, one of the areas that I'd love to speak about the most in our discussion once I conclude my remarks, which is to say, those making the scenarios and those using the scenarios really need to appreciate that nobody has all of the answers, and that what comes out of these scenarios is not the sole truth or definitive truth. What we need to be understanding is how local policies, how local realities can be integrated into these scenarios, how different pathways develop, and how those pathways create dependencies. So how does the electrification of the power gen sector impact the greenness or not greenness of transportation? These are the kinds of questions that, one, scenarios help us answer, but two, that we need to be appreciating that there isn't, in the sort of Wizard of Oz analogy, there isn't a man behind the curtain who has all the answers. This is something that we need to be piecing together. And so using these scenarios for target setting is one of their most important implementations, but it is still one that remains relatively high level. We see a lot of people using global scenarios for a footprint that maybe is exclusively in Europe or exclusively in North America. And we know fundamentally from the science that that's not going to be appropriate because of the fact that the decarbonization pathways in those areas may look quite different than the global average. Finally, and this is probably most in line with what Livio was talking about, the supervisory element of scenarios that stress testing. This is an example from the UK's climate biennial exploratory scenario, sometimes called CBES. And the idea here is scenarios can be a way, especially long-term scenarios, of understanding not only potential risks, although those risks may get foggy as we look out decade after decade, but also the extent of management actions required in order to transition us. And I think that that's one thing that's often forgotten. People will say, well, how do we know what losses are in 2050? And in some ways, that's a little bit beside the point. The key is to understand how far away the current portfolio is, how extensive the vulnerabilities are, and on the physical side, how much noise is within that system, increasing severity, changes in frequency, and what do some of those tail risk events look like. The heart of risk management is being able to act under uncertainty. The heart of that is understanding how we take steps that are going to be most effective in moving forward in the sustainable future that we're seeking. So now moving on to just a final few points. These are some of the things that I would say are really critical, from a scenario user perspective, and saying that scenario users are increasingly understanding what these scenarios are. But I think one of the big challenges, and through the programs we run at UNEP-FI, working both on sector decarbonization, working as well on guidance for individual countries and institutions, one of the big challenges that is constantly confronted is about suitability, and it's answering questions similar to the ones that have been spoken about in the prior presentations, long-term versus short-term. Do these time horizons align with the time horizons that we are expecting and that we need to be considering? Do these variables that we have faithfully represent the dynamics that we believe take place in the market? So looking at the oil and gas market, and is it appropriate to use, say, a long-term equilibrium price if you're going to plug that into a model that is highly sensitive to the price of petroleum? These are the kinds of questions that I think having better understanding of scenarios on the user side are really key. Other questions are going to be about, the local realities. It's great to say this is how we get to net zero, but in some ways, what we have right now is, as I said at the beginning, we have a clear starting point. We know and will know in a few months what the emissions were in 2022 across many sectors, across countries. We know where we want to get to by 2050. And the challenge then is, what does a pathway look like that is going to be credible, not only globally, but politically realizable, economically realizable, and also creating the right incentives for these companies, both those that are financing as well as the real economy, to spur that growth and spur that using the understanding that local dynamics are going to differ. And so with some of those, what I've tried to highlight, and this was initially from a piece of a presentation I gave to a modeling symposia at the end of last year, it's really to say that we need to be speaking more. We need to be bringing the right people into the room, the modeling communities, the supervisors, the government agencies, the private sector, the financial institutions, because no one has the answer individually. And when we think about a scenario as providing all the answers rather than seeing it as a useful tool, I think we set ourselves up for disappointment. We also realize that there isn't going to be the all singing, all dancing approach. We're going to need multiple scenarios. And as much as we'd love to have a one and done, what we've seen over the last few years of scenario development is that different scenarios play really important niche roles. We did some research with the National Institutes for Economic and Social Research in the UK, who's a partner with the NGFS on short-term macro scenarios, looking at some of those scenarios. And the real key consideration that comes out is different pathways, different futures are going to make us better prepared and better able to move forward. And I think one of the things that we'll need to talk about as I conclude my remarks here is, over the remaining 45 or 50 minutes that we have, how do we develop credible national pathways, ones that aren't saying this is where we hope to go or this is where we know we need to go, but what are some of those building blocks and what are some of the enabling actions on the part of industry, on the part of finance, on the part of supervisors, and on the part of the public sector to make those things happen? And then can those use scenarios as a helpful way to reflect those dynamics and consider some of the complexities inherent in being a systems thinker and thinking about how a overall society, a country, a sector, and an economy transitions. So thank you.
Thanks, David, for your presentation, and I think also very nicely laying out the context for the panel discussion ahead. One message I do pick up from your intervention is that nobody has all the answers. Sometimes there's this confusion that what the scenarios and model does are predictions. These are not predictions; these are projections. If you go back 10 years, nobody could have imagined the way the cost of renewable technology has dropped, or the way policy is moved, and the level of the scale of deployment we also. So does it mean all the modeling and analysis was wrong? I don't think so. I think based on the information at hand, based on what the policy scenario was at that moment, I think the modeling community stood up and gave the best possible direction on where things were headed. And I think if we are at a different point, which is very positive, I think it's good news. I mean, it's nothing wrong about it. So while we do some rearrangements where we get one of the country speakers here, Mr. Paul Bhuti from the Department of Renewable Energy, Ministry of Renewable Energy and Petroleum in Kenya, I'll just pause and see if there is any question, given that we had a series of presentations. And before you forget all the slides, I could see colleagues taking pictures. But if there is any one question, we can take that, although we are slightly late, and then we'll move ahead. So anybody? Please.
There is quite an onerous task. Sustainability, but we don't see the similar level of approach being adopted by large investors over the world. like especially the large private equity funds or pension funds or large institutional investors. So the onerous, as a corporate, we are feeling that pinch that most of the information, while we have been asked to give, but the same level of disclosures through different standards and is not being asked from the investor community. So if you can throw some light on it.
A very good question, and good reminder for me to turn my microphone on. What I would say is that the focus of the Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosures has been really on the increase of disclosure within the financial sector and really trying to create something that is similar to annual reporting and annual financials. And what we've seen is, as far as a single block, obviously the financial industry is a diverse group, but they are the largest and most represented set of firms that are supporters of the TCFD. Next are energy companies. So we are seeing a lot of that. I think one of the things that we are seeing as challenges related to your point is when it comes to considering Scope 3 emissions. And for those of you maybe less familiar with this, Scope 3 emissions are really emissions throughout the life cycle that go beyond one's direct operations and one's purchased energy. And so for financial institutions, this is where the rubber meets the road. A report by CDP indicated that Scope 3 emissions can be over 100 times larger for a financial institution than their direct emissions, which is not surprising when you consider what are their direct emissions, typically just the costs of running their office. And so recognizing how we capture those emissions for Scope 3 is, to me, the critical burden for the financial sector to tackle. I would say that there's a few initiatives that are going on that really are aspiring to bring together more unification of standards. There is globally on the disclosure side, the work of the International Sustainability Standards Board, or the ISSB, which is building on the work of the TCFD and its framework to provide comparability both on the climate side, which is one of their sets of disclosures, but also on broader sustainability. There's also the work of the Partnership on Carbon Accounting Financials, which is in the process of releasing a couple more asset classes of guidance, providing that clearer methodology of how one calculates financed emissions. So I absolutely agree when it comes back to what you said. Is the financial community making the disclosures it needs? It isn't yet. Are there a lot of people making disclosures for the first time or new disclosures? Definitely. Where we need to get to is a place where those disclosures are not just reported and sit as a stack of papers, but where they're useful and usable in the same way that financial information is to stakeholders. And so that's, to me, the state of play at present in terms of the international initiatives, as well as the challenge that remains around Scope 3.
Thanks. Thanks, David. So we'll move ahead to the panel discussion, and also we'll try and keep some time at the end for engaging the audience for further questions. So we're just joined by Paul, our colleague from Kenya, and I'll put him on the spot right away with a question that if you look back, the experience in your own country on scenario making, purely looking at it from an institutional angle. So, how do you see, what are the biggest challenges that you face or your colleagues, in countries in the region or more broadly face in effectively creating but also using these scenarios for informing policy?
Thank you very much for having me. And yes, indeed, let me start by indicating that long-term energy scenario planning is a critical element, because it does inform countries of what choices to make in terms of the energy development pathway. And when you're looking at it from climate change perspective, it provides you a choice of a low carbon emission development pathway. But having said this, let me then go straight to the question. Kenya has been doing energy planning for quite some long time. But when I say energy planning, it has only been one side of it, that is power planning. We've had what we call the least cost power planning, which is normally a 20-year plan, but reviewed in a short term, every time just to check whether the parameters and the assumptions have been accurate or adjusted as necessary. One of the challenges that we see is the dynamism that there is in the sector, that the priorities that are taken in the initial years do not end up being the actual implementable as objectives. And that poses a challenge because, you know, there is also the political nature of decision making. So what it means is every 5 years after we do an election and you get new people coming on board, the priorities are likely to change. And if they change, it means that long-term plan is never implemented in a manner and format that was initially envisaged. So in that sense, the ability to follow through has been a challenge to Kenya, and I'm aware it also has been a challenge to quite a number of African countries. And what it means is there is a need for a culture change such that plans have a life of their own, so that the political decision making is not something that will come in and reverse end decisions because of the inherent costs of changing a plan. And what we have seen is, of course, if you look at the theory of planning, where you're trying to simply go through a modeling process, then it means that there's nothing specific you have. And I believe when you go that way, you are going through a trial and error process, which is not good. So for me, the ideal would be a long-term reimagination of what the future trajectory is going to look like, and then doing a backcasting to ensure you can see the milestones, the parameters that you need to walk through to get to the point where you desire this sector to be. So I think for me, this is a good initiative, and I think African countries in particular will need to do this, because the reason why our energy sector developments have always lagged behind is because of lack of consistency. That lack of consistency being driven by decisions that do not seem to get followed through. And so for me, that is a critical point. My last point on this is when you look at the long-term energy scenarios, now, you know, we are dealing with the critical crisis, the climate crisis, and we are looking at the inherent developmental challenges, the poverty in the countries, how you want to position energy as an enabler and a key input into the economic planning. This requires that you have a long-term view, and that long-term view needs to be followed. And this is where you need the experts to provide the pathway, and the implementers are then able to go through the required milestones. So I think for me that is a process that needs to be done. Kenya has already been moving into a program of establishing a farm energy planning unit, which is going to, first of all, build some capacity for key experts who can then be able to provide the technical advices and guidance that will be required to move the country to a desired future. We've actually done a long-term emission scenarios up to 2050 through the climate change analysis of our NDC to see how does energy contribute to climate mitigation and management. Let me pause it there.
Thanks, Paul. Interesting. I think this new dimension that you just brought in about how the energy scenarios and energy planning has to also broadly link to the developmental planning in the country. I think that's important, and perhaps more important for for the developing transition economies where a lot of things, lot of stock, building stocks, infrastructural stock has to still come online. So it's very important that these two pathways of development and energy planning are talking to each other, interacting, and as you said, there's a bit of a trial and error, there's a bit of a feedback process that's built in. I'm slightly altering the structure of the session, but if there is any other country that would also like to perhaps from the floor come in and intervene on this question, I think we can welcome that now. So any country colleagues who are there in the audience who want to come in and talk about how it is being done in their country or their region, any example, challenge that you want to share on the institutional aspects of long-term energy planning? Any takers? Please, can we get the mic? Yeah.
Hi, Claire Nicolas from the World Bank. I have a question for you, like on really the operationalization of that, of like the link between the utility, in fact, and the climate ministry or the energy ministry, because what we see often is that there are NDCs that have been done by a climate ministry or by the energy ministry, but this NDC is not declined to the utility. And so I was wondering in Kenya, or if anybody else has like examples to share, how you're succeeding in making this link between, do you have like a group, as Asami was mentioning, with both utility planners and ministry planners, or how does it work? Thank you.
So question is a bit of a surprise, but Paul, maybe you can take it.
Thank you very much. Indeed, our power planning is a multi-stakeholder based activity. All the utilities are part of that power planning process. All the key lead agencies in other ministries who have direct linkage to the energy utilization are also part of that national team that does the planning. And as I indicated, the new thinking that we need to have a dedicated unit for planning, we are taking on board some of those concerns, because we realized that where you follow through commodity-based planning, so that where you're dealing with health planning, there are things, agriculture planning, there are things alone, energy alone, we realize that energy cuts across all of them. And therefore, if we are going to talk about energy planning, we need to talk about energy planning with that integration, where we are clearly saying we need energy to power irrigation, for instance. We need energy to power health facilities. We need energy to power agro-processing. And so you bring on the table all those different stakeholders, and you require them that their needs must be brought into the table so that they are properly planned for and we are able to follow through. And that is the reason behind the need for a dedicated unit. And as I speak about this, you know, my senior is here and is the one driving that process, and maybe before the end you will need to give him space just to confirm that this is the kind of planning that we are engaging in, and because we have seen some of the potholes that are there, so we are now trying to be wiser so that we can first of all look at the long range and look at the width in terms of who must be on the table. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now turn to my neighbor Livio. Picking up from your presentation, if you look at the national LTES scenarios, what do you see currently the challenges on them, you know, the scenarios, analysis, the policies that the countries come up with, the LTE, LEDS plans, them being useful for the financial community? I mean, I do make an assumption here that it may not be accurately useful, but you may also correct that. And either way, you know, good to understand what can be done better, if at all.
Okay, so the challenge is the kind of the overarching challenge is the lack of information. So it's both the lack of good data, especially internationally harmonized data, but it's also the underlying questions are intrinsically uncertain. So the climate science is uncertain by itself. I mean, not to go, of course, in the direction of climate change denial, but climate science is uncertain. But also energy policies are also uncertain. By the way, on this point of green policy, one aspect to be considered is that countries also have a different size. So in a sense, I mean, if we are able to understand, the institutional or the political incentives in some key countries, probably we get a good picture. This is more an aside. So, I mean, I think already if you are able to understand what China, India, and the United States will do, so these three countries, you get a good understanding. So I always say that actually to understand, now speaking about forecasting. So if I had to forecast what's going to happen, the best thing is to look at these three countries and see what they're going to do. So, and probably the United States is the most concerning one. Although now they have this Inflation Reduction Act and they have all these green subsidies. But okay, so both the policy side, the climate science side are very uncertain. So you can only project things. I mean, hoping that they are going to be in the ballpark of being right. And finally, also physical risk is also very uncertain, both the chronic and the acute risks. So lack of data and uncertainty are the main challenges. Yeah.
And just to flip that around and come to you, David. Because we discussed this and you also presented. So you in your work you engage a lot with multiple governments and partners in terms of trying and supporting those processes and synergizing with those processes. So how do you see the financial sector, including the very interesting question that was asked? So how do you see the financial sector currently engaging with the national processes, the national governments, with policy making? And if there are any good practice examples that come to your mind from your experience that you would like to share with us?
Yeah, so I think that there's sort of two pieces to the question. The first is on the scenario side and the pathway side. What do we need to do this effectively at a national level? And I think that you kind of need three critical components. You need a global and credible scientific framework, and a lot of the work of the leading climate modelers working with the NGFS, that's the Potsdam Institute, YASA, and the creators of GCAM, both the University of Maryland and Pacific Northwest National Labs. These are leading climate modelers, so you need a frame from them. But then you need, I think, local input and local context to be considered. And then most importantly, I think, and most catalytically, you need buy-in, and you need buy-in from those within the country. I think what we've seen is the relationship of finance and country-level decarbonization has typically been one of information rather than action. And what I mean by that is we've seen finance continually upping its game in understanding climate scenarios, in beginning to make disclosures, especially where they're mandated, such as in the EU and in other jurisdictions. What we're not seeing quite as much is the real moves toward blended finance, real injections, especially of the kind of blended vehicles that will enable things that maybe aren't presently scalable or aren't presently doable to take place, as well as the willingness to draw some red lines, and those lines around what kind of financing will we do in the future, what kind of financing would we see as consistent with our transition pathways. So we've seen, I think, a lot of work on developing the individualized company pathways, a lot of work on disclosing what they're doing, and a lot of learning. All of those are undoubtedly good things, but getting back to the three that I mentioned before, of needing that global frame, that local context, and that buy-in, I think seeing how those pieces all fit together within the context of country NDCs is not something that we've seen so much of. I think in places that it's been most effective, it's typically been where there's state financing, whether it's through a big program such as the Inflation Reduction Act, whether it's for the EU's Fit for 55, whether it's China and its financing of its homegrown renewables industry. It doesn't mean that private dollars aren't flowing into these things. They certainly are, but we're seeing them flow in a way that I think is not consistent with the pace that is needed. And the key here is to do this in a way that is sensible to avoid creating green bubbles, to avoid chasing after projects that are not going to be impactful. And so if it were simply as simple as the market finding the right solutions, I think we would see that money pouring in. And we are, to some extent, we are seeing unprecedented levels of private finance. But because they're still too low, we need that kind of boost. We need that way of thinking. Where do we have to get to, and what sort of risk transfers, what kind of moves can we do that are going to be a responsible way to get that scale up and really get that commitment? And I think one of the values of national scenarios is that it means when we're talking about our goals within this country, we're talking about the same thing. We're saying we need to get here, we need to electrify, we need to do these things, and it becomes much clearer then what roles different institutions need to take on within that, rather than keeping it just general, well, we all need to decarbonize.
Thanks, David. And if I can just build on that and coming to you, Livio. So how, as a central banker, as the ECB, I think this whole aspect on risks keeps coming up, and how essentially the central bank can play a role in ensuring that. And I see a tightrope walk between, as David said, there's the whole issue of green bubble, and then there's of course climate risk, and then of course deployment have to move. So how do we reconcile and put it all together from a central banker perspective to really give the right directions to the market, accounting for climate risk, moving ahead with deployment, but avoiding any pitfalls? It's a loaded question.
Yeah, I guess no straightforward answer. So first of all, I used to think that 2-3 years ago, I used to think that the climate change is not a matter for central banks, but I've somewhat changed my mind. Why? Because so we need essentially we need, as also David and others we're saying, we need a transformation of the whole economic system. So we need a big shift in investment. We need 2-4% of GDP each year or investment in renewables, and so on. So we need, as I showed before, we need a substantial change in the way energy is produced. And so these are fundamental changes in the economic system, and the central bank sees it the center of the economic system, of the financial system. So in that sense, it's also a responsibility to accompany. The central bank should not be a climate policy maker. Okay, it's not an elected official. So we should not do policy making in climate, but it should certainly accompany the objectives of the legislator. So and many of these aspects go through things that are controlled or other by central bank, or are where the central bank is active. Think of collateral, think of the financial system. But even I would say even inflation. Even inflation is a big. Now there is not overnight. So in another stream of the NGFS on inflation. So because of course this transition also requires a change in relative prices, and the change in relative prices in the short term may imply inflation. So what do we do with inflation? Should we kill that inflation entirely or not? Or should we allow temporary inflation to facilitate this relative price adjustment? It's a good question, and central banks are looking at that. But certainly, many people like me, they have kind of rethought this view that central banks are not involved in the climate. Again, without being a policymaker on climate, that is not the role. Yeah.
Thank you. The disclaimer is very well noted. Great. I think we are closing to the end of the discussion. We of course have some time for questions from the floor. So I'll perhaps open it for one more round, and I can see few hands up now, so I'm definitely, there's an interest. So perhaps we'll start from the back and then we'll come to the second question.
Thank you very much. Mark Howells from Imperial College. Just a point of information. One of the things that we're working on together with UCL, Cambridge and Oxford is setting up a set of national starter data kits with models that have a look at net zero going on to just business as usual. So that's a resource that's available for folk to be able to use at a national level as they're developing their national strategies. In fact, we're connected with Kenya, but also to create a sensible set of information that's good enough to help free up the markets and so on, and improve financial readiness. So as an example, we were working with Costa Rica, basically a 100,000, using this infrastructure with a $100,000 study, we were able to unlock $1.5 billion worth of market readiness funds and studies as well. So just to flag that we're busy putting this together and extremely keen to collaborate. And it's not just ourselves. We're working with Asami at IRENA, but also with the International Energy Agency and a number of others. Thank you.
Thank you. That's I think that's more of a comment, but if I can just raise one point, I think these kind of impacts, we don't get to hear these stories. I think the stories of how an analytical piece leveraged and unlocked a scale of financing, I think these are stories to be told. And that's perhaps something I'm just talking to the modeling community. I know Asami has done a lot of work on Africa, and something that you did like 8-9 years back, and still till date many of those pieces of work are still important and they are informing the policy planning processes. I think these impact stories also need to be captured so that it's not just seen as something happening in a lab, in a silo, and just leading to some research reports or papers, but real world policy impact. Come to the second question.
Hi, Rishabh Jain from India. I work at the Council on Energy, Environment and Water. I had a quick question on, the technology is changing, and by that I mean that within solar also there are different technologies that are evolving, right? We have moved from multicrystalline to monocrystalline, and there'll be new technologies going forward. Similarly in batteries and others. How does the modeling framework, how do the modeling frameworks already include these? I know that there are, of course, price curves, and depending on what the price of the final technology is, that certain penetration of technologies is taken into account. However, I often, given that a lot of my work revolves around technology, such modeling exercises for technology specifically is missing, right? We don't, say for instance, do not necessarily know what will be the share of different kinds of batteries like LFP, NMC, sodium ion and things in 2030, 40, 50, and what should certain countries do now so that the share of certain technologies also increase going forward, depending on certain priorities. So one, is there any work that has modeling for such technology subtypes, and what are similar actions that countries can take to maybe address some of the supply chain challenges possible? Thank you.
Okay, that's a tough one. Any volunteers from the...
I can,
please.
I think in part of it, because in the NGFS scenarios, these technology questions, pop up all the time. There is also discussion in the report about the CDR technology, so the carbon dioxide removal. So depending on what assumptions are made in terms of CDR availability, things can change in one or the other direction. So that's one. But we're always confronted continually with this question of what technology will be available, at that point in time, and so on. So one direction where we don't go into is the whole area of geoengineering and so on. So this we don't go into. Also because of it would give the wrong message. It would say we can include easily continue with emissions because there will be some geoengineering coming at some point. So this we don't go into. But all the other issues are we're always confronted with this question. So I can only sympathize that this is a key question. And
I think just really briefly, the 2 points that I would mention are that the purpose of scenarios as tools is to answer some of these what-if questions, and I think a lot of good modeling, both by IRENA, by the IEA, by many of the modelers within the NGFS consortium and others, ask some of these questions, whether it is to assume low or high penetration of certain technologies. Obviously, the universe of scenarios is infinite, but I think it speaks to an important point, which is that we, one, have tools that can help us look at a variety of futures, even if they're uncertain. But two, I think it's really important that these considerations of technology are very explicitly factored in, and the pace of these things, especially over long-term accumulation, when you're talking about compounding, can really make a difference in the expected cost as well as the solutions that models find. Several years ago, there was a lot of criticism of many of the models because of their assumptions around carbon dioxide removal, with the idea that the discount rate and the learning rate for these technologies was such that by later in the century, they would be significantly cheap to make an investment in the latter part of the century the cost optimal way to decarbonize by 2100. And so I think you see that. You also see, though, that scenarios aren't predictions. They're projections at a given point in time, and this is why even across the IPCC's work, the idea of the representative concentration pathway 8.5, which when that came out in the fifth assessment report, 2014, was based off studies really kind of closing around 2012, which meant looking at coal use around 2010. The expected growth of that coal, if it were totally untrammeled and continued, would lead to some massive warming that now, looking at it, seems highly unrealistic and highly unlikely. It doesn't mean that that was a bad scenario or a bad thing to do, but in some ways the realities on the ground need to be reflected, and I think that the idea of scenarios as a dynamic tool rather than a static pathway is something, even though we often say transition pathways, what we really should be talking about are the transition illuminators. They give us the next step on the road, but then we need to turn on another light to see one step further. We can't just keep that same light on and assume we're going to walk to our destination.
Thanks, Livio, David. If I can just quickly supplement also in terms of specific references. I remember a few years back, IRENA Innovation Technology Center came up with this innovation landscape report, which did capture and pursue, I think, 30 plus technologies and what their technology pathways look like. I also remember similar work from the IE. Again, I'm not sure about the details of these pieces, but these come to mind. And in fact, from my previous life when I used to work on models, I remember Imperial used to do excellent work, particularly on building shell and building technologies, looking at their evolution and how essentially the cost curves would look like. I'm sure that work has also continued to progress. So I think these are some examples. So over to you, please, for the next question. It's welcome either way.
Okay, now I think it's better. My name is Vangelis Zimas. I am the head of the Energy Transitions Insights for Policy Unit in the European Commission, the Joint Research Center, and we are one of the technical partners, as Asami showed in the slide. So I would like, in just a couple of minutes, describe to you what is our experience so far, and maybe throw in some ideas for the future development of the platform. So first of all, we have been working with you, with IRENA and the partners since the beginning of the initiative, and we really appreciate highly our long-standing collaboration. We see great value in the platform because it has created such a vibrant and fast-reacting network of modeling developers, modeling practitioners, policy planners, and of course the policymakers. My unit in particular, who represents the JRC in this activity, is with one foot doing the modeling and analysis, both long-term and short-term, and the other foot is working together with my colleagues in Brussels for the implementation of the results. So by being part of this network, we have benefited greatly by understanding the methodologies, discussing with others, but also we have also given back, and this is what we would like to do. So if I can reflect back, what has been the main highlight for us is that this participation in the community that allowed us to develop our own models. But also, if I recall, a couple of years ago, we had this very interesting webinar. It was during the COVID. We had more than 400 attendees from 90 countries where we compared the different scenarios. And I would like to stick to what was discussed before. The numbers is one thing. The most important is to understand why there are different models, what is the architecture behind it. So therefore, the people who are not experts can really understand where is the consensus, where there is no consensus, why there is consensus, why there is not consensus, so they can read better the outcomes of the models, and therefore, as the ambassador from Denmark said, without this information, we are not able to develop policy, because otherwise it's like we're walking in the dark or in the void, as he said. And I fully agree with you. The scenarios here are giving us alternative ways. It's not the crystal ball that tells us the future. And this will allow the policymakers to experiment and develop alternative scenarios. So we have benefited greatly. We would like to give back. And from the European Commission, my unit, I committed that we are going to strengthen our collaboration with you. We would like to be, we would play a more active role in the network to engage with everybody, to give and take. But I would also like to propose to you that maybe we can develop some joint studies on some specific topics that modeling is not straightforward. For example, the very large penetration of renewables, the introduction of new alternative fuels. We don't see many models on hydrogen. At least they can capture our vision, the demand side, CCUS, for example. So there are a lot of opportunities developed by policymakers and the industry that we need to capture more and more accurately, understand what are the differences. So therefore, this way the policymakers can have a better idea, but also we can help the technologies being de-risked by shedding some more light. And I think that this is what LTS does is a great contribution in order to facilitate the transition to the energy transition. So we will continue working together with you, and thank you very much for all the hard work.
Thank you. I would in fact receive those compliments on behalf of IRENA and pass them all to Asami. In fact, I should also supplement my own compliments, because as a part of the same LTS initiative, as Asami said, it is something which started 5 years back. Usually it's they start as a campaign, and then we see how it progresses. Some of them graduate into initiative, which is what LTS did. And then after 2-3 years is where we review and see, because the sector evolves so fast, the initiative may not stay relevant, and then we review and see whether we need to move ahead, improvise, close. But this is one initiative which has remained strong, improvised, and moved ahead, and there is always a stronger engagement. So I would agree with every word of yours, and I think these are all in the direction for IRENA and for Asami. Looking at the time, we have about 7 minutes. Unless there's any other question, I can see one. Please. Okay, 2 more. So last 2 questions, please.
Thank you, Dr. Prasoon. A question to the panel again. In the development of all these various scenarios, right? I'm Rajesh from EMEA Power in Dubai. For the private sector to really contribute and make a change in the net zero scenarios, one thing that we seem to lack in terms of our understanding is solid, reliable data. This is one issue that I would like to highlight normally when we see these studies being done. The second thing is, again, to what extent do a lot of these frameworks consider diversification of the energy mix? For example, what is happening today, and if you see the news, a lot of Southern African countries and East African countries, I wouldn't like to name them in specific, but those that heavily relied on hydro are in fact closer to a net zero target when it comes to energy consumption. But when the hydro level drops, the whole country goes into chaos. Maybe one country that I can think of that has actually weathered this storm is Kenya, because of the level to which they have diversified their energy mix. So and I know for a fact that a lot of these SADC Southern African countries have in fact done a lot of models for themselves. So to what extent can the private sector contribute in terms of gathering data and how can that help in building better models so that in the future, diversification is also a key thought as opposed to just relying on a resource, a particular resource that is available in plenty. I hope you get my question here.
Yes, it's a good question, and thank you for making my life easy by mentioning Kenya. I'll straight away direct it to Paul, and I'm sure he'll have a good answer for you.
Thank you very much. I think one thing which is important is we've not had the private sector data collection being integrated into the national database. In Kenya, we have, in the recent times, created a framework through which data collection by the private sector, by the civil society, can be integrated into the process of what the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics do, so that they can be able, first of all, to confirm that the data collection tools that were used are credible, so that the data that comes out of such a process would also be credible. So yes, there is increasing need for us to also integrate what the private sector is able to do. Because you see, technology movements are actually driven by the private sector. They would know which technology seems to work and where. And that information is useful for policy making, decision making. So yes, that is something which is now growing, and we think the reality is we need to work closely with all the stakeholders, including private sector. Thank you.
Thanks, Paul. In fact, like Asami, you're also getting many compliments. So you just heard how you have basically managed to weather, the balancing of the energy system with hydro going down and renewables going up. Of course, also this energy planning unit that you talked about. And I also heard from Asami that Kenya was the first African country to join the LTS network. So a lot of credit to Kenya. I think there's one more intervention, please.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Sakiva, Secretary for Renewable Energy, Kenya. Just want to add one voice and reiterate the importance of also looking not only at the national but also some regional. We are heavily being affected by our interconnection with our neighbors. Already we are connected with Tanzania, there is power flow. We are connecting with Tanzania. There's also a line to Uganda. So within the power pools, there is need to reinforce even this planning, because when we do planning in Kenya, tomorrow we are going to be affected by what happens in Uganda, Tanzania, Ethiopia, and the rest. So it is good for us also to give some special focus also to the sub-regional and finally the regional, so that then we can harmonize some of the policies that we have, and in that way then we are going to have to achieve energy transition, energy security, and supply is going to be able to flow in a way that is, and we'll be able to then achieve net zero. Thank you very much.
Thank you. In fact, it's great that you bring this point up. Implicitly, it did come across in terms of scaling up the models at a sub-regional, regional level. But in practice, I think it's absolutely critical to have this issue of interconnections in practice, but also being reflected when it comes to modeling and analysis and scenarios. So we are near close to time. Using my privilege as a moderator, okay, do we have?
Yes.
Well, I'm okay to, stretch. Okay, please go.
Yeah, my name is Salifu Adu from Ghana, and I'm a member of the LTES network. Yeah, my question goes to my colleague from Kenya. And I think that you mentioned the fact that one of the strategies that we are using to deepen collaboration among institutions is the establishment of an energy planning unit, as you mentioned. Now, my question is, how are you looking at the constitution of that energy planning unit? And then also, how will the activities of that unit be funded? Are you looking at picking people from other institutions to form like a committee? Because that is what we have done in Ghana. So for example, when it comes to energy planning in Ghana, the Energy Commission has the mandate to do planning. And realizing the fact that we cannot do the planning on our own or the Commission alone doing the planning, we have established what we call the Power Planning Technical Committee. So this committee is made up of, you have various representation from the various stakeholders within the nation. And that committee is being chaired by the Energy Commission. So you spoke about establishing a unit. So how are you looking at that unit? Is it going to be representation from the various stakeholder institutions, or a whole unit that is going to be established on its own, having structures and having legal backing to perform its functions? Thank you very much.
So, just a minute. So, I think given that we are close to time, if there are any more questions, let's take them all in one go, and then I can come back to the panel if that's okay. So, final call. You good? Any second thoughts? Okay. So,
thank you, Chair. I wanted my boss to respond. He's actually the brains behind the unit, and I think he's best placed to do that.
So for the unit, it is going to be a specialized unit with key experts in all the areas, domiciled at the Ministry of Energy, and just a small unit, but working with other partners. But what we are going to do over and above that is that in the thematic areas, then we form a working group. Activities power planning, we are going to have a working group which involves the ministry, the utilities, industry, ministry, environment. Will really come together and then delve into some issues, some discussion, then the unit completes. Then also when you go to bioenergy, it has so many actors, so you bring them together as a working group. So the unit will act as a secretariat doing the final compilation, the final sensitivity analysis, and interfacing also with the development partners. So in that way, we think we are able to enhance efficiency as well as also enhancing stakeholder input into the whole process. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary. I think I must say we really counting on you to make this unit a success. And I'm sure we'll have a revisit of this discussion perhaps in the next assembly where you will tell us how basically you set it up and what you've achieved in the last year. I think that will be very useful to inspire other colleagues. So using my privilege as a moderator, I think I'll make my life easy and I'll perhaps ask one last question to the panelists, and perhaps through that we'll conclude the session. Which is, if you look ahead, what are the next steps you see for international knowledge collaborative platform like the LTS network? Where do you see it? What's your feedback? How do you set the vision for the year ahead or the years ahead? Let's start with Paul.
I think it's absolutely useful that this process, which is being spearheaded, continues to be strengthened, because I see a huge role, because it brings into the play information sharing, experiences, best practices, and so countries are no longer groping in the dark because somebody elsewhere has been able to overcome some of the challenges. So I think I see a bigger role for this LTS process and the partners who are involved. The only thing is countries need to strengthen their participation and their data inputs into these processes. Thanks.
Thank you, Paul, for the precise answer within the time limit. Livio, your 60 seconds.
Yeah, so I think, I fully agree with what was said, but I would add also, the harmonization of at least, definition of what is renewable, what is not, that would really be an achievement. There was a question in the gentleman on the back about the lack of data and the lack of that is really, so one reason I'm now speaking about financial institutions, the global banks and so on. So one reason why the action is so uncoordinated is that we don't know what's green and what is not. No, it's not the normalization internationally. For example, in Europe, nuclear is green, for example, but I guess many people in this room would disagree with that. Gas is green in Europe, for example, and so on. So I could make many examples. So at least if also this group we contribute to a bit of understanding, what we mean by renewable and what we mean by green, that will really be a big achievement.
David, get 60 seconds and you have to tell us something new. You can't just agree with the previous speakers.
Well, I agree with the previous speakers, but I'll also say something new, which is, I think there are two steps forward. The first is growing this community, especially in countries that haven't yet developed a credible pathway or plan yet. It's a knowledge exchange, it's a best practices, it's a learning how to do this and do this quickly, because we don't have the time to sort of go one by one. So in the same way that the NGFS provides incredible expert guidance for supervisors around the world to follow, I think bringing more into the tent, more countries is key. The second thing, though, is implementation. We have a lot of scenarios. We actually, despite the fact that I've spoken a lot today about where we need more, how they're not meeting all the needs, the fact of the matter is we have a lot of scenarios, we have a lot of information. We need to start acting on that, and that means that when policymakers are deciding on their ambitions, how they consider scenarios, when financial institutions are setting their goals, how scenarios factor into that, where companies are assessing where they want to invest in R&D and development, they're thinking about what pathways make the most sense to them. And I think that seeing scenarios used, to me, will be the real testament of their success, not the number created and not even the number of countries joining, although obviously those are important preconditions to sharing this knowledge.
Thank you. I think there's sufficient information and vision ahead for my colleagues from IRENA. I would just not make an attempt at providing any more summary of the discussions. I do have some notes, so Samia I'll share with you. But thank you for being excellent panelists, UNEP-FI, UCB, Government of Kenya, and I think more importantly, the audience, the participants in the room. I think I can say it's already 6 or 7, but you've all been here very actively engaged. Thank you so much. I think it was a pleasure, and thank you for inviting me to moderate the session. Thank you.